died. That may be the fatality that Bernell Chapman alluded to just a while ago. Again, the cleanup continues right now. Let's take a look inside this store. This is a discount department store right here in the heart of Inglewood. You see there are still security folks around. If we can pan over this way, show the police on the scene. There's also a suspect. And so the cleanup here in Inglewood continues. Reporting live in Inglewood, I'm Diane Diaz. Let's go back to the studio.
All right, thank you very, very much for that. That's Diane Diaz in the Inglewood area, and she mentioned the Laker game. One of the things that may have helped the confusion after the Laker game was about 3 minutes before the game was over, they made an announcement that traffic will all go to the west. They closed off the eastern exits. Now we're going over to Rick Chambers, who's in the Pacoima area, where all of this, of course, began 14 months ago. What's happening there, Rick?
Kelly, apparently I spoke too soon. I said before that it looked like things were going to remain calm. Just within 15 or 20 seconds ago, a call just went out over the scanners. We had police hopping in cars, zooming out of this place. Apparently there is an officer in trouble over near the corner of Glen Oaks and Hubbard. We understand there's a school in that area that has been set on fire. Shots have been heard in the area. We don't know if, in fact, an officer has been hit or if an officer is just being fired upon. Police, like I said, just streamed out of this place a few moments ago. When we get done here, we're going to try to hop in a car and get over there and see what's happening. But right now, seeing things anyway on a little bit of a scale here.
Your wish to remain anonymous, but she did say that, in her opinion, the Rodney King beating case was not about race. She says the jury decided the LAPD officers did carry out their jobs to the best of their ability and that Rodney King acted like a criminal until under the influence of alcohol or drugs. So again, this is one juror's opinion. She said the evidence convinced the jury that Rodney King provoked the actions on that now famous videotape. And this juror said she is appalled by the violence that is going on right now.
And it's not getting any better out there. Let's check in with Cliff Welsh again live in the helicopter over another fire. Where are you now, Cliff?
Okay, John, we're on over Normandy Avenue and about 3 or 4 blocks north of Manchester. Another totally gutted out building. I can't believe what's happening here. And no emergency equipment on the scene. I see a flare pattern out there on the street, but that's about it. I don't see any fire engines there. And looking off to the right there, I can see it.
It's a shame that, you know, in a situation like this, all they can do, when we're spread so thin, is pretty much just traffic control while buildings continue to burn down throughout the city. All right, Cliff, thanks. We'll get back to you in just a couple of minutes. All right, now, watching that jury decision today were members of Rodney King's family in Altadena. Elizabeth Anderson was with them when the verdicts were read, and she's standing by with a live report now on their reaction. Elizabeth.
Well, Jen, I must tell you first, after looking at these terrible pictures, we feel fortunate to report that it is quiet and non-violent where we are, and we are in the middle of Rodney King's neighborhood. But make no mistake about it, this is the emotional center of Altadena. This is where Rodney King lives. His home, in fact, is just behind me. And although he has not been speaking to us under order of his lawyer, everybody else has been speaking about him, especially his relatives. Rodney King's family and friends stared at the television coverage. They heard the words and they saw the pictures, but they could not believe it.
I can't believe this is really happening. I'm not for violence. I really, you know, accept the response and really appreciate the support that people have given us. However, we're not a violent people, and neither is Rodney.
The violence is not needed. We realize that the verdict was not just.
Immediately after the verdicts came down, a steady stream of friends and family came by, and so did a parade of traffic as if to guide their...
It is the warehouse, a number of different fires going on. Can I have a police officer here right next to me. What exactly is being done and at this point?
I'm not allowed to give you any statements. You have to speak to the supervisor.
Well, there you have it.
Okay, Bill, thank you very much. Again, proving that the worst victims of rioting are people who live in the neighborhoods. It's literally neighbors turning on neighbors. Right. Live shot from Chopper 2, Mark Dunn up in our helicopter. Mark, tell us about it.
Well, Michael, we're over the same scene that Bill is, where his location is, and we're flying over the Thrifty building now that they just started to put water on about 2 minutes ago. We're flying at an average of about 700 feet, and from downwind where we are now, we can feel the heat coming in through the windows. This fire is burning out of control.
And this is not South Central. We're talking about all over LA now, where we have these serious fires that are too big to be fought. I think the residents Verna Walton, who's been there so long and shopped at these stores, said it well. She said, I knew something bad would happen, but I never knew it would be near me.
And it is widespread. It is near an awful lot of people. We've had reports of violence in Westwood, throughout South Central. We've had it downtown.
This is the Crenshaw district we're looking at right now.
And we had Venice earlier. We heard that young woman say she came home and people had broken into her home. She and her roommate were there. They were roughed up a little bit. People took some things out of there. The two young women called police. Police, of course, they're stretched to the limit. They couldn't come out and respond. And when police didn't, those people came back and victimized them again. Luckily, those two young women are okay. But they're very lucky. Manpower, woman power, people power, fire services and the police department, all kinds of emergency services, medical services stretched to beyond the limit. It is literally a war zone in parts of South Central Los Angeles. It looks, scenes, we mentioned this once or twice, reminiscent of the burning of Baghdad when the bombs fell there. Look at all of these fires, dozens and dozens of fires. This a live shot on the ground, trying to see where this is exactly. Yes, we're back there near Dorsey High School at Rodeo Road, and what's the other cross street?
La Brea.
La Brea.
Now we just have a new confirmation on a second confirmed death tonight from Daniel Freeman Hospital. As a result of rioting, a second death has been confirmed. The second victim died.
Right out. I mean, they'll pick up their stuff, put it in their car, and go. And this is happening just at this moment while we're watching this. Now, we also are watching as we've got some foot traffic. I think Dave can pick that up. You'll see that guy right in the center of your screen running across, running right into the store, getting what he's after, and then coming out.
Well, you know, John North said it very well a few minutes ago, Ron. He said that these people, and I assume if they live in, they're really helping destroy their own neighborhood.
That's true, Paul.
Economically, spiritually, morally, in every way. That's what they're doing.
It's really sad, isn't it, Paul?
And you know, you stop and think, this sort of thing, this looting business happens anytime that there's a perceived breakdown in law and order, or the perception that there's so much going on that the police won't be able to get and touch you. It happens during major earthquakes. It happens...
Let me show you what the police are doing about this. They are in full force here in downtown Los Angeles. There are groups of them. They travel in a gang themselves, and they pull up to these storefronts where the alarms are going off, and they arrest people. People are running down the streets with all the merchandise, and the cops jump off their bikes, out of their cars, and they grab them. I would say in about the 15 minutes that we spent with the officers, they nabbed about 15 or 20 people. You can see here a group of them on the ground. The police are working fast and furious, and when we left them, what they said was, our cars are full. We're going to the jail bus to drop all these people off, and we'll be back. I'd say there are about 24 officers who are patrolling the Broadway area downtown. It really is amazing how it seems as though nearly every store has been affected. Even if people aren't looting, they bust out the front window and they go on. At one point, we were shooting some looters, grabbing the merchandise. Our photographer in the back seat had the door open. They threw something in at us and we dashed off. So it isn't a real safe situation down here, but it seems calmer except for small groups of looters. And as we've said, the police seem to be getting them off the streets right away. So that's the situation now from downtown Los Angeles. Back to you in the studio.
Michelle, what city blocks are you talking about?
I am at Temple and Main. Let me look around and see what buildings. I think we're fairly close to Parker Center here, and right around the corner from City Hall.
I see. A lot of small businesses you were talking about now.
But you're talking about looters. What about the protesters? Are these one and the same at this point, would you say? The protesters are now doing the looting, or do we have two separate groups of people here?
Well, after the Parker Center protests broke up, it seemed as though there were groups of these people who decided that they were going to continue the violence. And I'm just guessing now, but I think that those are the people who broke off into groups, and they seem...
Unified school districts, schools, Adams on the north in that area there, bounded by Adams on the north, Central and La Cienega and Imperial Highway, will also be closed tomorrow, at least tomorrow. Governor Wilson is expected to send in perhaps 2,000 or more National Guard troops in the next several hours. Mayor Bradley said a while ago that he would expect to put in a curfew into effect tomorrow night. He didn't give us a clue as to what time it will be, but a curfew in some part of Los Angeles at any rate tomorrow night, and take it then night by night. Place the National Guard on alert status, and that according to a spokesman for the Sheriff's Department. Right now, as we understand it, the mayor's office, the governor's office working out the logistics and the paperwork of getting the National Guard to come in to take over and at least help out in parts of south central Los Angeles as parts of the city react to the verdict in Simi Valley today, the acquittal basically of the 4 men accused of beating motorist Rodney King, 4 white men accused of beating the black motorist in Lakeview Terrace, March 3rd, 1991. 2 people known dead, one of them from gunshot wounds and trauma tonight. The other reportedly fell out of a car. Not too clear as to the details of that, but those 2 people are dead. Several other people are undergoing surgery right now, including that man that we all watched being beaten, lying in a pool of blood next to his semi-trailer truck at Florence and Normandy. He was beaten and then mugged, finally managed to stumble to his feet, got back in the big rig, drove it out of that intersection, and he, at the last report, was in surgery in very critical condition.
And we have reports of 2 others in surgery as well. Tony Valdez has been out there. We've talked with him a few times by phone. He is now at the command post in South Central. Hi, Tony. Good to see your face.
Hi, Patty. Well, it's good to be here. We've had some close calls, as everybody has had out here. Let's show you some videotape shot by our cameraman Lionel Coleman. Give you a sense of what it has been like out here this evening. There's virtually no street that you can travel, any main thoroughfare through the south central, southwest Los Angeles area, where you don't see a fire of some sort going. It seems as though there are fires all over this place. The fires inevitably or invariably are the aftermath of looting. The looting is far more widespread than the fires themselves. What seems to be happening is that small group of people pick a target, they break their way in, and then start to loot. And there are a lot of opportunists out here. I don't know how to characterize them from a criminal standpoint. They don't seem to be willing to break into buildings, but they certainly seem to be willing to rush in there and grab whatever they can, throw it into their car, and move on. I can't begin to tell you how many stores we have seen being looted in exactly the same manner. There is one up in the Crenshaw Baldwin Hills Plaza area that we saw being looted. And once the building has been looted of everything valuable in there, then someone seems to move in with some gasoline and some matches, and poof, you've got a fire. This is the exact same scenario that we saw in Watts, and I hate to keep coming back to that, but that is the very obvious comparison as we try and get through this night. We understand that the National Guard is moving in, and that ultimately is probably what is going to put this down if the community itself does not bring some control to itself. Thinking back on August of 1965, it was pretty much a situation where law enforcement had its hands full and was really unable to cope with things, particularly during the nighttime hours, until the National Guard moved in. And that seemed to have been the difference. That's what got people to finally stop. It was just a sheer show of invincible force. And that's basically what we are dealing with now. The sound that you can hear in the background, the sound of sirens, is a sound that you can hear throughout this area. We have heard it ever since about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Sirens just crisscrossing this whole part of the city. Carol Lynn just came up to me a couple moments ago to tell me that Chief Darrell Gates is here, and knowing his method of operation, you can be sure that sometime before this day is over with, and probably, you know what I mean, he is probably going to come out here and talk to us at some point. And of course, we will be standing by waiting for that. That's the situation as it stands here at the command post and in general in South Central Los Angeles. We will tell you that the kind of violence that we saw at Florence and Normandy earlier today seems to have disappeared. There are not the roving mobs of people wantonly, randomly attacking people driving in their vehicles across the streets. The focus of it now seems to be looting and then setting fire. That's the situation from the command post. At this point, we'll throw it back to you, Chris and Patty.
Okay, Tony, we'll take it back and we'll come back to you as the situation warrants. Some numbers: 31 fires have been reported so far tonight, is the latest count, and firefighters have responded to 100 other emergency calls, ranging from shootings to looting. As we said earlier, they're not fighting fires tonight, they're saving lives in other ways because they're maxed out, as we've said over and over.
Once again, struck by that video that Tony just showed us, and that was on the ground. The earlier video he showed us of the big fires was from the helicopter. And I was struck by people driving by big fires as if there were not a fire right next to their car. Just driving down the street as if everything was normal. And it's not normal in our city tonight. Our community has been ruptured by what's going on, and it's not normal, and maybe that's why they're driving that way.
It looked almost like cruising, didn't it? Just casually driving around. They were all driving rather slowly.
We're waiting word from Governor Wilson's office in Sacramento, where he is expected to perhaps have a news conference. That was the word we had earlier. It's supposed to have been about 10 or 11 minutes ago. Obviously, when that happens, if indeed it does, we will take you to Sacramento to Pete Wilson's office. He has agreed to declare a state of emergency, thereby sending in some National Guard troops, 2,000 or more of them. The question is when they will arrive, what they will do, where they will go. And it's interesting, as Tony pointed out, in 1965, and those comparisons cannot help but be made at this point between 1965 in August and tonight in April. The guard was what put it down. It was what put the capper on it.
The numbers of people. This is earlier downtown tape, I believe Dave Bryan brought us earlier.
Here's why a state of emergency has been declared.
They are literally going to turn this police car upside down and let it burn, seemingly oblivious to the fact that it's burning now and that indeed the gasoline tank could become involved and this thing could explode.
Dave Bryan was telling us earlier there was also ammunition inside this car that was cooking off. And at times, officers and reporters thought they were being shot at. Turns out that it was the ammunition in that car that was blowing up. But they didn't seem to care about the fact that they could have gotten burned, or the gas tank could have blown up, or the ammunition could have shot them. They also set another car, a Jaguar, on fire down here at this in the Civic Center area downtown.
After they beat and clubbed out the windows and did as much damage as they could to it, and they set it on fire. Police, of course, using armored vehicles in these areas and military-style combat gear as they patrol.
Earlier tonight, while this was going on, there were thousands of people gathered at the First AME Church in South Central Los Angeles, singing, praying, pleading for calm in the community. It may have helped a little bit because things do seem to be calmer now as we approach midnight, but a couple of 3 hours ago, they were far from calm in the city.
And the awful irony to the end of that story is that they came out of the service and less than a block away, it was burning. We have word now that that firefighter who was shot in the face is in stable condition. So that's good to hear that he is stable. 31 fires, as we said, have burned tonight. 100 other emergencies. Firefighters are not fighting the fires. They're helping people in other rescue situations. It's not a good night.
We cannot help but repeat as we watch once again LA City firefighters pour water, perhaps futilely, on a raging fire in South Central. Remember some of the comments of people who have been on Fox 11 during this day and night. Mayor Bradley saying now is the time to be close, do not give up hope. Be closer now, come together more closely than we have ever done before. An LAPD cop said on Fox 11 today, it's okay to be angry about that verdict. An African-American minister said, let us not use our anger against ourselves. A black attorney said, let's work for change within the system. The main message of everybody was stay calm, chill out, cool it, whatever phrase you want to use, however you want to apply it, that is the watchword for our community as we watch parts of our community burn.
In fact, I think those were the very words that Police Chief Gates used. I think he said, let's cool it.
Outside of police headquarters downtown, just a couple of hours after 4 white Los Angeles police officers were acquitted of using excessive force in the beating of unarmed motorist Rodney King. Hospital officials say 2 people have been killed in the riot. One died from a gunshot wound. The other victim was a black man who was pulled from his car and beaten as he drove through the rioting. Fire officials say 1 firefighter was taken to the hospital after being shot. We do not know how serious his injury is. Fire officials say they are waiting for police escorts before they go into some areas to fight fires, and that some of the fires will have to go unattended. Authorities say they have received reports of 120 structure fires within the past 4 hours. Most of the buildings going up in flames are reportedly businesses and not private homes. Mayor Tom Bradley has declared a local state of emergency. He's asked Governor Pete Wilson to declare a state of emergency and to send in the National Guard. Wilson has not yet made the declaration, but he has agreed to send in the National Guard. We do not know when the troops will arrive. President Bush has called for calm in the area. Mayor Bradley just moments ago also made a plea for peace.
Following the verdict in the case of the 4 officers who were engaged in the beating of Rodney King a year ago, a number of acts of vandalism, shootings, with some people pulled out of their automobiles and assaulted. That matter was brought under control. We now have sporadic fires throughout the city. At the last report, there were about 50 fires, and they were so scattered that the fire personnel were not able to get to 35 of these fires. That has caused us to seek assistance from the County of Los Angeles, from surrounding cities, and we're very pleased with that spirit of cooperation. They've offered us not only sheriffs, police officers, Highway Patrol has now been assigned to assist, and the National Guard has been placed on alert. We believe that the situation is now simmering down, pretty much under control, and the governor has assisted us with a declaration of emergency so that in the event further assistance is needed, it will be able to respond very quickly. We're encouraging everyone to cooperate, stay off the streets. It's anticipated that a curfew will be put into effect tomorrow night. I think that the law enforcement people, fire personnel, the National Guard, Sheriff's Department, and all of the others who are joining in a coordinated effort are going to be able to keep this situation under control.
For the latest on the scene there now, let's go to CNN's Dan Blackburn standing by. Dan.
Just a few moments ago, we understand that officials expanded the state of emergency here to include the entire county of Los Angeles. However, we should be careful to point out that the trouble spots remain fairly isolated. The largest single areas in south central Los Angeles where the greatest number of fires, looting, and other damage has taken place. There have been incidents as well in Westwood and, of course, downtown around City Hall and Parker Center, which is the police headquarters where full-scale rioting did break out for a while until police were able to restore order. In south central Los Angeles, despite what the mayor said, it does not appear that the police have completely restored order in that area yet. Fires continue to burn. In some cases, quite a few of them, firefighters still remain unable to get to those fires, and it is, in many cases, simply a decision made to let them burn themselves out. They will, when they can, try to keep the fires from spreading, but it's very, very dangerous work for these firefighters. We have ourselves seen evidence of gunshots fired at the firefighters, bullet holes in fire engines. We know of at least one firefighter who was shot, not too seriously, we understand, but nonetheless shot. So the situation in south central Los Angeles remains one that's very much hit or miss. In areas where the police have been able to move in force, where they've moved in large numbers and taken up basically defensive positions, they have been able to maintain a level of control, but a level that's not without being broken. We did, for example, see someone in a car simply charge a line of police officers at a high rate of speed. They scattered, he drove through, drove right past us, raced on down the street, scattered some more police officers, barreled around a corner and took off again. So that sort of thing has continued throughout the evening. making any activity down there hazardous, and the degree to which authorities have been able to restore and maintain control remains iffy at best and may well stay that way through much of the night.
Pedestrians walking together and in no great hurry. They seem to be all right, unless they're running, which means they've been near or involved in some sort of looting. It appears to me to be fairly quiet on the streets down below.
David, are you on your way to 114th and Central now, though, where we had the reports of police officers under fire?
We already passed over that area.
Saw nothing?
It could very well be that they were under fire. There was a small gas station that was on fire at that location, and there were some firefighters there. I didn't see police officers there.
Okay.
I did see firefighters, and I couldn't tell about gunfire.
All right, Tony Ginyard has moved away from the vicinity of Harvard and the First AM and East Church. And where are you now, Tony?
I'm at the LAPD command post set up at 54th and Arlington. From what I've been told, it was set up sometime before 5 o'clock this afternoon. And ever since that point, we have had the LAPD vehicles, paramedics units, and also of fire trucks coming in and out of here, lights on, sirens blaring. Let me show you some videotape. Right now, what they are doing is making sure every time they send out a fire truck, they send out police officers so that they can secure the area so the firefighters can go in there and make sure they put out the fire. The rule tonight is get in there quick, get the fire out, and let's get out of there. There are still reports of people throwing bottles and rocks at many of these vehicles coming in, these emergency vehicles coming in. They're using this makeshift command post here at 54th and Arlington. It's the RTD Division 5 building, and this is also where they're gassing up all of the buses in case they need to use those to haul away a lot of people after arrest. Right now, we do not see anyone being arrested from this point. They at least are not bringing them back here, but one RTD police officer told me he doesn't know where they're going. Everything's happening so fast, just in, out. They're just doing as they've been told, trying to get a handle on this situation. Now, back live, you see it's pretty empty out here right now. Just about 2 minutes ago, we saw a big convoy leave again. Lights on, going to some unknown destination. The only place we've been told that they were heading to tonight was Crenshaw Plaza. We've got no reports from there as of yet, and they aren't telling us much from this point.
With so great variety of buildings, and this is indicative, I think, of some of the extent of the looting and the destruction that's been taking place within the past 5 hours.
And tragically, history tells us that when these shops and stores get burned down, they do not get built right back up again. So if it's your neighborhood thrifty or your neighborhood donut store that's being burned down tonight, you're going to be without for a long time. Historically speaking, that's what has happened, and that's a tragedy right there.
That's right.
People destroying, basically, literally destroying their own communities.
Their
Henry,
own neighborhoods.
We are waiting as we speak to you for Governor Pete Wilson to come online, and that could happen at any second. So if we have to go away from you abruptly, that's why.
There I see Governor Wilson right now walking up to a podium. I think we can go to Governor Wilson live. He's going to be talking about the National Guard and the state of emergency, I believe.
I'm advised that there is someone from the Secretary of State's office on the way over to accept this proclamation of a state of emergency for Los Angeles City and Los Angeles County. This is in response to a request by Mayor Bradley and by the Board of Supervisors. Earlier this evening, I have been in touch with local officials, Sheriff Block, Chief Gates, state officials, the Director of the Office of Emergency Services, General Thrasher of the National Guard, Commissioner Hannigan of the CHP, and with Mayor Bradley twice. As you are aware, there are fires being set, deliberate arson, a great deal of looting. There have been a number of people injured. The area in question is south central Los Angeles. As a result of the discussions that we have had, there will be as many as 750 California Highway Patrolmen made available. Their chief purpose is to try to seal off the area trying to keep people, motorists, from entering the area. They will also be able to, by their containment of it, assist the law enforcement personnel from LAPD and from the Sheriff's Office in seeking to contain the area and ultimately to shrink it down. The problem with the fires obviously has been that in order to fight the fires, the firefighting crews have required protection themselves. We have had a couple of firemen shot this evening that we know about. Having said that, additionally, we have made available some 2,000 National Guardsmen. They are on standby, prepared to move. Transport has been arranged so that additional Guardsmen and CHP can be moved from Northern California, though most of the CHP will be from 4 Southern divisions. In short, we have sought to provide the local authorities with the reinforcements necessary for them to contain this rioting and looting. I join with Mayor Bradley and the leaders in particular of the black community who have urged the people of Los Angeles to remain calm. Clearly the rioters are ignoring that. The bitter irony, of course, is that the injury that is being done to South Central Los Angeles will be hurtful to the residents of that area. It is our hope that people will not be injured by the actions of what are apparently a comparative few. The number on the streets is not great, notwithstanding the number of fires, for the deliberate arson activity and the looting. Most of the residents seem to have remained in their homes, and we hope that they will do so and out of harm's way until law enforcement has been able to impose peace and quiet on the area and restore it to law and order. Mayor Bradley has indicated that he either will impose a curfew or has by this time done so. I think his appeal is well taken. I hope that it is heeded. There is no good that is being done by the actions of what are comparatively few. Vandalism and looting will not assist any. They will not assist Mr. King. And there is certainly every reason for those who have made such appeals to be heeded. It would be my guess, based on what preliminary information I have, that this case will be pursued. This evening there has been a statement by the U.S. Attorney, Lourdes Baird, that the investigation that was suspended in order to allow local law enforcement and local prosecutors, the district attorney, to go forward, will be resumed. The federal offenses are different. They would be conducted, as I understand it, in pursuance to an investigation to determine whether or not there has been a denial of civil rights. And that is about as much as I can tell you at this point, except to say that there is going to be every effort made to protect people who need protection. The violation of law clearly is not going to assist anyone. It simply makes a problem much worse, and it is our purpose here at the state government level to provide all the assistance to Mayor Bradley and to the county to restore law and order and to minimize the danger to the residents of the area. This is a matter that needs to be settled in the courts and not in the streets.
Are you able to reconcile what you saw on the meeting of Rodney King with the verdict?
No, I did not follow the case in detail, but I was surprised by the verdict.
Who will control the National Guardsmen once they, if they do hit the streets in LA? Is that local law enforcement, or do they remain under state control?
They are under operational control of the sheriff, but the understanding is that their purpose is to provide a guard function.
Will they move in, Governor? Or has there been place in the early stages, no police officers and law enforcement moved in to, well, services of the people that measure in?
Now, law enforcement will continue to perform law enforcement functions. In other words, it will be the LAPD and the sheriff's officers, along with California Highway Patrol. The function of the guard, at least at this stage, will be to perform a guard function.
What does that mean?
It means that they're not going to be performing law enforcement per se, that they will be security for an area that has been subjected to looting. They will be as opposed to performing an active law enforcement function.
Do they have any specific orders in terms of the amount of force that they're authorized to use?
The guard, I think, will not be in a situation where, in fact, they will be required to employ much in the way of force. I think they will simply secure areas that have been secured and see to it that there is not additional law breaking there, but the primary law enforcement responsibility will be with regular police agencies.
Will they be?
Think that it would be necessary if their function is purely guard.
Will the guard be deployed from Northern California as well as from Southern California? Where are they?
Depends on the requests. We have set up transportation to move them from Northern California if that is required, as well as California Highway Patrol officers.
Will they operate out of Los Alamitos? They have a major southern headquarters there.
The CHP?
No, the Guard.
That armory will be used primarily for the California Highway Patrol officers who are going to be brought in from outside.
Is this an
I think that's unlikely from what I have heard tonight, but it is an open-ended request in the sense that the proclamation of the state of emergency authorizes what help is required, but the request that we had from Mayor Bradley earlier was for 2,000, and the
conference of obviously troubled, ashen, and quite shaken Governor Pete Wilson, who tells us that there is a state of emergency for Los Angeles City, Los Angeles County, and that he is in close touch with the director of the Office of Emergency Services with the National Guard, 2,000 of which he said will be deployed from different parts of the state. CHP, he says, will be utilized from 4 Southern California districts as well as from outside. He is in touch with the mayor, whom he says is very likely to put a curfew on the South Central District by tomorrow. With the LAPD and police districts from different parts of the different cities in the surrounding areas, and of course with the various county sheriffs, all he says will cooperate with firefighting, getting out these fires, containing the looting, the beating, and the civil disobedience. And he also did tell us that he is told that 2 firemen have been shot tonight. We did know about 1. He says 2 firemen have been shot.
And all that against a backdrop of a live shot from the helicopter of another huge building going up in flames in downtown Los Angeles. We lost count hours ago, dozens and dozens so far. The verdicts today, the not guilty verdicts in the Rodney King beating case, led tonight to a night of violence, looting, beatings, dozens of fires, as we said, attacks on firefighters and police officers. This has been the worst night of violence in Los Angeles since the 1965 Watts riots. Patrick Healy is in downtown Los Angeles now, and he has an update for us. Patrick.
John, actually, we're south of downtown at 54th and Arlington, which is the command center dispatch area. It is an area that has emergency lighting, but the rest of the neighborhood here is in blackout. There has been a power outage for most of the evening. It is an area, too, that is close enough to one of the structure fires that is burning that we still see ash in the air here coming from that fire. And once again, there's another strike team that is going out, as they have all evening, to respond to a fire. A series of engines and fire company trucks, and accompanying them will be a rescue ambulance and also LAPD units, police accompanying the fire to all of the calls they're going to this evening. Just a few minutes ago, an LA Fire Rescue ambulance returned here, and the whole windows in the side of the ambulance had been shattered. We don't know what the source of that was, whether it was an object or firing, but obviously there had been some attack on the rescue ambulance as it returned back here to the command dispatch center. Other facts coming to us this evening. LAPD Chief Daryl Gates arrived here shortly before midnight. We have not seen him emerge from the command center. He's not come out to speak to us, but we hope to do so as soon as that becomes possible. Sergeant George Haynes, who was a Metro Division officer, we talked to him, and he said he had been out on 6 calls so far this evening, most of them in support of the fire department, except for the first call, which was to suppress and secure an area. And Haynes said during that initial call there were some shots fired at the Metro officers, though none of them were hurt. We also spoke with Greg Williams, who was an actor and was at the gymnasium this evening, and Williams said that he was returning from the gymnasium. He heard the reports on the radio about what was going on, and he went to the corner of Florence and Normandy to see if he could be of any help. Very interesting conversation. Let's listen now to what Williams described happened earlier this evening.
Bricks and rocks, bottles were being thrown at cars that were passing, of course, cars with Hispanics, Asians, and Caucasians in them. And I was there, and a man came through the intersection in a Bronco 2, and several bricks hit his window simultaneously. His front window shattered. His vehicle stopped. Many people busted his side windows. 2 men climbed in and began beating him in the face with beer bottles. I was able to get through the crowd that had surrounded, was kicking his truck and hitting a man, and I was able to get through and pull him out of the truck, and I pulled him across the street, and some things were thrown at us, and then he regained consciousness once he got across the street. And I just told him, let's just walk. And we just began walking, and we were taunted as we walked. And occasionally I would try to bring him up in a driveway for refuge. People said, don't bring him up in here, don't bring him in my yard. He was an Asian man. Finally, I got him about 3 blocks away, and I laid him in the grass and was applying pressure to his wounds. He was cut very badly in the face.
Why did you go into that area where there were troubles twice this evening?
You know, I was coming from the gym. I heard on the radio that some innocent people were being beaten. I understand the anger. I was angry, but, you know, innocent people. And so I went thinking that maybe I could help someone. Maybe I could, you know, stop someone from throwing a brick, or maybe I could, you know, help someone. And I was able to help, you know, this guy, and that was why I went. And
Greg Williams returned, in fact, to the area and found some of the personal possessions of 2 of the people who had been beaten, and he's now trying to locate them with the hospitals they're in so he can return their belongings to them. That's the latest from the Command Dispatch Center. Back to you.
All right, thanks very much for that, Patrick. And I tell you, there is no way that you can avoid now likening this or comparing this to the Watts riot of 1965. We're going to go to Fernell Chapman now, who has moved his position. He's in the Crenshaw district. What's going on there, Fernell?
Lots of flames, as you can see to my right here. I am in the Crenshaw district, and where I am specifically is at the corner of La Brea and Rodeo. What is a fire behind me here is a Track Auto dealership, and I would suspect there's a great deal of rubber inside, because this fire, we are told, has been burning now for at least an hour, and it seems to not to have lost much of its intensity whatsoever. What's afire here is a Track Auto supply store and a thrifty drugstore. 2 businesses, lots of jobs just going up in flames here in the Crenshaw district. We can get our camera to pan over just across the street, diagonally across. This fire is just about over now. That fire engulfed and has destroyed a warehouse record store. Again, more jobs lost here in the Crenshaw district. I can also tell you from our vantage point where I am now at the corner of La Brea and Rodeo There is a line of apartment buildings here. And about a block to a block and a half away from us, there was still a third fire. Residents here are standing out, just gazing in amazement here. It's real curious just to drive through South Central Los Angeles now, and that's something we certainly do not advise. But in our trip from one location to another, some areas you go through, it's simply dead. There's absolutely no one whatsoever on the street. You get into other areas, there are lots of people on the streets. Some streets are even barricaded. Still other areas, lots of fire, particularly in commercial areas like the one I'm in now, the Track Auto Store and the Thrifty Drugstore. Again, firefighters really have their hands full tonight. The National Guard, as we heard from Governor Wilson, has been deployed or will be shortly. Firefighters here can use all the help they can get. Firemen have been under great duress here. A major tactical alert has been in effect since about 8 o'clock this evening, and at this point, firefighters tell us they are still getting gunshots. They are still working under great duress. So once again, here in the Crenshaw area, major problems, major fire. This fire at the corner of La Brea and Rodeo remains out of control. Live from the Crenshaw District, I'm Fernell Chapman.
All right, Fernell, it's a very surreal picture that you're showing us, and you know it always comes down to the people, and one of the things that you showed us in your picture, Fernell, is people, residents standing outside in their doorways, kids, obviously terrified, not knowing what the heck to do. Have you talked to any of the people, Fernell? Have you assessed the mood of the people out there?
It's a very mixed mood out here. Some people are simply afraid to even come outside. As I indicated, some areas, some neighborhoods are simply dead. Nobody visible, no one on the streets at all. In other areas like this, a major spectacle. People are outside, people are watching. In still other areas, as I mentioned, looting. The looting still continues in some commercial areas, especially here in the Crenshaw District.
Are the people...
And try to look at the larger whole. And again, in the law enforcement arena, I believe it's so very important for the average white resident of this city to not stereotype all of us and to understand that what's happening tonight is being and will be deplored by the large majority of African Americans. We know this is not the right way of solving our problems, and now is the time for people not to use this as a defense to say, well, let's get back to business as usual. And it's all right for the police to continue to brutalize people and misuse the basic civil rights and civil liberties of people who are innocent of all of this business.
Well, this is a directive just signed by the mayor at about 12:15 this morning. We're distributing it as soon as possible, and clearly the mayor will have an update for people in the morning.
And it certainly imposes more work on the Los Angeles Police Department. They have so much to do as it is in areas of looting and firebombing. I'm just wondering whether or not you're going to have enough force to go around, and whether or not you've thought of using some of the National Guard that would be deployed here to enforce the curfew.
Well, clearly those discussions are ongoing. The mayor participated in a conference call with the governor earlier this evening and some law enforcement officials, and those are the issues that will be discussed. But nonetheless, the mayor felt it was important to announce the curfew right now, to give the full preparation between now and for the next 24 hours so everyone knows that it exists. And certainly the enforcement, we're going to use every resource that we can.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bill, for joining us to give us that information. The pictures you were looking at there were on La Brea and Rodeo Drive, Rodeo Road, I think it is.
Frank?
Tony, actually, we are in the Mid-Wilshire area because it's safe to stand here live with the light on. We just came from the Crenshaw district, went down Crenshaw Boulevard, and we have some pictures now, ground-level pictures for you. Look at this incredible scene on Crenshaw Boulevard. This is a gas station on fire on Crenshaw Boulevard right at Jefferson. This was one of the many frightening scenes that we saw. We were hoping that those gas tanks there wouldn't blow. There were no firefighters to be seen, and we did our civic duty and had someone call the fire department, and we hope by now that firefighters are responding to that scene. But that was just one of the frightening scenes right there
on Crenshaw Boulevard at Jefferson. You can see that the structure, at least, is fully involved. As we go down Crenshaw Boulevard, this is a furniture store. You can see the door there is just pried right off, and people just walking right out of the door with goods. We don't know if those are employees of the store trying to save their goods, or if those are in fact looters who are just so matter of fact about it. They see our cameras and don't do anything about it. They just keep going about their business. We went further down that road, and were able to see the historic supermarket. There's a Thrifty, and right next to it there is a boys market, and that's a Thrifty store that so many of us go to on a daily basis. Look at it. People are just going in. It's and the bells are ringing in these scenes. The alarm bells are sounding, but people just go in and take what they want and come right back out. And it's almost a party-like atmosphere. When we were pulling up to the side, people are laughing and screaming and running inside and just taking what they want. There's obviously no security to be found. The police are stretched so thin in that area that you'll see them screaming up the road with their sirens blaring. They see people, you know, doing this kind of thing, but they've got other calls that they're responding to, so they can't really respond to that. So that was the scene on Crenshaw Boulevard. It was like a scene out of a science fiction movie or a terrible war movie, but that's what we saw on the ground. I'm Frank Buckley reporting live. Jerry Tawney, back to you.
Kind of a help-yourself state of mind going on there, if what we're able to determine.
And David Jackson still up in Air 9 and looking at the fire scene, and it appears to be expanding its horizons. Unfortunately, David, where are you now?
Well, it very much is, Tawny and Jerry. We're over Wilmington Boulevard and Alondra Boulevard in Compton, on the border of Compton and Carson. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 great big fires that are within my view right here. This, again, the border of Compton and Carson. We are almost all the way down to the 405 freeway here. So we are outside the city limits of Los Angeles by a good degree. Outside the area they were talking about having a curfew in, and we're seeing several fires being set as we speak right now in the Compton-Carson area.
The ignition system for all of this happened in the courtroom in Simi Valley earlier today.
That's right, Jerry. And I'm just looking below me to see if there's any firefighting equipment or any kind of police activity here in Compton, and I don't see much. There was one truck working this fire here.
Okay, David, we need to pull this away from you. Chief Gates is speaking at the moment live. Right. Chief Darrell Gates. What about the National Guard?
The National Guard will be in their armories at the ready. We ordered up about 2,000 of them. And if we need them, pardon me?
Will you just do regular law enforcement or just patrol or what?
Well, so far we think we can handle it with just regular law enforcement. That's what we're going to attempt to do. If we find that we can't do it, then we'll, of course, bring in the National Guard.
How would you assess how the situation is being controlled right now? The officers seem to be coming in and out efficiently. How would you assess their effectiveness now in controlling the situation?
Well, I think when we get them on the street in a particular sector, they do very well. But the problem is we do not have enough out there. If you've been out, as I have, you find many locations where there are no officers, and that needs to be corrected, and we're trying to do that as quickly as we can. We just brought in 250 highway patrolmen, which will assist us in sealing off the area. As you know, we'll have a curfew in place very shortly, and an end to gun sales, a ban on gun sales, ban on selling of gasoline except into a automobile tank. And as we move forward, I think we'll be able to get this thing under control.
Chief, for the people of Los Angeles who are watching this morning, what is your message to them? What should the people of the city do?
Well, I hope the people who are not in this area stay out of this area, and as a matter of fact, they're going to be kept out of this area, and the people within this area, and I think most of them are staying within their homes, and I think they should stay there. And allow us to go out and take care of the hoodlums that are on the street that are looting and burning, and we'll do that as quickly as we possibly can.
Chief, are you surprised at the restraint that's being shown? Apparently, I've heard very little calls of officers using their weapons at all.
I'm not surprised. Our officers are far more disciplined than a lot of people give us credit for. But there has been, as you know, some shooting this evening already. We have a fireman that was seriously injured, and at any rate, we're moving as quickly as we can. We are totally mobilized in the department. That means we are on 12-hour watches, A and B watches. And slowly but surely we will bring this under control.
Are you targeting specific areas, Chief, at this point to be secured first?
Oh yes, we have a whole we have a plot plan of the entire South Central Los Angeles area that we will that is marked for coverage.
Do you have a timetable how long this could take?
Well, my hope is that within the next several hours we will have enough people out there to slowly bring this under control.
How are your officers handling this situation with sort of an onslaught after the Rodney King verdict? How are they personally dealing with all of this?
Well, I don't think any of them are thinking about the Rodney King trial. They're thinking about what's happening on the street right now and how they individually and as a group can deal with that problem on the street.
Chief, are you concerned with the way the violence has spread, not just from South Central Los Angeles? We've had reports as far as Venice, some up in downtown Los Angeles, as far down as Long Beach.
How widespread is it?
Well, the downtown area, that came about because we moved them out of Parker Center, and then they moved in the downtown area and up into the Civic Center area. We think that's pretty much under control now. Most of it in the South Central portion of Los Angeles, and that's pretty widespread. If you look at the fires and the looting, it's pretty widespread.
What about your
You're talking about people in the Westwood area. You're talking about various areas around and outside of South Central. Are the freeways literally helping to spread the violence, unfortunately?
Well, they always do. There is great mobility in this city, but once again, I think most of it's concentrated in South Central Los Angeles area. Just sporadic. I've talked to the sheriff. He believes he has his under control very, very well, at least about an hour ago.
Are they going to break any of their people loose once they have the thing up at Pitches Hunter Ranch shut down?
If we need the sheriff, he will be very happy to. But right now, he's concentrating and taking care of his situation. If he has his under control, he'll loan us anything he has.
If and when the National Guard comes down, if and when the National Guard comes in, how will this be coordinated? Will the LAPD basically be centrally coordinating this? Who's in charge once the National Guard does come in?
Well, the National Guard is given missions. We indicate to the National Guard what we want them to do. We simply turn them loose and say, just go do that. They are skilled at guarding an area. And that will be the missions that we will provide them.
Chief, we cruised through several areas and noticed that it took a while for police response to go into certain areas. We saw looting, we saw people being attacked on the streets. Some residents were complaining that the police, if this were Beverly Hills, that they would have responded much sooner.
Well, if it was Beverly Hills, they have more police officers than we do by far per square inch. But we have responded as quickly as we possibly can. It makes no sense to respond with just two police officers in a car. That does not work. So we had to form up into squads, and we've done that as quickly as we possibly could, and then sent those squads out. As we send those squads out, then we are reacting to the situation. But I will agree that it is much too slow. It's maddeningly slow for me. I've been on my people all night and directing them to put more and more people out there. It's one of those things. It just takes a while to get organized. It's a different organization than we ordinarily have. But we are moving as quickly as we can to do that.
Chief, are you able to fight all the fires right now and get fire trucks and escorts there?
$1 million plan, did that come too late?
I'm sorry.
The overtime, cash overtime.
The overtime that you anticipated.
That was a well thought out plan. We will be able to take care of most of the overtime. If we bring this under control, we will be able to pay for most of that overtime, and that means that the rest of the city won't go lacking in police service in the future.
How long do you think it will be necessary, Chief?
I don't have any idea. I think that's dependent upon the people of this community. And hopefully they will go home tonight, get a good night's rest, and decide that this is nonsense and they ought to stop it.
Can you fight all the fires that are out there right now?
I think so. The fire department's doing a good job. They have mutual aid. If they need more, they'll bring more in. The big problem has been to get police protection for the fire rigs, and that took a little while too.
Your reaction, Chief, did you think it was going to be this bad? You talked about overtime. Did you think it was going to be this bad?
Well, I don't think anyone, we anticipated that it might, but I don't think anyone really wanted to believe that it was going to be this bad. And it erupted, I will tell you, it erupted much more quickly than I thought it would.
Chief, you were here and you were literally one of the tactical commanders in Watts in 1965. Then and now, your comparison, is this worse than what you saw that first night?
No, as a matter of fact, first thing I did was go up in a helicopter and take a look at it, and while there are certainly perhaps as many fires burning this time, this early, perhaps more this early, there are not the same number of people on the streets. In 1965, people all over the place and running about, tearing up things, overturning cars. I did not see to that. I saw a lot of that, but not to the same extent that I saw it in 1965.
Are you worried about rolling actions and deciding to move?
Targeted are Korean-owned businesses, and also, have you spoken to Willie Williams yet?
No. I have not spoken to Willie Williams.
I'm concerned about these Korean-owned businesses being targeted. Or do you feel like businesses are being targeted?
Oh, there's no question about it. Every liquor store in this whole area, whether it's Korean-owned or whoever owned it, almost every liquor store has been looted. An awful lot of them have been burned.
Chief, we've been here all night and watched sort of the change in the deployment. Initially, the officers were going out on their own, the fire engines were going out on their own, and now it appears that the police are on the fire engines protecting the firemen. Did you anticipate the need to use your officers for that function as well as the normal function?
Of course. That's exactly what we had to do in 1965. That's part of our plan. What you see now is we've brought in some of our motor officers to ride on the rigs. The motor officers can't use their motorcycles during this kind of a situation, so we put them on the rigs. We'll also put them in buses and use them as in what we call light striking forces if we need those.
Has that depleted your manpower, though, in being able to respond to looters and other violence in the city?
Yeah, in deploying them on the fire department, fire rigs, and deploying them with the fire department, that's one of the reasons we were slow to respond to some of the other situations. We could not allow the fire rigs to go unprotected or the firemen to go unprotected. They simply would not go out without our protection, and we had a lot of fires going. So an awful lot of our initial resources were tied up with the fire department. Now we've got that under control. We've got enough people with the fire department, and we'll begin, as I mentioned before, handling the sectors with our squads.
Are you still hearing reports of looting, Chief?
Yes, and I've been out very recently and saw a lot of looting.
Where? Can you say where? Where were you? Where were you?
Up and down many of the streets in this
Mayor
whole
Bradley
area.
said it was dying down.
Well, I'm hopeful.
Mayor Bradley was also very critical of the jury, and there were some tonight who accused him of being a little inflammatory after the Rodney King verdict. Any reaction there?
Well, I think, as I said earlier, that we all ought to refrain from making statements about that issue. I think we ought to talk about peace, and we ought to talk about civility, and we ought to talk about if we're angry or happy, whatever the emotion is, let's be sensitive to everyone else, and let's get this under control and not comment on that.
Tremendous amount has happened in the last 8 hours. A tremendous amount has happened in this city. Does this at all affect your plans or your thinking in terms of the timing of your retirement?
Well, you know, in my job, I must tell you that having been there for 14 years, sometimes you get a little bored. I'm not bored right now, so no, I think we're moving along in the same direction we're moving in, and I have no change in my plans.
Are arrests being made tonight? Are arrests being made?
I was around Jordan Downs last night, and a lot of gang members were out there, and some of the talk was literally, this time it's not going to be us, we're going to leave here, we're going outside the hood, we're going outside, we're going to carry it elsewhere. Is there any indication that is happening to the San Fernando Valley, to the west side of Los Angeles?
So far, no. So far, it's been very restricted to this area. I shouldn't say totally restricted, but mostly restricted this area. Most of the burning is occurring here, and I think we can get it sealed off as quickly as we possibly can. We won't have that problem.
You've got the Harbor Freeway sealed off, or you know, the exits are basically sealed off. Are you going to prevent people from getting on there in an effort to try to quell traffic in and out?
Well, no, we'll keep the Harbor Freeway flowing. We simply won't let them off, and we will seal an entire area with the use of highway patrol, as we did in 1965. We'll just seal it off.
Chief Gates, are arrests being made tonight? We see a lot of policemen out on the street. We see a lot of firefighters, but are arrests actually being made?
Once again, we're trying to get our people out there, but yes, we will make arrests. Once we get our people out there, get them in place, then we will make arrests, but we want our people in place so they aren't making arrests and coming back here or going to the jail. We want to keep them on the street. They'll make arrests. We'll send people out to pick up the arrestees.
Chief, working shifts that may not be compatible. Are there any exceptions to that, or is this just a blanket rule and everybody has to conform their life to it regardless of their work?
During this period of time, they're going to have to conform their life to the curfew.
What will that curfew be? Do we have the limits on it so far?
It'll be sun up to sundown.
In which areas of the city?
Well, we haven't set out the perimeters yet, but that'll be announced I hope very shortly. In fact, we were setting up the perimeters. They should have those very, very shortly.
7 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the evening until 5, 6 in the morning?
Whatever the sun up to sundown is.
Sundown. Do you think it could actually inflame things if there are curfews in certain areas of the city, but people in other areas, perhaps the west side, can move unaffected? Do you think that might actually create a symbol that would inflame a little?
Well, I think every time you have a situation like this, there are people who are unhappy about it and inconvenienced by it, and we understand that. I think everyone is sensitive to that, and we lift the curfew as quickly as we possibly can. I think also the people who live in the areas that are affected are very thankful that we do have a curfew that will protect them.
Casey Kuhn, who shot King twice with his electric taser gun.
At this time, I thought that the suspect was under the influence of PCP. And why was that? Because in my mind, he had exhibited this Hulk-like strength. PCP is a dangerous drug. It's kind of like a policeman's nightmare. That the individual that's under this is super strong. They have more or less a one-track mind. They exhibit super strength, and they equate it with a monster, is what they equate it with.
Kuhn insisted he did nothing wrong, but admitted
this is a big-time use of force.
And given all of that, in all your years of experience, Sergeant, have you ever seen a worse beating applied by officers of the Los Angeles Police Department?
I've seen uses of forces of considerable violence, but I have not seen anything as violent as this in my 14 and a half years. No, sir.
Officer Lawrence Powell is the one seen doing most of the beating in the videotape.
I was completely in fear for my life, scared to death that if this guy got back up, he was going to take my gun away from me, or there was going to be a shooting, and I was doing everything I could to keep him down on the ground.
Officer Ted Brzezino never hit King, but stomped him once in the back with his foot, saying he wanted the beating to stop.
I thought the whole thing was just out of control.
Well, did you think it was right or wrong or what?
Wrong.
The trial ended with dramatic closing arguments. Prosecutor Terry White yelling at Officer Lawrence Powell, calling him and his attorney liars. A mistrial was asked for, but denied. The jury went over 128 pieces of evidence.
Well, the jurors aren't talking and the defendants are relieved, but elsewhere, the cry for justice in the King case has turned into an angry demand.
Bitterness and hostility took hold in L.A. just hours after the verdict. President Bush appealed for calm and reason, but the young and angry had heard it before from some of those involved in the case and others who wouldn't believe the verdicts.
We believed in this case very strongly. We presented the evidence the best that we could. Obviously, the jurors disagreed. However, that is not the end of the process. We ask that the people in the community, please respect the jury's verdict and respect the system of justice that we have in this country.
But Rodney King's attorney wouldn't hear of it. He said both he and his client were furious, and he had some advice for the people of L.A.
I think it's a good time, folks. If you got a plane ticket, cash it in and get the heck out of Dodge. This is going to be a bad place to live.
Immediately after the Rodney King incident last year, Los Angeles Mayor Tom Bradley made his feelings clear. Bradley, himself a former L.A. cop, condemned the officers and called for the resignation of Police Chief Daryl Gates. When the verdict came in yesterday, Bradley was outraged and directed his anger toward the jury.
The verdict which they rendered today, innocent, acquitted, crime didn't occur, on every count and for every officer was something that in my wildest imaginations I could not have imagined would happen. I don't know where they were. They saw that videotape over and over again. They heard the evidence. They saw the evidence. How they reached that verdict after 6 weeks of testimony and viewing all of the evidence, it was astonishing.
Bradley called for the officers to be fired, saying they don't deserve to wear the badge of the LAPD. Chief Gates, who's retiring, said local citizens should not fear police officers.
I heard some people say this is going to give the officers the feeling they can go out and do anything they want to. That is total, complete nonsense. Police officers are highly trained, they're well trained. They're trained to deal with each situation and use only that force which is reasonable and that force which is necessary. And those words are ingrained in their brains.
Philadelphia Police Chief Willie Williams, who will succeed Chief Gates in Los Angeles this summer, appealed for calm. Williams said regardless of how Los Angeles residents feel, they must accept the judicial process and try to prevent an incident like this from happening again.
But outraged crowds of all races weren't listening. Some gathered outside Parker Center in downtown L.A. and tried to storm police headquarters. They were turned back. Others turned to the streets. And the situation quickly grew from bad to worse. In south central LA, a predominantly black section of the city, property was destroyed, dozens of fires were set, and people were even dragged from their cars and beaten up. Area hospitals were reporting dozens of injuries and at least 2 deaths. The entire police department went on alert, and Mayor Bradley pleaded for calm. He also declared a local state of emergency and asked California's governor to send in the National Guard.
There will be as many as 750 California Highway Patrolmen made available. Their chief purpose is to try to seal off the area. They're trying to keep people, motorists, from entering the area. And additionally, we have made available some 2,000 National Guardsmen.
Here's a look at that shocking videotape again, a scene that many of us will never forget. The man on the ground there was the driver of that big rig truck. Angry people in the streets pulling at least 4 drivers, including that man, from their vehicles, severely beating them. In this video, you see one of those victims lying unconscious in the street. In one instance, a passerby bravely stepped forward to help and quite possibly saved one of the beating victims' lives. And we spoke to that Good Samaritan, but he asked that we conceal his identity, fearing for his own life.
I saw him, again, being beat when he approached the intersection of Normandy and Florence. And I seen exactly what transpired during the whole course of his being beaten. He actually crawled up into the truck and made it 2 blocks down before I actually started helping out. So next thing you know, when he finally got up into the truck and made it 2 blocks, then I was one of the guys who helped him further on into the truck, and we helped drive the truck all the way back here to Daniel Freeman Hospital. I feel bad, again, because you find bad in all races, don't get me wrong, but I just really feel that this man didn't have a chance, and I really don't feel that he was part of that bad scene.
And once again, of course, that's part of what reporters were questioning Chief Gates about. These pictures were on live television, and they were asking him why nobody responded from the police department to help these people. Now, we want to go out to Barbara Schroeder, who has been making a sort of tour of the West Side this evening, as she's now going to
care of business.
In my view, no one can do it better than this department. But in this case, there were so many, so quick, and some of them we just could not get into because of the danger. I think you may have seen in one case where they drug a person out of a vehicle and he was severely beaten. And in those areas, until we had security, we could not put fire units in because they would be subjected to the same.
What was supposed to be a very peaceful protest actually turned very violent. The crowd had grown to about 500 people. They stormed the front glass doors of police headquarters, and as you can see, there was only a handful of officers that were actually facing those rioters. Rocks, plants, anything that the protesters could actually get their hands on, they were trying to throw through those doors. You can actually see some of them did, injuring some of those officers. If you notice, there were also, though, some people that were trying to maintain the order, trying to calm down some of the rioters. But at that point, I think that the protests had actually gotten out of control. And I believe that what you were seeing really set the tone for what was to follow throughout the rest of the evening. The protesters were angry, and at this point, they wanted to express their anger by destroying and burning that portion of Parker Center and eventually much of downtown Los Angeles. And Pat, as I'm sitting here watching this and thinking back to when it was actually happening, we were there live and we were right in the middle of it. The officers came out, we were right in front of them with the protesters behind us, and the protesters pushing us towards the officers and the officers pushing us towards the protesters. So we were sandwiched right in between these people. And you could feel the tension from both sides. You could feel the police officers holding back, not wanting to strike out. You could feel the protesters wanting to strike out, but afraid to start something. So there was a lot of tension there, and something had to happen with all that tension, and it did.
That's right, Mary. I hate to cut you off here, but we're getting word that we have to wrap our conversation. We'd also like to talk about what you can expect to see in the morning. It will not be a nice sight at all.
It will look
Jerry
like
and
a war
Tony,
zone.
thanks, Mary. Back to you.
Very great. Thank you for that, and Pat, too. And we now, on the phone, have Major Bruce Roy of the National Guard. We've got some questions for you.
You're down there in Los Alamitos. What are you doing exactly in terms of preparedness, Major Roy?
Tony, I'm talking to you from the California National Guard headquarters in Sacramento.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Sacramento.
Wrong information here. Thank you.
Correct.
Okay. So, have you received word, and how will you respond to what you've received?
Okay, we listened to the same announcement by the governor that you folks did. We're in a position now where we can identify that at least 2,000 National Guard, Army National Guard troops have been activated to support in the law enforcement effort to secure various areas. Emphasizing that we will be operating in support of those agencies that need assistance in securing areas. Obviously, strength in numbers will help in being able to identify and isolate looters and various other types of civil disturbances that are going up.
On the scene, and will your men be armed, and will they respond with their guns if they're called upon or if they're attacked in any way? How does that work?
Well,
what kind of restraints?
That's a good question, and it's certainly a matter of great concern to everybody involved here. Certainly the troops will be in a position to defend themselves if their life is in danger, but understand that hopefully we will not be placing them in positions where
Coke bottle and tossing it into a store, it starts a fire. So unless you're pumping it into your gas tank in that area, you will not be able to buy gasoline, can't buy ammunition for guns in that area. Crenshaw, Vernon, Century, and Alameda, or the city limits on the east side.
3 people killed in this violence, many more injured, 60, 70. Freeway shut down, schools closed, airport changed landing patterns, all because of all of these blazes.
The Compton Unified School District schools are closed tomorrow. Inglewood closed tomorrow and Friday. They'll reopen on Monday. The LA Unified School District in the trouble area that we just showed you on the map will be closed tomorrow. And the Catholic schools run by the Archdiocese of Los Angeles in that same area will be closed tomorrow as well.
Some dozen children at Windsor Hills Elementary School are being held there. We understand that they're all right, but they're being held there because it's in a danger area, and they want to make sure they get them home safely. We understand the risk.
The gross miscarriage of justice by the jury today against the officers, but tonight the burning, the looting, the destruction is equally as tragic for our city, and it's a very painful sight, and
It makes all of us sick, and it's just very, very sad what has gone on here tonight, Paul Ann.
Well, Linda, you know, they're speaking to what we were talking about. The two women, they're talking about people being out of work. By doing what those people are doing, they're only making it worse economically.
They make
much,
it a lot
much
worse. A lot worse. And,
And
the
people
sadness,
like that are hurt.
The sadness of that one young lady who was crying there has got to be echoed in a lot of places, and even for people who don't live in the district where the fires are going on. It's a very sad thing to see the city burn.
It's all over, you've hurt your own neighborhood, I guess. All right, we've got, I told you a little bit earlier about Ted Koppel managed to talk to one of the jurors, and we have some more insight tonight on why the jury came in with a verdict it did, despite the video. We have it from ABC's Ted Koppel on Nightline, and here is how he presented it tonight.
How could that jury, if they looked at the same videotape beating that we've all seen a dozen times or more on television, how could they look at that and then vote for acquittal? The jury has decided not to talk to the press, but earlier this evening I reached one of the jurors by phone, and on the condition that I give neither the gender nor the identity of that juror, we talked for about 20 minutes. Why did they vote as they did? In a nutshell, they were turned around by the total package of evidence, by the fact that Rodney King had been chased for more than 8 miles, that he totally refused to cooperate with the police. Time and again, the juror told me, King controlled the action. He could have stopped it. When he got out of the car, he could have put his hands in the air. He wouldn't have been touched. The jury looked at the tape over and over. They looked at it in slow motion. They looked at it frame by frame. They watched that tape more than 30 times. A lot of those blows, said the juror, when you saw them in slow motion, were not connecting. They looked at the evidence of the injuries done to King. Those batons are heavy, the juror told me, but when you looked at King's body 3 days after the incident, not that much damage was done. Rodney King's size and strength obviously weighed heavily with the jury. That and the perception that he seemed out of control, that he'd had a lot to drink, that he appeared to be on PCP. At one point, the juror said, King lunged at and connected with Officer Powell. The cops were simply doing what they'd been instructed to do. They were afraid he was going to run or even attack them. He had not been searched, so they didn't know if he had a weapon. He kept going for his pants, so they thought he might be reaching for a gun. That's all a direct quote from the juror. The defense obviously did an effective job with the jury in undermining the video. Unsteady, out of focus, zooming in and out, and it was shot from 170 feet away from a second story. The fact that King wasn't called as a witness seems to have had an effect. Had King been able to talk to us, the juror told me, the video might have been looked at differently. As for the suggestion that racism was involved in the police action, the juror pointed to the presence of 2 other blacks in King's car. They gave themselves up. They weren't beaten. Final words of our conversation, and this is a quote, I have no regrets about the verdict. I'll sleep well tonight.
Well, you were wondering, as we were, what possessed the jury to vote as they did. You just heard what one juror thought. That was ABC's Ted Koppel, who spoke to the juror tonight on the understanding that the juror's name or sex or other information not be divulged.
And you know, a couple of the things that we had been talking about earlier tonight were mentioned by Ted Koppel as coming from this juror. The idea that they were listening to the officer's version of things because they never got a chance to hear from Rodney King himself, and that the officers then, their side of the story, being presented by 4 flesh and blood men, becomes more pertinent, perhaps, than the story of the man who is only an abstraction on a videotape after the time you've watched it 30 times.
That's interesting because we had DA Ira Reiner with us tonight earlier on set, right over there, and we said, did you make the decision not to call Rodney King? He said yes, but it wouldn't have made any difference. Well, maybe according to one juror, it might have.
It might indeed. It might indeed. We understand, Chief Ed Gomez on the beeper line, and Chief Ed Gomez is chief of a division of the California Highway Patrol. Are you there, sir?
Yes, Ann, how are you?
I'm just, well, I was going to say I'm just fine. I may not be actually fine tonight, Chief, but I doubt many Angelinos are.
It's not a good evening for any of us.
It is not. We understand from listening to the governor that 750 California Highway Patrolmen are being made available tonight to help secure the area and to keep motorists from driving into the central area. Has that effort gotten underway already, sir?
That's correct. As we speak, we have approximately 250 California Highway Patrol officers on duty right now assisting the Los Angeles Police Department and the LA County Sheriff's Department. We have en route another 500 CHP officers from around the state that are going to be coming in and serving as a relief watch and also to augment the ones that have already been deployed.
Mr. Gomez, people that might be watching this tonight and thinking, you know, can I get to work tomorrow? I've got to drive the freeway. Should I even try to go to work tomorrow? Maybe you can't answer this question, but what comfort can you give the thousands and hundreds of thousands of people that have to commute to work tomorrow?
Well, I think, first of all, that we are going to be having updates as the night goes on, and stations like yourself are going to be able to provide information that they should listen to. If the people work in the downtown area, I think I would be reluctant to want to go to work tomorrow, given the amount of emergency equipment that will still be in place. We are in the process now of shutting down a lot of the area that is adjacent to the 110, the Harbor Freeway, that is east of the Coliseum area, south of the San Bernardino Freeway, down to about Century. If anybody has business in downtown and the first thing in the morning, I would discourage them trying to get to that area in the morning. We are going to do everything we can to make the highway safe, but given the pictures that they've been able to see tonight, there was a tremendous amount of disruption given the emergency equipment and the activity, and just a law enforcement presence that is going to make what is normally a very difficult commute almost impossible. So they could really help us by either taking other routes or staying home.
You're talking about, we had somebody talking in our ear there, Mr. Gomez. Well, you're talking about the Harbor Freeway from the Santa Monica Freeway to like Century?
Yes, exactly. And we are in the process right now of assisting LAPD trying to block off the south central part. For instance, we're going to be deploying along Vernon, west from the Harbor Freeway to Crenshaw, south to Manchester, and then back to the freeway. There is a large area there that I'm sure a lot of people might want to try to get in and out of, but I would just recommend that people stay home. As Chief Gates has said, and Don Manning, that we are all working very closely together, trying to bring the situation under control just as quickly as we can so that everybody can get back to a fairly normal resumption of their life. But for now, you just need to listen to your program. We're going to have our traffic reports first thing in the morning, and that they will be giving them updates as we get them.
Chief Gomez, we want to point out to our viewers that while we are listening to you live, and Paul and I are live, nothing taped here about our voices, but the pictures that we're looking at were tape recorded earlier this evening, and right at the minute, Copter 7 is getting a new pilot. We're going to make sure we don't have pilots with fatigue up there in the air. Your planning as far as tomorrow goes, as you look ahead with the other law enforcement agencies involved here in Los Angeles, are you expecting to have more trouble tomorrow? Obviously you're not hoping for it, but are you planning to be able to take care of more trouble tomorrow?
Well, I can tell you this, that we feel that given the amount of people that we're bringing in and working closely, developing plans with the other two large agencies, that I think that we're going to be able to have a force that is going to be big enough that will, one, deter people from trying to do something to disrupt normal operations. Two, that if something does occur, I think we'll be able to respond on a coordinated basis, that I think that we'll be able to keep situations from escalating. And we're just hoping that given the amount of force that we're going to be able to have and the ability to respond quickly, that we're going to be able to take care of problems from developing any worse than they did tonight.
Chief, how long have you been on the CHP?
26 years.
We've been asking people in your position, law enforcement people, to sort of speak from your gut right now for me, will you? What are you feeling?
Well, Paul, I'm extremely sad. I'm a native. I grew up in this area. This is my city that I see that's under fire. I think it's unfortunate that people are destroying other people's property, and at the cost to all of us. And I think what is really sad is that there isn't another way to vent their frustrations, that there aren't other avenues of mediation that are not destructive, that are not going to get people hurt. When I see people being drugged out of vehicles and being assaulted, I have to say to myself, you know, are these people as bad as the people that they feel somehow were not dealt with properly? That I just hope everyone will think about what's going on here, and that we live and work here, and look what we're doing to our community.
It's a little baffling, isn't it?
Oh, it's tragic and frustrating. But I also want to say, too, and you pointed out very well, Ann, that we are talking about a small segment of the city, and that for the most part, our citizens are home and law-abiding, and that we'll try to take care of the small contingent as quickly as we can.
All right, Chief Gomez from the Western Division of the CHP, we thank you very much for being with us tonight. And
thank you.
Good luck to you and your troops tomorrow.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, we appreciate you, sir.
Yeah, I've never forgotten once as a reporter covering a block watch program going on in South Central LA. I don't remember what particular neighborhood it was, but it was a meeting between LAPD, representative was there, and a lot of people who had come in from their homes. It was a neighborhood meeting to talk about crime prevention in their neighborhood and what they could do to make their neighborhood safer for them and their families. And I thought to myself then, and it recurs to me every so often, these are the people whose story is not sung very often. The people whose story is sung are the looters and the gangbangers, but the ones who suffer from all of that are real good people who live in those neighborhoods and who suffer much worse than anybody else in Los Angeles when this happens around them.
It's like their song is the sweet music, and what we're seeing and hearing tonight is the real loud, trashy music.
That's it, and that's what we usually hear. That's what we bring out, and it's too bad. It is too bad. We have a tape to play for you, actually, sort of apropos to what we've been talking about here, the counterpoint to what's been happening on the streets tonight, what was going on at the First AME Church in South Central Los Angeles. There are people who held a rally and invited some prominent community leaders.
I was shocked, I was stunned, I had my breath taken away by the verdict that was announced this afternoon.
This is a tense moment, it's a tough moment. It's a moment that we need to recognize that we have certain emotional responses to this, but there is a family that has been directly affected by what happened today.
It's reminiscent of the Watts situation in 1965. I witnessed that. I don't ever want to witness that again. It sets our community back years. It takes years from which we'll never recover.
Well, those were some comments from the AME Church earlier tonight, said by people who are obviously very passionate about this. But we've got to point out people who at that particular time were not aware of the severity of the fires and the looting and the rioting and the violence that was going on while they were saying what they did.
They became aware. The statistics tonight, as we have them, we have 3 people that we know of, at least, who are dead. The first one was shot, a 33-year-old Hispanic man shot in the chest. Later, a black man, about 25, who was killed after he hurt his head falling from a flatbed truck, and we still don't have details on the third death. At least 50 people admitted, we think, to Daniel Freeman Hospital alone, 4 in critical condition tonight. There are some 75 other people who've been treated for wounds, including a firefighter who was shot in the cheek. And LAPD says at least 20 people have been arrested in various situations tonight. Those are some of the statistics. At least 50 fires, according to the mayor.
And we think back to that poor fellow who was pulled out of that truck and beaten so severely and is now fighting for his life in critical condition. Yeah. We have Henry Alfaro now, again from our police command post. Henry, what can you tell us now?
Well, there's a continuing of activity out here, Paul, as throughout the night you have black and whites, you have fire department vehicles, you have paramedic units that constantly come in and out, and then all of a sudden there's a lull, and right now they're off on their way. They're heading out toward different parts of south central Los Angeles. Quite a few of the police cars have been designated exactly to be guardians, you might say, for the fire departments as they go to various parts to put out the fires. Earlier today, or earlier this evening, Police Chief Gates was here at the command post, and he had talked about several points that he has to make here. He said, first of all, that the activity as far as the rioting is concerned, the looting, as well as all of the fires, he says this has spread far faster and in a wider range of an area than he had actually anticipated. He said that no arrests are being made simply because the police department is now providing escort to the various areas where the fires are taking place, escort for the Los Angeles Fire as well as the county fire department. I might add that it's not only the LA City and LA County, but I've seen trucks from various areas, including Burbank and a couple of yellow ones. I don't know where they're from, but I'm sure that they're not from the Los Angeles area. Glendale. The other thing is that he said that the CHP has closed off portions of the freeway, that curfew will be imposed dusk till dawn. He said as far as the National Guard is concerned, they will be confined to armories and then assigned to various areas where they're needed the most. He said that at the Los Angeles Police Department will continue on alert throughout the night and into the morning in order to provide protection for the people that are in their homes that are abiding by the law. He did add, however, that once the fires are out, then the police department will be going in the various areas and they will be arresting looters. Up to now, no arrests have been made. I really, the only accident or the only injury that we know of was that earlier in the night, a city fire department official was shot. The extent of his injuries are really not known. But again, we are at a lull right now. The fire trucks and the black and whites keep popping in and out and going to the various hotspots. So there's still a lot of activity, a lot of looting, a lot of problems still going on throughout parts of the city. This place is vacated quite a bit, but pretty soon we'll be bringing in a new batch of black and whites, and they will continue on alert throughout the night. Reporting live from the corner of 54th and Arlington, I'm Henry Alfaro. Back to you.
Thank you, Henry. You mentioned the National Guard to us. We have on the line now, on our phone beeper line from Sacramento, Mr. Roger Goodrich, who is a public affairs officer of the National Guard. Mr. Goodrich, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good evening or good morning.
Well, it's good morning, and it's not really a good one down here, sir, but we're doing the best we can. How are you?
We're doing the same.
200 National Guardsmen were told on standby. We had Henry Alfaro just tell us they're going to be assigned to armories and then dispersed as they're needed. A couple of things. What are they going to do, and are they going to be armed with real bullets?
Well, first of all, I think the number that the governor announced is 2,000, Paul. And basically, we are at this point moving them to their assembly areas. Some of those are armories, some are not necessarily armories. And they will be preparing to be deployed based on the needs established by local law enforcement there in the area, the LA law enforcement.
What sort of needs are you expecting? The governor seemed to indicate that he pretty much wanted the National Guard to kind of hold down areas that had been already secured by the sheriff's people or the LAPD, but guarding, not going in and trying to settle situations themselves.
That's a proper role for the National Guard. Law enforcement is the purview of sworn peace officers. The National Guard will be in support of them. And at this juncture, I think the way you described it is, at this point, what we know. Obviously, the specific missions and details of that are still being worked out and will be done in coordination with the law enforcement there in the Los Angeles area.
Can you, in your position, sir, answer the question about ammunition? Will they be armed, and will it be real bullets?
At this juncture, we're not addressing that. The basic posture we're taking is that we don't expect to be in situations where that's necessary.
So the answer is a definite maybe?
That you could say that.
What are you looking ahead to tomorrow?
Well, hopefully the whole situation quiets down. From our perspective, that would be the best of all worlds. The role in which we're about to be employed, if we are, is one that is always difficult because it puts the citizen soldier in contact with the citizen.
If you answered this already, tell me. I don't think you did, but do you have any idea how many of the guardsmen will be from this area and how many you're going to bring down from up north?
Well, basically just because of geographic proximity and because there is a large element of the National Guard located right there in the LA basin, we expect most of the soldiers that will be that are being activated to be from the Los Angeles basin or Southern California area. There may be some specific requirements that can be better addressed from units or individuals in the northern part of the state.
Colonel Goodrich, did the National Guard, were you alerted earlier in the week that you might be needed tonight?
The answer to that is no, not specifically. Common sense told us that this was a possibility, but there were no planning sessions, no specific organized, alert or anything like that.
Looking back now with all the wisdom of hindsight, sitting here watching things burn in Los Angeles, it's easy for us to say, gee, maybe there should have been some planning like that. Was that fair, or do you think it's probably unfair?
Well, I'm not sure fair or unfair is the right framework to put it in. We have plans that call, that are on the books that we are using that call for how we would address this kind of a situation. It isn't as if there were no plans at all. I was simply saying, did we put soldiers on alert? Did we do that? And really in anticipation or in advance of the decision, it would seem to be more inflammatory than not to do so.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Well, we had one of the residents that we talked to earlier tonight, Colonel, that was very upset and said, the National Guard should have been in here ready for this kind of thing before it happened. That's obviously coming from the lips of somebody who was very near and seeing their neighborhood up in flames and obviously very emotional and very upset. But that really wouldn't have been possible, would it?
Not only wouldn't it have been possible, but I would, again, repeat what I said before. I think it might have even exacerbated the problem, inflamed the issue without a genuine problem on the ground. First of all, the local aid government and local agencies are the first, if you will, line of defense to deal with these matters. You don't call in the National Guard if you don't have a problem. The National Guard is really there when local law enforcement has reached the point where it needs reinforcements that don't exist within law enforcement.
All right, Colonel.
Sir. Well,
Thank you very much.
We sincerely hope that tomorrow is quiet and peaceful, and we appreciate your joining us on the phone here tonight. Colonel Roger Goodrich, Public Affairs Officer of the National Guard, calling us from Sacramento.
Right. And he's in a tough spot to answer some tough. Let me just run this by you very quickly because of the emergency situation in the verdicts following the Rodney King beating case. The CHP is urging motorists to avoid traveling through the Los Angeles metropolitan area until further notice. In other words, don't drive through there until somebody tells you it's okay to do that. That's pretty important.
It is important.
A lot of you may have to stay home from work tomorrow. The boss will understand. Yeah. Don't do it if you don't have to.
Well, the Harbor Freeway, of course, has been closed since much earlier tonight, and Chief Ed Gomez of CHP was telling us that the whole area of Los Angeles, sort of south of the Santa Monica Freeway and west of the Harbor Freeway and out down to Century, was going to be secured, and they were basically telling everybody in that area, don't think about going to work tomorrow and don't think about leaving tonight, just sit tight, be much safer.
All right.
Linda Moore, standing by. We've been checking with her throughout the evening. She is at Crenshaw area. What's happening tonight, Linda?
Pretty much here, still in the same area, but we're going to talk for a moment with Ahmed. What's your last name?
Al-Wadani.
You're the store manager here at the Shell, and it also has a market. You were inside the market at the time, around 8 o'clock tonight?
Yes, I was in the market at that time.
What happened today? All of a sudden, it just got stormed.
Yeah, it got stormed inside the store, and I just left the station. How about what you're going to see now? The store is empty right now. And
where were you behind the counter?
Yeah, I was behind the counter when the time it happened.
Well, what happened? I mean, how many people came in? Yeah. What did they do?
Yeah, they came about like 100 people inside the store. You know, I can't handle it. I just left the store and I left.
Around 100, were they kids, do you think?
Yeah, most of them kids, you know, they come inside the store.
And why were they going inside? You said they just started taking things off the shelves?
Yeah, they started taking something off the shelf. They took the cigarette, everything with the money. everything inside the store.
Your cash register.
Exactly, that's what happened.
Food and everything. They just took everything off the shelves.
Yes, ma'am. All things happen like that.
And then they just ran out with it in their arms.
Yeah, just what happened when they come. I just closed the store. When I see them like coming from Foot Locker, the store, they come.
Coming down the street
Yeah, coming down the store. I just closed the door and I went outside. And just they broke the window and just they go inside the store about like 100 of them.
You could just shut the door and locked up, and then they just busted right through.
They busted and go through and they steal everything.
Where were you when this was going on? You watching it from the outside?
Yeah, watching from outside. I just left. I was in the back of the station.
You scared?
I was scared. Yeah.
Yeah. What are you going to do now? You're not going to have any business here tomorrow.
Well, this is up to my boss. I'm gonna find out about tomorrow. I talk to my boss and my boss, he couldn't come here, because he was afraid. We'll find out what's going to happen tomorrow.
Were you expecting this at all earlier tonight when you heard the tensions were starting to rise?
No, I wasn't expecting. Other they're going to go just to auto truck, that. Then they move there, then I get the feeling it's going to happen. I just have 2 employees work with me. I just tell them, let's get out of here. Yeah.
Were they mad, or did it sound like they were having a good time doing this?
Yeah, no, they were really mad. They were really mad,
So it was anger that was
They
fueling.
were angry, what happened to
Why
them.
were they taking things off the shelves?
I don't know, probably, they're very angry about the situation, what happened about today. And I just, just watching, I don't want to get hurt or my employee, I just left outside.
Okay, you're okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right. He's okay. The store is a mess, but it didn't burn. That's probably the only place in this whole little area here that hasn't burned down, Paul Ann.
Okay, Linda, thank you very much for that. A very dramatic story told by that gentleman in that store. We understand that Mark Brown is at the scene of a new fire that has just broken out. Let's go out to him, find out where he is and what he's seeing. Mark, are you out there?
Well, actually, it's an older fire, and this one is on 24th in Vermont, but there was a lot lost here. Let's take a look at it right now. Firefighters appear to be getting a handle on it. There is an apartment building that it's apartments on the top. Underneath, it's businesses, and there is a what kind of store was it again?
A 99-cent store and a hardware store, which is causing them to make the fire run this way because there's a lot of chemicals in the hardware store, but the 99-cent store is completely burned as of this point.
Did you see who started the fire or how it got started?
We didn't see anything. I guess the rage from all the people, I guess.
Yeah.
But I'm telling all the brothers out there, we can do it a different way. Remember what Martin Luther King taught us, all of us, all the minorities out here. So just chill out,
Okay, you said that you kind of understand why it is that they're doing that.
Yes, I do. It's because of the fact, me personally, I believe they allowed 4 gentlemen to walk away from sentences that a person, a minority, a black would have got hung or sent to the chair behind. And they allowed them to walk away with it freely today. And I think it's an outrage, and I want to know, when is it going to stop? When is it going to end? The fires, all of this is going on now. Where does it end?
In your mind, which is the bigger outrage? The fires, the looting, and the burning, or the verdict in that case?
The verdict itself. The fires, the looting, it means nothing. The things people took tonight looting are material things. They took it out of anger and out of rage. They didn't take it because they necessarily needed it. They took it to prove a point.
What point are they making?
We're not going to stand for it. Either the judicial system be behind everybody as a whole, just not one particular race, be one for all for one. Don't just, be behind one person alone.
What do you think of what she said?
Like I said, all they need to do is just calm down. Like I said, we can do it a different way, and this is not the way, not with innocent people.
And the National Guard will not help it. It will not help the situation. It will worsen the situation. They will not help. They're just going to put problem on top of problem. A lot of dead bodies, a lot of dead people because we are tired and we're ready to fight. I'm angry, I'm upset, and I can't say I hate the police department because the Bible tells you thou shalt not hate. But they have to do something about it. Something has to be done.
Okay, well, the point has been made. Whatever point has been made, we don't quite know here, frankly, because what is happening now, this neighborhood that once had a store that employed people, another store where they got their groceries, an apartment building that they could live in, all those things are gone now from this particular neighborhood of 24th and Vermont, and there are pockets of the same sorts of thing all around the city. And the Watts riot 103rd Street in South Central in Watts was called Charcoal Alley, but there are charcoal alleys all over the city. And that's kind of what we're seeing tonight. A lot of people very curious, a lot of people looking on and just frankly bewildered by it all, but very opinionated, as you can tell. Reporting live at 24th and Vermont, I'm Mark Brown. Now back to you.
All right, Mark, thank you. The fires raged then, they rage now, and obviously so does the debate over this whole thing. Sheriff's deputies in California Highway Patrol surrounded the Peter Pitchess Honor Rancho jail facility in Saugus after inmates tried to escape. That was tonight. A major disturbance occurred at 11:30 last night, I should say, when numerous inmates at the jail at 28330 The Old Road tried to escape. There were no immediate reports of injuries or successful escapes, according to a spokesman. We have on the line with us Bill Weiner of the Sheriff's Department. He's a sheriff's deputy. Mr. Weiner, are you there?
Yes, I am.
What more can you tell us about what went on at the rancho there?
Well, most of it's very preliminary, and you've kind of related it all. It happened about 11:30. A number of inmates attempted to escape, and at the moment the area is surrounded by sheriff's deputies and CHP officers. We don't have any reports of injuries or what prompted the disturbance.
Looking at the larger picture here, what is the situation as far as the Sheriff's Department is concerned?
Well, there are a number of things that are happening. We know that in some of the unincorporated areas there have been reports of looting and fires. At the present time, as a matter of fact, very fresh, Mr. Dixon has issued emergency order number 1, where because of all the civil unrest and all the conditions that exist, it is going to be ordered that gasoline not be sold in handheld containers. And it is further ordered that glass bottles shall not be sold.
Empty glass bottles or glass bottles full of things?
We are going to distribute this to the media as soon as we get a number of copies. But those are the main orders right there. The other one is that no person shall sell or transfer possession of any ammunition of any type within the county boundaries.
Much the same thing in the city of Los Angeles. Mr. Weiner, do you have any way of knowing whether or not this incident at the Honor Rancho was connected at all with the Rodney King situation?
You know, that question has been asked, and we'll attempt to find out and hopefully have that information later on.
Okay.
Do you get a sense that things are just as out of control in the unincorporated areas where you deputies are in charge as they are in the city of Los Angeles, where we've been watching these fires going off all night?
Well, we are gathering information at this point. I just don't have the answer to those things. I know that our field operations regions are all on 12-hour schedules, and you know, they're deployed and alert.
Are you bringing in people from days off to work tomorrow?
Well, I'm not sure exactly what the situation is there. I know that all our patrol stations are in emergency readiness, and some of them have had to respond.
All right, Mr. Weiner, that is sounds much like the LAPD. They're on 12-hour shifts, and they're calling in a lot of their people, too. We appreciate you taking the time to update us on those situations, sir.
You're very welcome.
All right, good morning to you.
Good morning.
We got a buddy in studio with us tonight. We've got Dave Bussey, who has been shooting tape for us since 1980 at Eyewitness News and was hanging out at Captain Ron's helicopter. Excuse me, what are we calling it now?
We're calling it Newscopter 7.
I'm sorry.
That's right.
Nights like this, I can't get too technical with myself or I'm going to get in trouble. Anyway, my friend, amazing pictures.
Interesting evening.
What was it like for you up there in that chopper?
It was like we were living a movie. And I remember as a kid growing up in the Midwest watching some of the news footage of the Watts riots, and I just felt like I was living a movie. And it was also disturbing to me because I was shooting some buildings burning in places where I'd done some very positive stories about that area. And
sad, isn't it?
Sad. And incredible, because every time we would turn around, we would say, there's another one going up, there's another one going up. I'd take the door off the helicopter, and so I'm sitting, and I would look down, and I'd say, oh, here's some looting starting. Or Ron would say, oh, you want some looting? There's some right across the street. And it was just like some of these places, it looked like the Price Club on Saturday. People pulling their cars up, pushing shopping carts full of stuff out.
It's impossible to believe that that would happen until you see it happen, isn't it? It's such a stunning thing to see such disrespect for law and order. It's just gone to pieces, just chaos, anarchy.
I said this is what it was like in El Salvador in '82. You look down and you would say, you know, where is law and order? Well, it's not there, and you're not going to get police if you call and say, you know, this is going on. They're just not going to come, and it's the law of the streets.
Dave, we're looking at some tape of the live shots that you were shooting earlier tonight.
Yeah, it looks like up on Vermont.
I guess you've already alluded to it. I mean, we got a real scary feeling in here tonight as you were showing us all those fires without firemen that couldn't get there, without police that couldn't get there.
And you could feel the heat from this altitude.
Yeah, Ron talked about that.
Yeah. And you could, you know, normally when you're shooting a fire of this size on any given day, you're going to have a problem with talking with other news helicopters and all that. But there were so many fires and so many helicopters. We were hardly ever in anybody's way because everybody was scattered over hundreds.
We
of
kept
square
seeing them
miles.
going by though. We kept seeing police choppers and other news choppers looked like they were going right by you.
Yeah. Now here's some looting here, and this was just absolutely stunning to see this. I never thought I would live to see anything like this happen, and it was just
now that's a fascinating picture because you've got most of a city block on fire, and the one building that doesn't seem to be burning, people are still going in and out of it taking stuff out.
And
You'd
then
think they'd be afraid to be
and
running
I'm
into
asking,
that.
what are these people doing driving by?
Yeah.
And you're saying how hot it is up there in the chopper. How many? What's your altitude up there?
900.
900 feet, and it's hot for you, and yet there are people driving by, and there are folks going into the building next door.
Looking very normal.
Got to be heat down on the ground, though. And you said that there were smells from some of these buildings and noise.
Yeah, I was a volunteer fireman in college, and I can smell a burning structure miles away. And Ron Bodholt, Captain Ron, he and I knew when we got to one place. I said, "This is going to be a carpet store, or a hardware store, or something," because we could smell a very distinct chemical smell in the cloud. And every time we would come around to the cloud, he'd say, "Hold your breath," almost jokingly, but very serious at the same time.
Is he working, he being Captain Ron, as hard up there as we think he is? I alluded to the fact he's got to do about 5 things at the same time.
I would say it's like being a short order cook in the middle of the LAX control tower. He's trying to carry on a conversation with me, trying to listen to you folks, to have something intelligent to say, talk to our assignment desk, listening to me, talking to our transmission folks. Then he's trying to talk to the other helicopters in the area so we stay out of their way. And you got to remember, this is all happening on the center line to LAX.
So he had air traffic control.
Yeah, we're watching DC-10s go.
Yeah, you're right in the middle of the TCAs where you are.
Yeah.
How much did you notice the smoke up there? We heard early in the night that they were diverting traffic because the smoke, I mean, just even like 9 o'clock, there was enough smoke to be a problem for visibility for the airport. Was it a problem for you?
There are other dangers, too, that I think they just wanted to avoid that whole area. I was struck the second time we went into LAX for fuel. The scene was reminiscent of Kuwait with the oil well fires.
Looking out over the city.
Interesting analogy. We're south of the Baldwin Hills, and we're looking back, and you see the flames and the black smoke going straight up. It was
planes were coming into LAX though.
Now by this time they were making that approach out over the ocean.
Oh, the black hole approach in.
Right.
Can you imagine, though? I mean, even on that approach, people on the downwind leg can look out the window, and I mean, my Lord, you know, you've got Aunt Gertrude from Gibson City, Illinois, coming out to LA for a vacation, saying, "What is this?"
Yeah.
It's got to be just astounding.
Well, I know I'm from the Midwest, and I know I'll get calls from my relatives who will say, "Well, let's see. You did the earthquake last week, and the plane crashed the day before the earthquake.
When are you coming home?
Yeah, when are you coming home?" Now it's riots.
Or do you ever sleep out there these days?
Not much.
Tell us a little bit about how you take the pictures. Are you hanging out of that chopper when you're doing
Yeah,
this?
I have a sort of a unique way of doing it. I have a specially designed harness that was built by a gentleman in San Diego who builds harnesses, rescue harnesses for the Coast Guard. and it's basically anchored to the middle of the rear seat of the Jet Ranger. And with this harness, there's about this much of a tail on it, and what it's doing is it's holding me into the ship, but it's holding me in the middle of my shoulders, and I can lean out on that thing taut, and it absorbs a lot of the shock that you get from the helicopter bouncing along. And that's another thing. There's a lot of bounce in these pictures that's caused by the thermals generated by the fire.
We thought about that.
And so by doing that, you can lean out and use your body as a shock absorber, and at the same time get a much better view of things, because with the door off, you've got a 180-degree view of the area. But the other thing is, when we were coming into a couple of these situations, normally people see the newscopter and they look up and wave. And in one of the looting sequences we shot here, I was certain that they were waving to us with guns in their hand. As a precaution, Ron, as you know, was a combat helicopter pilot in Vietnam and won the Distinguished Flying Cross and all of that. And just the Channel 2 crew called us as we were coming into LAX and said, "We think we saw you guys take some small arms fire. You might want to do a walk around." And so I didn't know if we were at LAX or Da Nang, where we were shut the ship down and we fueled it, and then we did a walk around and made sure that there weren't any bullet holes.
Gentlemen, they're up live again. We have you back on the ground.
Heather McKenzie's up there.
Heather's up there. And who's our captain?
Pilot?
Mike Moore.
Captain Moore.
So we are back live, and aside from the fact that it's maybe a little darker than some of our earlier pictures, it looks much the same. This is a brand new fire underway here.
Well, as we watch this, for those of you who have often wondered how we do all of this and how these cameramen up there get their pictures, you and Ann and I both have a greater appreciation now for what people like Dave Bussey do, strapped into that harness and leading out of that chopper, and it's been quite a night for him and quite a night for everybody.
Certainly has.
Mike Moore, welcome aboard.
Thank you. We're presently in South Central. It's so much smoke in the air, it's really hard to get a bearing on as far as which street is which. We have got several fires still burning and many units on the scene. Not a lot of activity on the ground as far as people traffic.
Mike, how many fires do you see? And how far can you see, and how many fires do you see?
Once we're below about 500 feet, we got fairly good visibility. But in this area, generally, I'd say within about a 5 square mile area, I've counted about 15 fires that are burning pretty heavily, with several smaller fires.
Well, that means then that they continue to be set, because that's been the situation all night long, as there always seem to be a dozen plus if you scan the horizon, and fires don't last that long, so they just keep setting them then.
Yeah, that's what the situation appears to be. And there, several of these fires, you can see these on our screen now, are very heavily involved, and it seems to me they're more trying to control them spreading than completely put them out.
Welcome aboard to Heather McKenzie also, who is running camera now. And can you give us an idea what kind of building that is that's burning there, Mike, the one we just left?
They look to be some type of manufacturing or warehouse. They're so well gutted, and
yes,
that it's very difficult to make out what they were originally, but they do seem to be some type of larger building, and many of these look to be well over 10,000 square feet, probably about 20 or 30.
It's worth pointing out on a lot of these the proximity to a lot of homes. And another thing that we tried to emphasize, and I know you folks did, is when we were down there at 71st and Normandy, that you looked a block, 2 blocks away, and it just looked like life goes on.
Tranquil.
It was very serene. Yeah. It's like families at home doing what families do.
Right, and the concern that I had in a lot of these fires with the extreme amount of radiant heat is if you got any kind of wind, maybe even generated by the fire itself, you were going to start to get into some homes. We didn't see any homes burning.
Can you imagine if the Santa Anas were blowing real good tonight? I mean, the fact that they'd be blowing, and the fact the firemen basically couldn't get to a lot of these fires, it could be a whole lot worse than it is.
Another weird thing that we saw, and this was a fire that we had flown over and shown for a while east of the Harbor Freeway, up off of Vernon, I believe it was. was that there were some people who drove by and saw this storefront burning on the corner, and just in desperation took something out of their car or whatever and turned the fire hydrant on. And so you had the spectacle of this fire and then the fire hydrant just shooting across the street at the fire, doing absolutely nothing.
But they were making a gesture of trying to help.
We saw that two or three different places.
Look at this thing going now.
You know, on any other given night, this in itself right here is a major breaking news story. Right. We have seen 30 of these tonight, at least, and there's 2 right there.
Yeah, it's really amazing that they've been able to contain these fires as they have.
Are there any homes around that one there, Captain Mike? I don't see any.
No, there are no homes at all that I can see at this time that have been touched by much of the flame, which is amazing. Is this area here, once you get inside of the most of the perimeter here seems to be industrial. Once you get inside of that, though, it gets residential, and there is nothing at all on there that indicates any type of fire activity going on. It seems mostly confined to the larger structures on the outside of the streets.
Doesn't seem to have much traffic.
No, well, it is 10 minutes to 2 o'clock in the morning, and they have begun, I believe they've begun to try to get people off the streets, kind of cordon the area. That is an intense, large conflagration.
You know, the other thing in these fires that we were seeing was every 10 seconds you'd see another transformer blow, and we'd see entire blocks just go dark.
We heard about that. Dave, stick with us, and Captain Mike, stick with us. We have on our phone beeper line Captain Steve Ruda from the Los Angeles Fire Department. Captain, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Captain, we're all sitting here looking at this huge fire that, as we speak, is burning out of control. Our Captain Mike in our chopper said that he could see about 15 fires still burning. Does that jive with what you know, sir?
Right, it is, Paul. At one time, we had over 30 fires that LA City Fire Department resources were being deployed to. We're in the process of still dispatching fire companies into fires, and the firefighters are knocking the fires down and then quickly picking up and then moving to a next assigned fire.
So they're still being set at a pretty rapid pace, aren't they?
Yes, amazingly they are, and they're not just the small occupancies. As you can see, they are a tremendous large occupancy. Something like this that we're seeing on the monitor right now is what we would easily call, I think you discussed about before, a major structure emergency fire, a major emergency as we call it, which involves over 16 companies. And with the resources are being stretched so thin, we are fighting this fire with minimal amount of manpower, and the firefighters are really putting themselves at risk.
Captain Ruda, we were talking about it earlier tonight. Give us an idea on how these things can be set so quickly, what you think these people are using. How are they doing this?
It looks like most of the occupancies that are being looted, and they're large commercial occupancies, and they must have some type of flammable liquids that they spread throughout the building on their way out after it's being looted, and then it is ignited, and then with the combustibles inside, a lot of them that you saw early in the evening with the swap meets with the very volatile type of merchandise inside, the product combustibles just take off.
How many people would it take to do that? How long would it take them to do it?
It would just take, if you can imagine, just a two-gallon can of gasoline is as explosive as 20 sticks of dynamite. That's just 2 gallons of gasoline. You'd take one violent act with a Molotov cocktail, spreading that flammable liquid through the building, and you get what you see before you in the television screen.
Water supply problems.
Yeah, I don't know whether we can hear Dave Bussey, Captain Ruda, one of our camera people that was up earlier tonight, is with me in studio, and he's asking if you're having any water supply problems.
We're not having any water supply problems that we are being made aware of. So with the water supply that we have down in that part of the community, that we're able to get what we call heavy streams. So firefighters are able to put through what we call portable monitors, wagon batteries that are putting up 900 gallons per minute on those fires. And you can see that they're doing little to knock that fire down, but but the firefighters are still there making their attempts to get knocked down and move on to the next fire. There's a shot right there of a master stream appliance coming from the deck gun of a triple, what we call an engine company, and they're putting about 500 to 900 gallons per minute on that fire, and it's going nowhere. So you can see the terrible job and task the LA City firefighters have amongst them tonight.
Do they have departments, some of the outlying departments coming in to man outlying city stations?
Yes, it is. We're in a mutual aid agreement. We're getting help from several Southern California other fire departments throughout Southern California who are not only fighting the fire alongside LA City firefighters, but also manning stations that have been vacated by these companies that have been sent to South Central LA from as far out as the San Fernando Valley, from the harbor, from downtown LA, from east and west sides to fight the fire. A lot of the times you see single-family dwellings that are exposed, and they'll put up a water curtain, as you see in front of you here, to keep the fire from spreading into those structures. Firefighter crews, I'm sure, have gone in with search and rescue teams to make sure that the possible life loss there is kept to a minimal, and that the structure itself is just, the exposures are kept from igniting. We would like to encourage throughout your broadcast to inform our incoming firefighters who will relieve firefighters on the fire lines in the morning. That'll be the B platoon for the Los Angeles City Fire Department. Those members that are assigned to Battalion 3 are to respond not to their stations, but they are to respond to the command post at 54th and Arlington. Those are for members of Battalion 3. For members assigned to Battalion 13, they are to respond to Fire Station 64 at regularly assigned platoon change, and they are to be directed to make relief at those fire stations, and they are not to report to their own fire station to pick up their equipment. That will be done later. But all members of Battalion 3 are to respond to 54th and Arlington. Members of Battalion 13 are to respond to Fire Station 64 so that the firefighters might be relieved in the morning, and we'll have new crews to come on duty.
Captain Ruda, thank you. Stay with us on the phone if you don't mind. We just saw, I guess, one of those transformers go up again on the left-hand side of your picture a few minutes ago, one of those electrical transformers. Captain Ruda, please stay with us. Linda Breakstone, we're on your picture now.
Okay, Paul, this is the fourth fire right around the USC area I've seen tonight. Now, this is directly across the street from USC, across the street. It's the Sorbonne liquor store, and it has been up in flames for now well over an hour, they tell me. And there are firefighters, as you can see here, and there have been firefighters going up and down the street all night long. But this is directly across the street from the very prestigious university, USC. And with me is one of the students who actually was watching from one of his vantage points on campus. His name is Mark Sattler. And Mark, now tell us what you saw, how it started, as much as you can.
Yeah, well, me and my buddies from third floor College Uni we're kicking on
third floor
College Uni. We're kicking on a building across the street, and we saw some action going on here, so we looked over there, and the whole right in the front entrance over there, there's a boom that we heard, and all of a sudden some flames, and the flames got sucked inside and went up into the building, and what you see here is what you get.
So you said you didn't think it was a fire that was lit, it was more of a Molotov cocktail?
Well, it was definitely lit, but I mean, it was not a match, it was some kind of a bomb or a Molotov.
Incendiary device, you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Did you see anybody around the building?
A lot of people around there. I mean, there's 20 people that ran from the building. It wasn't one person who lit it. It was a mob. It was by the phones over there. That sprinted down the street over there and down the hallway there, down the street there. And they're gone now. Apparently, they could be here, but they couldn't be.
You know, some of the people here have told me that they thought it was some USC students were doing some of these things around campus. What do you think of that?
I think the USC students here have just a different perspective on the Rodney King situation. I think that there should be anger, there should be some violence, but I mean, to taking it out on your own community is dumb. We should, I mean, not only the black community, but our community who are against what happened should get into the system and change, or go downtown and do something there. But burning down your own community is irrational and stupid.
You said the students at the SC campus have a different attitude about the King verdict. What have they been telling you they thought of it?
There's a Black Power organization on our school, and they are definitely against what happened to Rodney King, totally. But they're not going about it in a violent way at all. What they want change, but not in a violent way. Just like Malcolm X. I mean, yeah, you need change in an action way, but not through violence and destroying your own community.
Okay, so the people around here, so there are some other, younger people around here who told me that you heard, I think they told me that some SC students they thought were part of all of these fires around here. You don't agree at all?
I really couldn't see that. I really don't see. There's a change at USC. It's a different situation where we have a different perspective on the community here. We like the community here. It's not like we would destroy that at all.
Now tell me, we've also heard there are some other incidents actually on the campus. Have you heard any of that?
There have been.
What happened on the campus?
There's a cafe on our campus that has been raided. There's been other duplexes down off campus that have been raided, and some other community campuses on
Has
our
anybody
campus.
seen the people doing this? What
No,
kind
we
of
have
people
not.
are they?
We don't know who's done it. I don't know who's done it. Yeah, there could be SC students involved, but I couldn't tell you if they were or not. I don't know any particularly.
Okay, this is pretty amazing. I remember this liquor store being here for quite a long time.
So do I. I walk by this every day.
It's one of the staples of the campus almost.
Exactly, yeah, very much so. And it's up in flames now, and whoever is responsible, if it's a USC student or not, they should be ashamed for what they did and aggressions.
Hey, Mark Sattler, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Okay, Paul and Ann, there you see it, and the flames do not die down as long as we've been out here. They don't seem to go down.
Okay, thank you very much, Linda Breakstone. We're going to go back to Captain Steve Ruda of the LA Fire Department, who we've had on the phone. You still there, Captain Ruda?
I am still here.
I want to ask you, what is the fatigue factor for these firemen? How many of these fires can a man chase around to in the course of an evening before he's just worn out and begins to be not able to respond as safely as possible?
Well, I think firefighters have been fighting fires of this magnitude for the past 6 hours, and I would imagine that the crews on the fire line are really feeling the fatigue. Reason being is that they are in heavy stream appliances, which means that they have heavier hoses, which are harder to handle, that they are hand-laying supply lines to hydrants, and actual fighting those the large fires that we have here. So I can imagine that the firefighters at this particular time are really feeling the strain of the battle.
And they got another 4 hours to go before they're relieved?
They'll be relieved around 6:30 this morning.
Captain Ruda, I used to fight fires for the National Forest Service up at Converse Ranger Station near Big Bear for 2 summers, and I was on the line for 21 hours once. But you want to know something? It wasn't nearly as intense as this. I imagine about 8 hours is all these guys can take.
Well, one thing going for firefighters is that we're extremely well trained and highly motivated. And there's one thing during a course of battle, as you probably well know, Paul, is adrenaline. That instant rush that gives a firefighter that ability to do feats far above those of mortal men sometimes. And I think
you're right.
Tonight they're probably really feeling that. Tomorrow, for sure, after the drain of this is all over, and when they are relieved, if we hold on to them, they will really feel the sting of battle.
The adrenaline rush, when it rushes away in the other direction, it leaves you really low.
Right. So that's why it's important that the oncoming ship knows that to report to the locales that I had made mention. If you would mention that throughout your broadcast,
we will, sir.
That would be an outstanding move on your part.
We'll bring that up again as we continue tonight. Captain Steve Ruda of LA Fire Department, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Appreciate your comments.
I'll tell you one thing those firemen will do when they get home is drink about 8 quarts of orange juice. You get so dehydrated when you're fighting fires of that magnitude. With us in studio is the Reverend Carl Washington, pastor of the New Commandment Church in Paramount, and a representative of the Ministers Coalition for Peace. Peace is not what we're seeing tonight, sir. What do you think?
Absolutely. We are totally outraged over the complete scene that has taken place since 3 p.m. We did not anticipate this. We had went out 3 days prior to this and let the community know that we are calling for peace in the community, and that after 29 days of a trial that there was no violence in Simi Valley, no one went down to protest. This really took us by surprise, and yet we are continuing to go out tell the message to the people that they need to take their kids, put them in the house, and remain calm. We know it's far-fetched and far from understanding what the message is really saying, but they've got to come to a point where they have to take control of their lives. The people are the ones who are losing out. They have lost out, Paul. It's totally gone now. And in the morning when the babies have no milk and the mothers have no breakfast to feed the kids, will take its effect on tomorrow morning.
It is going to be a scene of destruction. It occurred to me to wonder how many tens of millions of dollars have been destroyed tonight, of property, cars, of buildings, of the goods in the stores that have been ruined, and I think it's going to be a heavy, heavy loss.
Absolutely, and no doubt, and not only that, but the lives that were lost. We watched as they literally took people out their cars and beat them. Human life means nothing to those people who are outraged, and we again have emphasized that these are hoodlums, not Christian people who are praying for peace. These are hoodlum people who are looking for an avenue, the gangbangers and those guys who were looking for something to go complete crazy about.
What are we going to do when this is over? What are you going to do? You're going to go back to your congregation, you're going to go back to your people. What are you going to tell them? What's our first step? How do we recover from something like this?
It's something we have been pondering. We called our coalition together immediately, and we will again go to the communities and take it at face value, Paul, to see what we can do. The message has still got to be clear that with the schools closing down, it's affecting the kids. It's taking a toll on the kids, and those are the ones. I never dreamed that we'll see another 65, but this have taken the cake.
You know, when we look back over the last few years, we've seen the escalation of gang violence. Just in the past month or two, we've seen a number of babies shot and killed, some of them by drive-by shootings. We have deep, deep wounds in the black community that we have not been able to figure out how to heal. And this is actually, to me, this looks like just one more. But we have some deep problems to grapple with here, don't we?
Absolutely. It's totally outraged. You sit and you look at the houses and the community that has been burnt down. And again, we put every effort as the Ministers' Coalition went out to restrain the people from committing this type of violence. But we see now that it fell on deaf ears, and we're totally, it's unbelievable. I can't even express the sorrow that I feel. I feel worse about this than I do about the jury verdict that came down. The people, we tried to prepare them for this type of verdict. We had no idea what was going to happen. We didn't know what type of verdict was going to come, but we tried to prepare the people for both ends.
Now, you mentioned that you really did try. You and a number of other people that we talked to tonight, Mr. Mack from the Urban League, Mayor Tom Bradley. We have a long list of people that really, really tried to keep a lid on. You couldn't do it. Does that speak to your own ineffectiveness? Does it speak to just a small band of hoodlums, or does it speak to just problems that are a lot bigger than we thought they were in the black community?
I think it's the anger that has been built up since '65. A lot of the young people now who were a part of this riot wasn't around in '65.
Right.
And they're just out there. But what we've done, I don't know what the mayor or anyone else is doing, John Mack or anyone, but we're still out there. We're still out in the street sending a message to the homes. We'll be doing it tomorrow. We're canvassing the community. We are contacting the police department, letting them know that we will be in the community. It's unbelievable. We have called on all our citizens and residents to remain in their houses, keep their kids in the home. No schools are open. Keep the kids at home. Refrain from coming out into the streets and being a part of the violence. We're doing it now, and we'll continue to do it into the wee hours of the morning.
A number of the people that we have heard from tonight, members of the black community we've gone to for their reaction, have said to us, and some of them with tears in their eyes, that the message they got from the verdict today was that their life is not important, that this could happen to any of them, that the white community setting up a trial in a white neighborhood so that you could get this kind of a verdict just railroaded them once again. And they feel a terrible sense of hopelessness, a lot of them, and a feeling that racism is alive and well in America, and things haven't changed very much. What are your thoughts on that?
My feelings of that is that I have total confidence in our district attorney. They did an excellent presentation in the prosecution. The judge was excellent. It's, again, you have the jury who made the final decision. Law-abiding citizens, we believe, are law-abiding citizens. And we will not contradict their decision. It was made. For whatever reason that they made those decisions are hopeless. Our personal feelings are we are dismayed over the decision that was made and upon that. Again, we will send a message to the community is that we have to learn how to stay together. We won't allow another March 3rd to happen. We will continue. We have a whole new police chief is coming in, and the process will be totally different, I believe.
You're trying to be positive instead of throwing rocks at who did this or who did that. You're trying to look to the future there.
Absolutely, we have to. This is in the past. This will be behind us. Come tomorrow, it'll be another day.
I get the sense, and please forgive the bluntness with which I'm about to put this, but I get the sense that what you're saying is that this wasn't a black man, being victim of a white man's justice, but this was the judicial system, the legal system that, for whatever its workings, did its job. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. And then we're saying that this is the way, after the verdict showed that the people are saying this is the way that the police were supposed to do it, to be found innocent from beating this man like they did, to say this is it's okay to do this type of beating. And again, we'll be going before the police commission. We're looking for total reform. And as ministers, it's our job to look positively. There's enough people out there doing negative stuff, as we can see throughout the night. So we are looking positive and working on changes.
We will release you to go do your positive work, and God bless you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Enjoyed having you here. We understand Rick Romero is standing by for us now. He is at Los Alamitos, which is a staging area now for the National Guard. We've been awaiting the National Guard throughout the night. We heard about him, I haven't seen them yet. So let's go out to Rick Romero and see what he's got. Rick.
Well, Paul and Ann, just as you haven't seen them yet, neither have we, although we're right out in front of the Armed Forces Reserve Center and also the National Guard Armory here in Los Alamitos. I talked to some of the neighbors that live right across the street, and they're probably now about 30 or 40 feet from me, and they told me that everything has been pretty much normal this evening. However, in about the last 5 or 10 minutes while we were waiting to go live, I noticed an awful lot of cars coming in with fatigued, uniformed individuals. What that means, I'm not sure, but they have been going in. If you can see behind me, there is a sign that says Threat Con A. Threat Condition A is in effect. Threat Con A, to give you an idea, is how much of a level of security that they've posted here at the base. A being the lightest. Threat Con C during the peak of the Desert Storm activities. That's what we saw down at Camp Pendleton. We saw here in Los Alamitos, Threat Con C. This is Threat Con A. Also behind me, you can see one of the police cars. This is a Seal Beach police car. I've seen Los Alamitos police cars, Cypress police cars, all of them here, and I talked to them about that. I said, why is there so much activity with police cars here? They said that they had heard that there was a possibility that there might be some riot activity in white neighborhoods. This is one of those white neighborhoods. However, there has been none. I don't suggest that there be any, but this is a possibility, and therefore they're here. And as again, just to reiterate, we have not seen much in the way of National Guardsmen or Armed Forces Reserves, and so far we're still waiting to get some idea from the base here, if there is a public information officer that may come out and speak to us as to whether or not there will be some people coming in or out of here and heading on up to Los Angeles. This is Rick Romero reporting live from Los Alamitos. Back to you in the studio, Paul and Ann.
All right,
Okay.
Rick, thank you.
Thanks, Rick.
We are again going to go up to Captain Mike in Newscopter 7. Captain Mike, Paul Moyer, Ann Martin with you. We're looking at what looks to be a new fire. Is this a new one?
Yes, Paul, this one has been developing over approximately the last 20 minutes when you're watching it. It's started to spread awfully rapidly, and it's one of many that have come up. We're only from the original location where we first showed you when I came on. We're about a mile to the southwest of that location, and this is once again another building that has picked up very heavy. And on this one, as you can see, there's nobody here to even try to stop this fire.
That one's down to the foundations already, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's
and
burned
it
right
appears
through.
that it has pretty much on its way out.
Again, we assume that that's some kind of a commercial building that perhaps was looted before, and then they take the gasoline and throw it in there, and up she goes.
Yeah, that's what it appears to be. In fact, the sign looks like it was some kind of market according to the sign that's on the corner. But it's very hard to figure out exactly what it was, but it looks like it was some type of market.
While we watch that fire, we can update you with a school situation. Long ago, hours before, we had broadcast a number for parents to call if their kids didn't come home on the bus from school. Well, we find out now that there were some school children at one school who were stranded at this elementary school because the parents were not able to pick them up from the school, the area being too dangerous and a fire nearby. Teachers stayed with the children. Red Cross volunteers delivered supplies to the school. They're not releasing the name of the school because they didn't want any looting to go on in that area. But there were two families also whose homes were damaged in the fires, who were getting supplies from the American Red Cross today, and we'd wondered about that, Paul, because so many of these fires are, half a block removed from neighborhoods of homes, and while we haven't seen any homes torched, we have seen fires in commercial buildings burning very close to neighborhoods of homes, and apparently some homes have been damaged and some families have had to get help from the Red Cross. We have a phone number. If you've got school-aged children that you are not able to account for, and you're undoubtedly in quite a state by this time if that's the case with you, but the number is 213-293-6251. 213-293-6251. If for some reason you are not able to...
We're still alive, Heather.
If you're not able to account for your children.
You see the number on your screen right there. Leave it up there for a couple of seconds, fellas. Also, and talking about schools, 100 or more were closed or are going to be closed as the riots break out. The LA Unified School District has closed 66 elementary schools, 12 junior high schools, 11 senior high schools, mostly in the devastated South Central area. The senior high schools that'll be closed, Crenshaw, John C. Vermont, David Starr, Jordan, Manual Arts, Riley, and George Washington. The district has also closed Susan Miller, Dorsey, Thomas Jefferson, Allen Leroy Locke, Letterman, and King Drew Medical Magnet School. In addition to that, we should tell you that buses will not pick up students from the area who normally are driven to other district schools. Compton Unified School District has canceled classes tomorrow because of the rioting.
And the Catholic schools in that, pretty much that same neighborhood, bounded by Adams, Imperial, Central Avenue on the east, and La Cienega, Catholic schools in that neighborhood are going to be closed today. Today is, we're already 2 hours into Thursday. Be closed today as well. Elementary and high schools will be closed. In South Central Los Angeles, Catholic ones.
I would say that probably a lot of parents are not going to send their children or take their children to school tomorrow anyway.
Well,
and I can't say I would blame them.
Probably be just as well until we know that everything is locked down tight and no other problems are liable to pop up like this. You certainly wouldn't want them walking anywhere.
15 fires, Captain Mike told us he could see about 20 minutes ago when he took to the air. 15 fires still burning in about a 5-mile radius that he could see. Mike, if you're still there, is that still a pretty good estimate?
Yes, Paul, I'd say that's a pretty good estimate. In fact, just as we've been watching this fire, we've seen a couple of others have started to flare up. And there is still a lot of activity. Seen a lot of looting areas going on still. And ground traffic is still very light, but there is still areas where there is still quite a bit of looting going on.
Are you seeing black and whites responding where you see the looting, or is it unchecked?
In certain areas we are seeing some response, but on the whole I think it's so widespread and almost hit and run type of tactics that they can't possibly meet all the demand right now.
Yeah, we heard Chief Gates talk about that. We heard an officer from the Wilshire District who called us earlier tonight to answer some of the questions we had about their response or lack of it. And they're spread so thin anyway that you know, it'd be difficult for them to be at these different places. All the looting that we have seen from our Newscopter 7, and correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't seen any police response.
No.
They just can't.
No.
It's so fast, they just can't get there.
And usually by the time, I mean, not usually, but let's say that in many situations, we don't see the looting either. What we see is the burning building afterwards. The looting happens first, and then the burning happens, and that's what draws your attention. We have a lady from the Red Cross on our beeper line right now. Her name is Carol Tokarczyk. She's with the Red Cross. Carol, do you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. Thank you for being with us. We were just talking about the children who were stranded at school and 2 families who've been getting Red Cross help. Can you expand on that for us?
Sure. The American Red Cross is lending support to a shelter that's set up at First AME Church for the victims of an apartment fire. That includes sending volunteers and blankets and food and cots. The children that were trapped at the elementary school who did not have a way to get home after school are also receiving Red Cross assistance in the same form of blankets and cots and food and volunteer support. And then there was another fire at Hobart and Adams earlier this evening where we helped a family who didn't have a place to go.
Did we identify that elementary school, Ann? And if we didn't, Carol, do you know which one it was?
We can't disclose that at this time, just for the safety of the children that are involved and the situation.
So basically, we've got a group of children at the elementary school who are sort of bunked out there tonight. Is that what you got?
Exactly. There's approximately 25 children. And then we've also received in the last hour quite a few requests for feeding of emergency crews throughout the city.
How many people at the AME Church, Carol, do you know?
There is approximately 25.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, that's 250 people.
200. That really sounds more like it.
Yeah.
Are you pretty well stocked? Can you take care of these requests as they come in?
Yes, we have teams that have been dispersed throughout the city who are prepared to respond as requests come in.
So are you heading out with hot chocolate and cookies for the fire crews? Is that the sort of thing that you're doing in addition to the fire victims?
Yes, we are mandated to provide service to both the victims of the disturbance and also to the emergency crew workers.
Carol, I don't know what your longevity is with the Red Cross, but let me just ask you, the scale of disasters that you've been involved with, where does this one rank?
Well, this is fairly sizable. Of course, it's affecting several areas in the city, and I would say it's probably mid-size. It's just a very different disaster because it's a civil disturbance rather than a natural disaster, which is handled in a little different manner.
Right, and it's not focused in one area or 2 areas. It's spread all over the place, Carol.
Exactly, and we're concerned with the safety of our workers as well as the safety of the people requesting assistance.
Sure.
That brings up an interesting point. If you're trying to head out with food and drink for an emergency crew, do you have to wait for a police escort to take you out to them?
In some instances, yes, we do.
So that slows you down, doesn't it?
Yes, it does a little bit, but we've all been working very well together to provide assistance that's needed.
That's good.
All right, Carol. Well, thank you, and keep up the good work you're doing for the those elementary kids in that school and also the people in the church and all the other calls you're getting.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We had Linda Breakstone reporting several times from USC and the fires there and some looting going on. We can tell you that all spring semester final exams scheduled for today at USC have been canceled. And a campus spokesperson urged students and staff to stay home. Don't go to school today. The exam scheduled for today will be rescheduled to another date. Faculty, students, and other staff members were advised not to go to the campus unless USC officials specifically instruct them to do so. In other words, don't go, stay home. We've got a phone number in case you need more information about that on campus, 213-740-6275. 213-740-6275. No final exams today at USC.
Got another colleague joining us here on the set, Laura Diaz, who was in Westwood earlier tonight, and we had her report from Westwood. Fairly graphic pictures out there of a jewelry store that had been looted. Tell us what you saw. You're back here now where it's safe and calm.
Well, you know, Annie, it is pretty interesting because we started downtown and we made our way toward the west side. We, meaning the crew and I, we were struck by the fact that you would look up and you'd see people strolling through downtown Los Angeles, unaware that 4 blocks over or so there was looting going on.
Really?
Actual families. I even saw a baby buggy at one point, and I was thinking how astonishing that was.
Yes.
So apparently some people didn't realize what was going on and didn't even know to stay out of certain areas. So we started downtown Los Angeles. We made our way over to the west side. And when we got there on Wilshire Boulevard, you could see there were about 200 protesters assembled, very, very upset about the verdicts coming down today. And I would say that it was a pretty equally mixed racial group, black, white, and brown, all among these people, young people looking to be in their 20s. Some of them said that they were college students, and actually some of them even showed me their college ID to assure me that they truly were, and they were not just hanging around making trouble. And they wanted me to pass it along. They said that they were not all outside agitators, they were not all bums, that they had something to say, and they felt that they had a right to do that. And they were taking to the streets to express that today. So when we got there initially, we saw about 200 of them on the corner there in front of the Federal Building. And then we made our way over to Westwood Boulevard, and that's where some of the damage had occurred earlier. And one of the police sergeants there told me that they had received an anonymous tip that there would be a brawl there. So about 10 of them went over, and they were standing on one side of the stores, and then you had the protesters on the other side. It started out rather peacefully, and then at some point someone started breaking windows. People rushed into Copeland's. This is actually what took place about an hour ago. And this is following the looting that took place. About 20 of the earlier protesters I told you about went back out into the streets. You see there that the police department was ready for them. There were actually about 10 of them assembled. It was a tense situation there. Never any physical contact, but you could really feel the tension of those officers. They're tired, never knowing where the next trouble might occur. And at the same time, the demonstrators saying that they had something to say today and they wanted people to hear it. At this point, you see 5 were arrested, and they were taken in for resisting arrest. And I also heard one count possibly of battery on an officer and failure to disperse. This is the earlier stuff that I told you about, that there was the warehouse, and I believe now this is Copeland's, where people actually went in and stole tennis shoes and various other items out of that store. No one was arrested during this disturbance. The reason for that, the authorities told us, that there were so few of them and so many of the protesters, some of them later on becoming looters, they just didn't have the manpower to do anything about it.
We were told by police people tonight, 2 of them, that they will not go in and make those kind of arrests unless they at least number or outnumber the people that are doing the looting or causing the violence. You said protesters that may have looted those stores. Do you think that some of the protesters did that, or do you think we're talking about other groups, smaller groups of people?
Now at the time when the actual looting took place, we got there after the fact, so I'm getting my information from people who were there at the scene and what they told me. They said it initially started out as a peaceful protest. At some point, some of the people in the group began to loot. Now those could have been people who were outside agitators who came in and joined the group. I think it's kind of hard to tell when you get a couple of hundred people and you have people screaming and yelling and that kind of thing. But clearly the police told us at the scene that there was not anything that they could do about it, that they basically could not arrest those people. They were outnumbered, and that's what they did earlier today about 10:30 in Westwood.
Frightening situation. I misspoke earlier and said that it was a jewelry store, but it wasn't. It's a store that sells shoes. And
there was actually a jewelry store around the corner, and you did see video of that earlier as well.
Did I? Okay,
yes,
so I'm not crazy.
No, you're not. There were broken windows. It's been a long night, but you're correct. Yes.
Thank you, Laura. When you said that you saw people going about their business seemingly oblivious to what was going on, we've been sitting in this studio now for God knows how many hours, and I guess we have the feeling that everybody is either watching television or knows exactly what's going on. But when we see the cars going by, the fires, and we see the cars going by and people going about their business, maybe there are a lot of people that if they do know, they say, look, I'm just going to do what I have to do.
Well, I think some of those people were actually what we would call looky-loos. They wanted to go see what was going on. There were others who I think were absolutely in the dark and did not have any idea what was going on. And when you get a chance to see the city, as we did over the last few hours, you see hot spots, and then it'll be very quiet, everything going quite peacefully at this hour of the night, and it's really quite strange that way.
It's extraordinary.
It is extraordinary. We've been talking here about looting and who was doing it, Laura. We're going to run out to Mark Brown now and get more on that subject. Mark, what have you got to tell us?
Ann and Paul, we just rolled up here. We're at Western Avenue and 18th Street. Radio Shack burning behind us. That was what attracted our attention. And then we saw this. Come and look over here. Across the street, the Viva Market there. Those people are not shoppers, they are looters. They are grabbing whatever they can grab. I saw a man walking down the street just a little bit ago with an armful of diapers, and the looting hasn't stopped. Okay, look, over there, Gary. J.J. Newberry, somebody just threw a firebomb in there. It is now burning. J.J. Newberry burning here at the corner of Western and 18th Street in South Central Los Angeles. Black smoke pouring out of that area now. Two people running away. We don't know if they're the people who started the fire, but look at the smoke pouring out of that building. You can bet the flames will soon follow. This is an amazing scene here. You've got a fire behind me. You've got a fire that just started there. I mean, literally, since we've been on the air, it just started there at J.J. Newberry, and people looting to the left here. I have a feeling that this Viva store, this grocery store, is probably going to go up fairly soon when they finish looting it. What have you seen so far?
Like all these polluters everywhere, everything.
Were you inside Viva? What's going on in there?
Nah, I haven't been inside there.
Well, I have.
You have?
Yeah, everybody's taking out the food and everything. Well, I understand people are mad because of the Rodney King case, but, you know, it's unnecessary to burn down the stores and everything, you know. But that's what everybody's doing, just getting food and just taking care of their own stuff.
In the wrong way. See a lot of people running. Have you taken anything?
To be honest, yes.
What have you taken?
Pack of cigarettes and that's it.
Why? Why are you breaking the law like this? You know this is illegal. You know this is wrong. Why are you doing it?
Well, since I seen everybody do it, that's why I just did it too. That's the only reason I got. But I'm mad too because of, you know, about the Rodney King case, which was not. I don't think it wasn't fair of what they did to him. So that's why I guess everybody's acting this way. But it's wrong because, you know, we shouldn't act like this with our own community because we're the ones that are here. You understand? And if, you know, saying that ain't nobody else gonna suffer but us because tomorrow or the next day we're not gonna have this, we're gonna have to go somewhere else to get our own food, you know, clothing and all that stuff. So you know what happened to that building.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And you know the fire continues here. That's going to be a long time before these firefighters get control of this. And you know when they're done with this one, they're going to have to go directly across the street, Newberry's. Although it looks like the smoke has stopped coming out of Newberry's, from what I can see. I'm actually looking behind where Leroy Gary, our cameraman, is looking at right now. So Newberry's, whoever tried to start it on fire, apparently wasn't successful. The smoke is no longer pouring out of the front of it. However, you can see here, Radio Shack, a total loss, just added to the list of total losses in this area, in this city, the city in flames right now. Reporting live at Western and 18th, I'm Mark Brown. Back to you.
Mark, if you could stand there for a minute, I hope it's not too hot for you. Is there a big fireman presence there? We see a few of them.
We see a few of them. The police just rolled up. Here's the police, Gary. They've rolled up. They're going to try to stop the looting here, it looks like. So we'll see what happens. Why don't we take a look at this? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 patrol cars have just showed up here at the Viva supermarket on Western Avenue and 18th Street. They are chasing people. Get out of the way. They are chasing people, it looks like. They are trying to put a stop to this looting here. They've just stopped the car. To my left, there are some people in this brown, see that brown sedan, that brown coupe over there. They're ordering those people out of the car. You can see officers doing that right now. They've got their riot helmets on, ordering these people out of the car.
This is the first of this sort of thing that we have seen tonight. I'm sure it's happened in other places, Mark, but you are showing us the first instance that we have seen of an actual arrest situation with looting.
Yeah, well, it's pretty amazing to us. We were rolling by here. This guy he's driving off. That guy's driving off. I guess either the officers are letting him go or else he's just defying them. He's taking off, heading out of there. More officers, as you can see, are inside the store right now. You've got to wonder what's on their mind at this point. They have probably seen just about everything tonight. You can bet they are very, very tense. You can also bet, I can't see it, but you can also bet they've got their guns drawn and are ready to deal with anybody who might be armed who is in there. But they've just put a stop to the looting here at the Viva supermarket on Western Avenue and 18th Street.
Wondering, Mark, if this is a lucky hit, a one hit, or this is the beginning of a new tactic by the LAPD to stop this looting.
That could be. I don't know. I mean, they've obviously, they must have been coordinated. You saw 5 patrol cars roll in there all at one time. They rolled immediately to the front of the store. They went after one car, and they're in there now. It took them just a matter of seconds, really, to get inside there. I can't really see right now as these fire trucks are going by. They're rushing from place to place on this street. But the police have moved in. They're apparently quelling the looting. I don't know if they're going to try to arrest anybody. Maybe that's not their tactic here, to arrest anyone. Maybe they just want to put a stop to the property loss, the property damage.
Well, maybe what they're doing is preventing another building from going up in flames, too.
That very well could be, because one of the things that appears to be happening is that once they're done looting, the building goes up. Now, they had a lot left to loot. Obviously, this is a pretty big supermarket, and there was a lot left that they could have gotten out of there, so they weren't ready to burn that one quite yet. So they may have saved this building.
Those black and whites now, we've seen 2 of them pull out of there.
Right.
And
several black and whites have pulled out. There are still, though, 2 in the front.
Look at this guy.
Which one, right?
That one.
Oh, yeah, there you see him, with a garbage bag
full
of stuff. When we got here, we've got it on tape, but we haven't had a chance to feed it. There was a guy walking by with arms full of diapers. That's all he had with him, was just diapers. And okay, the save-on, Leroy's saying there's something going on inside the save-on. There's probably, yeah, that appears to have been looted also. You can see the door hanging loose there. Sometimes we're told that they set these buildings on fire out of frustration. If they can't get in, if they're having trouble getting in to loot it, they just try to throw a Molotov cocktail or some sort of incendiary device in there and set it on fire. So the Save-On Drug Store apparently has been saved, although, you know, who knows how much looting has taken place there. The Viva store saved from fire but not from looting. But those structures will at least be around to serve this community after today, whereas a lot of other structures are not.
Are there any black and whites left there, Mark?
Yes, there are 2 right there. Can you see them up towards the front of the building right there?
Now
there are police officers still here, certainly. I doubt if they're going to abandon this. This is one they can save, actually, so they're probably feeling pretty good about being able to be here and actually do something, prevent loss of life and loss of property.
Yeah.
Well, you've shown us something we haven't seen so far tonight, Mark. Police responding to looters and apparently stopping it, and apparently saving a couple of buildings.
Yeah, you can see them moving out, too. I don't know, maybe a bunch of officers are heading to the right there, as you see. I don't know if they're heading into Save-On or what. Let's follow them, see what they're doing.
Well, that's Save-On, or they go past there. It's the Newberry, isn't it?
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Radio Shack, part of the roof just collapsed again.
Oh,
that's one store that employed a bunch of people. It's not there anymore. Anyway, let's look at what these folks are doing here.
Now that's the Newberry store where we saw the smoke bomb tossed in, and it was still smoking last time you showed us that.
It's still smoking, although before, as you saw, the smoke was just pouring out of there as though this was a major fire. There's obviously still a fire going on in there. We don't know what the status is right now, and the officers are checking it. You can see they're looking inside, probably checking to see if there's anybody in there.
Well, obviously they know what they're doing, but I'll tell you, getting that close to something they don't know what's going to happen, that's a little dicey.
Well, you know, perhaps they're looking to see if there is any real chance of this thing going up, because when you decide to put out a smoke bomb like that with a hose, you can do just about as much damage to the inside of the store with the water as you could any other way.
Well, I doubt if it was a smoke bomb, actually, and I think somebody actually tried to set the building on fire. And there is something still burning on the inside. I've seen, you know, smoke bombs, they produce a lot less smoke than what we're seeing here.
Okay.
So this was an attempt to burn down that Newberry's department store. And as you can see, there's still a lot of smoke pouring out of there that's probably caused a great deal of just smoke damage, at the very least, to the merchandise that's still in that store.
Well, I thought they were figuring out a way to get in there, but I guess not, because most of them are coming back now.
Yeah, they're walking back. Other officers still in front of the Viva store. People in the parking lot kind of checking out the scene. I think there are people who are showing up. I have a feeling the word spreads around the neighborhood that there is a store that's available for looting, and people are driving up seeing the black and whites and then just continuing on through the area and deciding not to stop and even venture at anything here.
As we watch this, Mark, I recall Daryl Gates' words, I believe, of yesterday to his officers, look, if there's trouble, you just got to go out and do your job. No matter what your feelings, the adrenaline, no matter if you're angry, you just got to do your job in a professional manner.
Well, it looks like they're trying to do just that. They are doing their best at it, it would appear. Gosh, this is amazing. Let's take a look more again at the Radio Shack here. The fire department, speaking of people trying to do their job, trying to do their best here, these firefighters probably haven't had a moment's rest in about 5 or 6 hours ever since all this stuff started happening. They have literally been running from place to place. These units that you see here, the first time they just raced past here like they were on their way to yet another fire. Then they doubled back and came back here. Far too late to save this building, obviously. They're probably just trying to prevent it from spreading to the other stores in this little strip mall here, and to there's a shoe store, a couple of shoe stores, a beauty store, beauty shop, a pet store. We've got a pet store right here. Looks like Amazon pet store. There's birds and fish. There used to be birds and fish in there. Now that building is pretty much gone as well. That pet shop. So it's pretty sad situation here.
Mark, if at any time you feel like you want to get the H out of there, go.
No, I think we're all right here, actually. People are not, threatening us in any way. This was basically people who were looting and not more interested in looting than in us. And so, I'm sorry, what?
Another state is the same thing. Another state like Utah, Miami, and another state that happens the same thing, or only LA?
I think it's only LA, sir. It's only happening in LA. People all over the country are watching this and wondering what's wrong with the city of Los Angeles, frankly, right now. There's a great deal wrong here, but right on this particular corner, nobody appears to be threatening us. Just a lot of people interested, onlookers and the like, looking at the fire, watching the looting, watching us, but very peaceful, if you can call it that, in the middle of a riot.
That was an amazing conversation you had with the gentleman who told us that he disapproved of all the looting, and then you asked him if he'd taken anything, and he said yes, he did. And you said why, and he said, well, because everybody else was.
You know, this recalls something I had in a psychology class when I was in college, that people, when they're involved in something like this, they lose their sense of self. What ordinarily keeps you from doing this, from stealing or that, is that you have a sense of, if I do something wrong, I will be caught and I will be punished, and it's just morally wrong for me to do this. People lose that sense of self. They become part of something else when there is a riot, when there's a situation like this. There are hundreds of people running around in every direction. You lose that sense of right and wrong, and that's what we're seeing here. People who ordinarily are law-abiding citizens, I have a feeling, are in that store looting. They didn't look like gang members, the ones that I saw. The one guy with the arm full of, as we look back over here, let's look back over the Viva store. The one guy I saw with the arm full of diapers looked like just a regular Joe. He was about 30 years old, obviously a family man if what he was taking was diapers. Didn't appear to be the kind of person who would steal, but obviously we're in a part of the city where a goodly number of the people are poor. A goodly number of the people are in a situation where they can't always afford the necessities of life. He may have just supplied his children with diapers for a couple of months, got what he needed, and left.
Well, the fellow that took the pack of cigarettes and admitted to you, then he turned around, Mark, and gave you all the wonderful reasons why he shouldn't have done it.
Exactly. That's what I was talking about, the loss of the sense of self when you're part of this mob that's involved in looting. Now, I want to point out, J.J. Newberry's, I believe I saw a glow of flame up towards the top of the building just a second ago, reflected in the smoke there. Smoke still coming out. We don't know if there is anyone inside.
2 people inside.
Where did you hear that, sir?
Newberry.
Where did you hear that?
They say somebody see over there.
Okay, well, we're going to obviously check on that. A man here has walked up to me and said there are 2 people inside that store. We haven't seen them, frankly, and it looks like if there are 2 people inside there, they are in very dire straits, and if they're still alive, they better get out of there soon, or else they will lose their lives. No attempt has been made yet to fight that fire because the firefighters are still working on this Radio Shack store and the stores surrounding it, trying to prevent further damage.
Well, that explains the LAPD's interest in that building, Mark, if indeed 2 people are there. We're going to have to leave your audio for a minute, Mark. You stand by. I think we're going to stay on the pictures.
Okay.
But we've got Bill Hurd from the RTD on the line with us tonight. We understand that the RTD is canceling bus service in Los Angeles and the San Fernando Valley, suspended it due to the violence and the arson fires. Mr. Hurd, are you there?
Yes, I am, Paul.
Can you enlarge on that for us, sir?
Well, as you just reported last night, we did suspend all service in Los Angeles, in the San Fernando Valley, and eventually also in the San Gabriel Valley. Our overall plan for tomorrow morning is to have service back in effect by 6 o'clock in time for the rush hour. Now, if I can put a caveat around that, we are in constant contact with the LAPD and with other law enforcement agencies, and we may have to make some changes within that overall plan as to particular lines or whatever, but that is our plan.
Excuse me, Mr. Hurd, you said you're going to try to get the buses rolling again in time for the 6 o'clock rush hour, AM or PM, and are we talking Thursday or Friday?
Okay, good question. 6 a.m. on Thursday I'm speaking of.
So that's in about 3 hours. Today is Thursday.
That's right, that's right.
Okay.
Now, of course, as I said, we are in touch with the LAPD. We are aware of their curfew area. We're going to be working with that, but our overall plan is, as I stated it, with the caveat that some lines may be affected, continue to be affected by what's happening in the area.
Yeah, well, you know, forgive me, I'm not a transportation expert, but it seems to me, what is it, 3 o'clock?
It's 2:45.
It seems to me that might be kind of a dicey situation to try to get your buses rolling by 6 o'clock, Mr. Hurt.
I wouldn't argue with that at all, Paul, and I can only report to you the overall plan that our transportation, I'm no expert either, but our transportation people are working on at the time. The situation is fluid, there's no doubt about that. I'm in touch with them, and hopefully, as we have more information, we'll be putting it out to the media.
Well, we appreciate what you've been able to give us, sir. We saw, starting way back just before 7 o'clock this evening, we saw RTD buses rolling through, or at least one bus rolling through the first intersection where we had problems at Florence and Normandy, and we saw people throwing things at that bus. Wanted to ask you, how much damage has there been to RTD buses tonight?
And I'm aware that we had 4 of our operators who suffered minor injuries. One or more of our buses were involved in minor incidents. We did have one passenger who suffered injuries of some degree. I'm not sure of the degree of that. That passenger was transported to Martin Luther King Hospital. When it came to pass that we felt we could not further guarantee the safety of our operators or of our passengers, we did suspend service, and that was a major aspect of that decision. So again, the operation and the situation is fluid, and we're dealing with it as best we can, and we will keep the public informed as soon as we are able to do so.
All right, Mr. Hurd, thank you very much, and good luck to you and the buses, and we hope they're rolling in 3 hours.
Call us back when you know for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Bill Hurd of the RTD, appreciate you talking to us at this late or early hour, I guess, depending on your perspective on the clock.
Depending on where you are.
Mark Brown, we've got your picture. Let's bring in your audio. What can you tell us?
Okay, what I can tell you, Paul and Ann, is that we have some new information. There apparently is someone trapped inside J.J. Newberry's, the store that you see there where the smoke is pouring out. I've got a person here who doesn't want to be on camera, but he can tell us what he saw.
Okay, there was a guy that went inside of Newberry's. Apparently he was going to loot. And one of the people on the street went over to a group of officers and told them that someone was stuck in there. They ran from Viva's grocery store over to Newberry's. They got called by some pigs and called by some people on the street, pigs, and said that it's not over yet. And they said, well, we'll just let him die. So they turned around and came back to Viva.
You saw and heard that yourself?
I did, with a group of people across the street.
That there were people inside the store. You saw someone go in and not come out.
Exactly.
You called the police, or someone called the police over?
A Hispanic guy across the street called the officers, and 5 of them went over. And when they were called pigs and said that it's not over yet, they said, fine, we'll just let them die.
When you witnessed this, what went through your mind? How did that make you feel?
They just don't care.
Okay, you have it there from a witness who says there is apparently someone still inside the J.J. Newberry store. We're going to keep our eyes on this, Paul and Ann, to see if that's the case. I haven't had a chance really to confirm this with the with the authorities there, but there is a certain amount of interest there in that store. So we'll see what happens.
Well, Mark, there's a fire truck, I think, right out in front of that store. Is somebody from the fire department making an effort to go in and get the guy out?
No one has gone into the building that we have seen. Let's go back and take a look. Nobody has gone into the building that we have seen. They've all concentrated their efforts on the outside, on the perimeter, from what we can see. Now, obviously, there's a back entrance to this store that we can't see right now, but at least from what we can see up here, nobody's gone in, although you see a firefighter there on the ground walking around. I don't know if someone may try to make entry to the store within the next few minutes, but my guess is that if someone is inside that Newberry store, unless they found a pocket, a place to hide where there is no smoke, and frankly, I see smoke rising from all parts of the building, they're in real trouble.
Mark, I had somebody talking in my ear when you were talking to that gentleman. He said they just don't care. Who's the they he's talking about?
Paul, he's talking about the police. What he said happened is that some people notified the police officers, the ones who rolled up to the Viva store to stop the looting, notified them that someone had gone into the Newberry store and not gone out. And what he said was, as the officers were going over there to take a look inside the store, the Newberry store, someone called them pigs. Someone yelled out an insult at them and said, "It's not over yet." The officers, according to this witness, said, "Fine, we'll just let him die." Now, that's according to this witness.
Wasn't he getting it secondhand?
No, he says he saw and heard all of this.
He saw it and heard it himself.
That's right.
Okay.
You see there, another fire truck has just showed up here. From this vantage point right now, I don't know if anybody has made entry to the building, but there obviously will be an effort here of some sort. You wouldn't have this sort of manpower here just for no reason at all. You got a truck, a hook and ladder truck, and another unit there, plus the police officers there standing guard, essentially standing guard to make sure that no firefighters get hurt. You recall, of course, we've been reporting that one firefighter was shot in the cheek, responding to an incident, trying to save someone's life and property.
Mark, if there was going to be entrance made into that building, I suspect it wouldn't be by the police, it'd be by firemen who were equipped and dressed properly to be able to survive it.
That's correct. They would have on what they call their BAs, their breathing apparatus, and of course that's standard issue. Whenever they respond to anything, they always bring their breathing apparatus, their helmets, their full response gear, their turnout gear, and they've got that now. And as you see, I don't know if you can see this on the hook and ladder truck, there is a guy who's suiting up now. He's putting on his breathing apparatus and looks like he's getting ready to go in there.
Well, maybe we're going to watch a rescue here.
Let's hope it is a rescue. If it is, if someone is pulled out of there, that it is in fact a rescue. And oh boy, look at this. Look at this, pull back. Flames now erupting from that building just 2 seconds ago.
Oh my.
It just went up all of a sudden. Maybe this is what they call a backdraft. Maybe what we saw building up in there was one of those where the oxygen, the fire had used up all the oxygen, but there was still plenty of heat. And when there was an oxygen source, it just went nuts. It just went up like that. And so now we got a real problem here. We got another store that is fully involved in flame. The Radio Shack behind me still burning. And now the police, you see a bunch of police officers running there, heading to the structure. They're dealing with that man. I don't know what that man was doing. But they're pushing him out of the way. They've just pushed him away, and maybe this was the person who was yelling insults at them before. I have no idea. But they exchanged words and sent him on his way.
When you say backdraft, it's from the movie of the same name. You sound like you've covered a few fires, Mark.
Well, field reporter, you do a lot of these, unfortunately. There's, and this is the kind of thing, in talking with the firefighters at these fires, you learn a little bit about them. And that's one of the things you learn about, that there's a certain way that these things happen. I hope I've got it right, that the fire ends up consuming so much inside a confined space that it puts itself out, but not quite, and it just doesn't have enough to feed on. And so when there is a source of oxygen, say an open door or an oxygen source enters the area, it just explodes in flames, because certainly there was nothing but smoke coming out of the top of that building just 1 second, and then the next second, the flames that you see shooting up, 50, 60, 70 feet in the air.
If Captain Mike is still up, I wonder if we could get him to maybe... He's not up. Okay,
no,
well then... Forget it, it's a moot point. The captain is being refueled.
Yeah.
And so is his helicopter.
He's been doing a lot of flying tonight. I would advise, there's still a lot of people driving up here who want to take a look at this. as if it needs to be said, let me advise anyone in this area to just stay away at this point. It is dangerous. We don't know, frankly, if the people who set this fire are still around. We don't know whether, you know, shots could ring out at any time. There are angry people, obviously, who were involved in this sort of thing. It's just not a good place to be, and frankly, you'd be interfering with the police and fire folks as they try to do their jobs here and try to save some property. And look at the flames now; it's gotten more intense.
And maybe save a life if there is indeed somebody in there who's still alive. You can see the first water being put on now, Mark.
I would venture to guess, Paul, at this point, if there is anybody still left in that building, they are no longer alive.
No, it couldn't be. It couldn't be. You know, we were talking earlier about the looting situation, and I'm flipping through our wire copy from earlier tonight. Police were reporting earlier this evening that at least 25 people had been arrested then in a wave of looting and street fighting and various things. And so the evening is not over. It continues in the same way. We're going to come back to you, Mark, and get a progress report on this fire. But right now we're going to go out to Jeff Michael, who has been covering the scene from the Foothill Division for us through the night, and to tell us where you are right now, Jeff.
Yeah, and we went from the Foothill Division, we went down through the downtown, we went into South Central, and now, believe it or not, we're only about a half a mile outside of Beverly Hills on Beverly Boulevard, and this is the scene here. Take a look at this thing. Firefighters are worried right now that this exterior wall is going to come down, and there's a very good chance of that. The inside totally gutted. We think that this was a gymnasium about an hour ago before a group of young men apparently torched it. We have Beverly Hills Fire Department fighting this fire because they say there just wasn't enough to go around in the city of Los Angeles to cover this fire. They only had one fireman told me, one fire chief told me, they only had an LAPD unit here and one fire truck from the city of LA, so they brought their stuff in to try to fight it. There is I believe there are 3 houses on fire about a block and a half from here. So this violence, this vandalism is definitely moving west. It's moving out of South Central. It's no longer just limited to the area where Mark Brown has been reporting from and all of the fires that we've seen so well. There's a young lady right over here who did not see this fire begin, but has a story nonetheless about your roommate, you said, who heard something.
She just lives up here. She was up studying, and she heard the people below her trying to get into the building, which is a bunch of stores below where she lives. She kind of panicked, tried to call 911, but it was busy. So they got up on the roof, and right below is an Arco, and there's just people looting all over the place. And then she could smell the smoke, and it just got worse from there.
How do you feel about this? This is your home. This is where you live. It's hitting you. It's hitting where you guys live.
Well, we kind of freaked out. She lives up there by herself, and so we're all from different apartments. We all rushed down here, you know, trying to come down to her, but she would keep calling us back. She didn't want us to come down because she knew the people that were involved in this were around this area, and she felt she thought they were trying to get into her building, and she was just really freaked out.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. It brings up a very interesting point out here with certainly leaders in the black community trying to say, please do not be violent, please do not go out and loot and whatnot. It's not necessarily by any means people from the black community doing this. In fact, the stuff that you see going on here, according to one person I talked to, may not have even been caused by gang members, by people of color at all. It's merely young kids who are starting to get on the bandwagon. It's merely people who are trying to cause problems, who are trying to join in the vandalism tonight. They're seeing it on TV. They're seeing it happen down the street. They decide they can do it too because they know that there's just not enough police officers to go around. They know there are not enough firefighters to go around. And right now they are winning this battle very handily. Reporting live from Beverly Boulevard, this is Jeff Michael. Back to both of you guys.
All right, Jeff.
It makes you remember that civilization or a society is an implicit contract that we all make. We all agree that we're going to abide by the rule, most of us anyway. And when some people or enough people refuse to abide by the contract, you have anarchy, and that's what we have in Los Angeles tonight. Complete chaos.
Anarchy and chaos that's moving west. Again, back to Mark Brown. Mark Brown. All right, what you're looking is that J.J. Newberry store where we thought, here comes Mark,
There's
where we
Mark.
thought that there might be
I'm
one.
sorry. Hello?
That's all right, Mark, where we thought. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just over there talking to a Sergeant Garino of the LA Police Department. He was in charge of the men who came over here searching for someone inside this J.J. Newberry store. He says they did receive a report that someone was in there. He says his men checked it, they didn't find anybody, and they backed away because of the smoke. I asked him about the accusations of the people that the people made, and first he laughed, and then he said, no, that's absolutely impossible. I've been on the street 24 years. And my people are not, that's not what we do. We save lives. We don't let people die. Even if someone was looting inside that store, if there was a way we could have saved him, we would. Happily, though, there apparently is no one inside the store. They say what people heard apparently was the popping noises of aerosol cans cooking off in the heat, exploding. And apparently there is no one in there, at least according to their preliminary look into the building. They didn't go inside. Obviously, it was too hazardous to do that. But then we have the reports of others who say that someone did go in. Somebody drove up in a Jeep or a Suzuki Samurai. They went in and they didn't come out. So we have those two conflicting reports here, but one thing there's no conflict about at all is that J.J. Newberry store is no more.
Yeah, it's gone.
It's a total loss, and it's burned up like crazy here. Flames just started shooting out. There was almost an explosion here just a little bit ago. As I was approaching the officers, it just a big explosion of flame. Kind of knocked me back a little bit, but that's a situation here. More fire units rolling up on the scene. You can hear them staging at 18th Street there and Western, and they're sending another hook and ladder up to the area.
Now the question is, do they keep it away from the Save-On drugstore and the grocery store that's on the other side of that? You got another 3-4 buildings in line there, don't you? Or stores?
You sure do. From my angle, from what I can see, this Kids World store, which is right next to Newberry's, is going up too, from what I can see. Also, it looks like this shop it says Fashions for Women, Melody Shops, Fashions for Women. That looks like that's in real danger if it hasn't actually started burning.
Well,
this guy right here, see this? Get this guy. See, he's got the can in his hand. The sergeant, that was the man that the police sent on his way a second ago. They say he's been attacking the fire trucks, throwing things at him. They told him, if he keeps it up, he's going to jail. Now you can see him taunting the officers right there. This is emblematic of what's been happening right here. Officers have told this man, according to Sergeant Garino, that if he continues to interfere with the fire department, with the firefighters, that they're going to take him away.
Well, the first plan is try and get get this traffic jam.
All right, let's move over here. Let's move over here.
Traffic jam.
All right. Just right over this way. We have about 25 CHP units, and I see about 23 LA City Police Department motorcycles. The purpose of all of this, CHP as well as the motorcycle units here?
Well, CHP we're using to seal off specific areas to keep people in and keep people out. That's the CHP's mission. The rest of the units will be put in, as I've said before, in very tight formations in sectors throughout the city. These have been throughout this area, and these have been laid out, and they're in the process now of deploying people to do that.
How are you doing controlling the situation now?
Well, we've got a long way to go, I think, but I think it's getting a little bit better. Probably people are getting a little tired, and so a lot will depend on how we're deployed by the time they get up in the morning, and I think we'll be much better deployed than we are right now.
We heard about the officer-involved shooting at Dickerson Gardens. Can you tell us what you know about that?
Well, not too much. Our officers were pinned down for quite some time, about 9 individuals shooting at us, and as I understand, there's 2 dead. And how that occurred, we don't. Well, we're really in the process of, not police officers.
Did it appear officer involved?
There was shooting back and forth, yes. Whether or not we were the ones that shot the 2 individuals, I don't know.
Chief, are you at the point now where you're actually making arrests, or are you still pursuing, following the ambulance?
We're on our way.
Okay, we've been asked to let the chief go here. He's going to be leaving right now. He's probably returning back to Parker Center, but there has been considerable activity here. We have the arrival of about 25 to 30 CHP units that are going to be used for the perimeter in terms of the
Blocking
Hold on a
off
second.
streets?
Okay.
Henry
One of the things that we still have all of these CHP units that have been arriving here. It's kind of a traffic jam. Black and whites coming and going. The ones that are going are the LAPD. They're going to various areas, as the chief indicated, that there is some semblance of control because simply people are going to sleep now. But we do have all of the CHP units that are going to be used for the perimeter in the on the freeways. The chief indicated that some of his officers had been pinned down by gunfire. He said at least 9 suspects were firing at the police officers in Nickerson Gardens. So there's still plenty of activity going on. Earlier, there was all of a sudden a lull, but the paramedic units as well as the fire department units have been accompanied by a number of the black and whites. So once again, we have the deployment of so many armed officers are leaving the command post here. Where they're going exactly, I'm not sure, but there's still plenty of activity. Several hours ago, we were along Crenshaw Boulevard, young people just zooming up and down in cars, getting a lot of involvement here.
Thank you,
so once
Henry.
again, this deployment of the LAPD is resumed. There have been at least 600 officers here, augmented by various units from the LA City Fire Department. They've had a lot of outside help from Monrovia, El Monte, Arcadia, Pomona, West Covina, and Glendora. So while we may not see it from here, there are still plenty of fires going on. Listen to Mark Brown's report, and some of the fire areas are spreading. But the heavily armed, as you can see, I don't know if you can get a quick glimpse of them, but there's some of the weapons that are being used along with a K-9 unit. So the officers are being deployed once again. There are still many areas that are being looted by young people. We saw some of that activity. So maybe they're starting to crack down, or as the chiefs indicated too, that they're going to set up a very definite point, establishing the point so that they can move out in the morning. He said he really doesn't know what kind of activity they expect tomorrow morning, or this morning, I should say, a couple of hours from now. But the Los Angeles Police Department is out in full force out here in South Central Los Angeles.
Okay, Henry, thank you.
All sorts of vehicles, black and whites, and just plain old automobiles are being utilized right now.
All right, Henry
Thanks, Henry,
Alfaro,
very
thank you very much. Henry mentioned Nickerson Gardens. This apparently happened at about 9:30 tonight. Officers were pinned down, and Chief Gates said that 2 suspects were dead. Not officers, but 2 suspects.
Well, Henry says 9 suspects firing at police officers at Nickerson Gardens earlier tonight. The police did get involved in firing back, but Gates would not say if the 2 people killed were killed by their own fire or by officers' fire.
That is something we had not heard before. We are now going back at least to the pictures where Mark Brown was at the scene of this J.J. Newberry store. And it looks like what Ann was talking about, the fire spreading left to the save-on is beginning to happen. Mark Brown, are you there?
I am here, Paul and Ann. The firefighters are trying, at this point, just to keep it from spreading. Look, no, we're not talking to you. Get away from me. They're spraying water on the roof. Essentially, the fire is on the roof of the store. It looks like, from the angle, it looks like the 2 additional stores here are gone. But I was just over there a little bit ago. It hasn't spread to the Melody shops. So what we have is the Melody shops. It could be getting worse. It could be spreading. It seems to be moving left as we speak here. As you can imagine, this gentleman or this man who was here, a lot of fairly well lubricated people around here. Some of these people who were involved in the looting, some of the people who were involved in setting the fires. Under the influence of alcohol, frankly. You can smell alcohol in a lot of people's breath out here tonight. And I think that's kind of a part of what's going on.
Mark, what happened to that guy that looked like he was threatening the police and the people around him? We had to leave you then. What did they do with him?
That was the guy that was just harassing me a little bit ago. He hasn't been arrested, I can tell you that. He's standing over talking to another person right now, somebody who seems to believe that he has something to say.
Okay, Mark, we're having a problem with your audio. Let's keep the video going as we watch the fire department trying to get a handle on that Newberry fire. We have another story to tell you about that's come into us here from City News Service. 3 people in a car being chased by Beverly Hills police died when their car hit a fire hydrant, went airborne, and crashed at Santa Monica Boulevard and Seward Street in Hollywood. Initial reports indicate the people in the car were suspects in a robbery. Does this tie in with the chaos surrounding us in Los Angeles this morning? We don't know, but we can tell you that 3 people have been killed and they were chased by Beverly Hills police when their car went airborne after hitting a fire hydrant. They were robbery suspects.
I now believe, Ann, that brings the total dead, so far as we know it, to 8. We
Yes.
had 5, and you've now told us about 3 more.
5 confirmed before this, and these is, again, we don't have any confirmation that these people were involved in a looting or whatever
No, we don't.
tied into this, but we do have that story to
8
tell
people. Steve Valenzuela from the county, he's a county battalion chief with County Fire. They are contributing 40 units to City Fire to help fight all these fires we've got going. Steve, are you with us?
Yes, I am, Paul.
Golly, we're looking at a JJ Newberry's going up in flames, and right next to it, Steve, I don't know whether you've got it a monitor, you can see what we're looking at. Right next to it is a save-on that's in danger of going up too. We're not anywhere near getting a handle on these things yet, are we?
Apparently, we still have fires breaking out, so it is very difficult to get a handle on these kinds of things. We do have a lot of ground forces going out to the fires as soon as we know about them. We're right now in a mode in County Fire Department where in the most affected areas we're actually dispatching on a battalion level and letting the battalion chiefs take more control over their specific areas, because as these fires continue to break out, it's very difficult to maintain control over all of the forces that are out there.
So you're letting the guys who are out in the field call the shots, is that what you mean?
The closer we get to the fire, the more control we'll be able to have over our own forces. And so the battalion chiefs in those areas, yes, are calling the shots when they get the calls.
How long can you keep attacking these fires with the force that you are? I mean, these fellows are going to get tired. When are we going to see? I mean, obviously a new shift has to come in. How's that going to work? How long can these fellows go at this?
Well, firefighters have a unique schedule as it is. We work 24-hour shifts. So the firefighters that you see right now will be scheduled to come off duty in the morning. But we have a pretty extensive mutual aid network that goes throughout the state of California. And right now we're utilizing resources within the 5 counties of Region 1. So we have strike teams coming into LA County constantly. Right now we have 9 of them working within LA County Fire Department alone. And we have other ones coming from Santa Barbara, Ventura County, Orange County, and others.
So this is actually sort of happening like, as I remember, some of our big brush fires, where after a brush fire gets to be a certain size, you start pulling people from all over the state, and we're going up at this point as far north as Santa Barbara and some of the northern counties now.
Absolutely. As we speak, we have units from Ventura County coming in and staging right here at the training center so that they are available to be dispatched to the areas that they're needed. And it's very similar to a brush fire. We have to start thinking in terms of supporting the troops that are out there, making sure that they're hydrated. We're bringing Gatorade out to the locations, donuts, food as we can, so we make sure that they have the energy needed to continue on.
I mentioned, Steve, that I spent a couple of summers with a Forest Service fighting forest fires up around Big Bear and Arrowhead and the Angeles National Forest, and it was very, very important to get some kind of liquids to us because you dehydrate so quickly.
Absolutely. When you're wearing turnout coats and the equipment that they are, and then you go into temperatures that can get into the hundreds of degrees and perhaps over 1,000 degrees in some instances, where the helmets will get so hot they'll actually melt. You can imagine how hot you feel inside of those turnout coats. You actually, as you begin to sweat, you can lose anywhere from 5 to 10 pounds within an hour.
Steve, do you have a television set? Are you watching the picture on Channel 7 here?
Yes, I am right now, and I must say right now that you did promote me. I am a captain on the County Fire Department.
No, you're a chief tonight.
Yeah, well, we've got battalion chief up here. Congratulations. That's probably extra money in your pocket, isn't it?
Thank you. I just had to say that. I know the chief might be listening.
Yeah, the check's the same, Steve. Guess what?
I got a question for you. Since you're watching the same picture that we are, I don't know how many trucks are working that Newberry fire. I can see 2 or 3 here. If we were not spread so thin tonight, would that fire be getting put out faster?
That's very difficult to say. Not knowing the construction of the structure, there are...
Hard to tell, huh?
It's very difficult to tell because if it's an open attic type of a situation where it can run faster, if there are no fire stops, as we have learned over the years, our codes have gotten better. It's very difficult to tell if we would be able to do any better job.
Can you give us some idea of the technique that's being used to go at this one? I see a couple of big ladders up there with a couple of big hoses. What are they doing?
Well, really right now, as you can see, the flames are through the roof, and we're really just trying to extinguish the flame and get the hottest parts of the fire down so that we can bring it under control. But when it gets to this stage, we're really trying to confine it to the fire area that you see right now and trying to keep it from extending into surrounding structures or neighboring structures.
Well, they at this point have not been able to dampen those flames. As we've watched it, they've been pouring water on that thing for 5, maybe 10 minutes now, and it doesn't seem to be making a whole lot of difference. I know it will eventually, but it's a slow process here.
Yeah, eventually it will, and a lot of the times it's just a matter of the fuel within the building burning itself out. And some of the fires that we've seen tonight, the streams that are actually being shot at the fire, when it gets so hot, they start to vaporize in some cases. So even though each of those monitors could be putting out 1,000 gallons a minute, that still, as you can see, isn't enough.
So if it vaporizes, it's not even hitting the fire in the form of a stream of water then. It's sort of dissipating before it gets there.
In some cases, that's possible.
Gracious.
If you're a betting man, Steve, what are the chances of saving the buildings to the left there, the adjoining buildings as you see it now?
Well, again, looking at the type of structure, not being that familiar with it, I would say it's going to be very difficult to slow this fire down because it is very hot.
Can I jump in here and do something that we've been asked to do? City Fire Department asked us to start announcing at 3 a.m., and we've just passed 3 a.m., it's 3:15, the locations where the firefighters should be reporting this morning when they come in. An oncoming B platoon of the LA City Fire Department is to report this way. Those assigned to stations in Battalion 3 should report to the command post at 54th Street and Arlington Avenue. If you are assigned to stations in Battalion 3 of LA City Fire Department, report to the command post at 54th Street and Arlington Avenue. If you are assigned to stations in Battalion 13, they're asking you to come to the command post at Fire Station 64. Battalion 13, you report to Fire Station 64. Those assigned to other stations, go to your regular assignments and be guided by instructions from OCD or your battalion commanders, and we will repeat that a little later on.
Steve Valenzuela?
Yes?
Okay, we want to thank you for being with us tonight. I'm sure you've got a lot to do, and we'll sit here with you and hope that it gets better.
Okay, thank you very much, and we'll be here in case you have any other need for us.
Right, and sorry about the promotion.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, Steve, thanks. Mark Brown, have we got you back with us?
Dan, we've shifted gears. We've shifted away from the Newberry store, and so the police have shifted away from the Viva store, and as a result, there you see, the people are back inside. That started looting again. The police officers at this point are protecting the firefighters who are working on this fire here at the Newberry store on Western at 18th. And so what you have there, people have gone back inside the store. They feel that they can do this now with impunity. There's a lady coming out right now out of the main entrance. Look at her. Her arms are full of material there, full of stuff. People going in. The police see it. They know what's going on, but at this point, apparently they feel they can do nothing about it. So there you see people. It looks almost as though they're shopping in a sense. You know, if you weren't sure that the store was obviously closed and if the doors weren't as destroyed as you see they are, it just looks like kind of like people are in there shopping. And I can imagine what the scene must be inside that store. It must be just absolutely crazy. But people are just bringing out whatever they can carry. Look at them, all those diapers. Lady with a bunch of diapers. I think it's interesting. I mean, from what you're seeing here, people are bringing out things. It doesn't look like it's stuff that they can sell. I don't know how many diapers you can sell. I don't know if these are people who are necessarily profiting from this. I think they're just taking what it appears that they need. Obviously, it's theft. Obviously, it's wrong. Well, there's a certain necessity that seems to be driving what people are doing here.
Stocking up.
You alluded to it earlier, Mark. They're reluctant to do it. They see everybody else doing it. And in their minds, they say, look, I need this stuff. I can't afford it. I'm going to do it. But if you ask them when they come out, like the guy with the cigarettes, they'll give you all the reasons why they shouldn't be doing it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. You know, we may actually move up there a little bit if we can stretch our cable that far. Maybe ask some of these folks, talk to them, do an exit poll, if you will. All right, well, wait a minute. Before, I'm sorry, the hour is late.
That's all right, we needed something
This is
to
a very
laugh
serious
about.
situation. The police are coming up right now. Look.
There they come.
There they come. They're coming up to the store again. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they're watching these, watching the news. Whoa. Look at that. Whoa.
Now,
cruising through here fast.
Last
Fast.
time they didn't arrest anybody, did they? They just
No,
sort of
they sure
shoot it
didn't.
away.
Not that I saw. Not that I saw.
Let's see what happens this time.
We'll see.
There's one.
They're getting out. They've got their guns drawn. Guns drawn. They're chasing folks now. They're chasing people through the parking lot. They're chasing after this one guy who's got some diapers. Okay, let's see what happens. Look at that. They're going after that guy. Look at that. Here he goes. Okay, well, he got away. He outran him. People are cheering on the looter. People are cheering for him. He got away from the police. They're cheering him on. He got away. Let's see what else we've got here. That officer picked up a case of beer, or 12-pack of beer, and brought it back. The guy dropped the beer, but he got away. I don't see anybody yet who's under arrest as I look around. I don't know if you can see this, Paul and Ann. The officers have made entry into the store again. They got their hands on their weapons. One person has a shotgun pointing into the air, one officer.
Mark, we can see it vividly, and it looks to me like they're going in there and they're sort of half chasing, if you know what I'm saying. I think they're trying to clear it out.
Yeah, you get that feeling. I think if they could have caught that guy, they would have, but they were content to let him go. They didn't want to chase him all the way down the street.
Well, this is unprecedented in my experience. We have never sat here and watched as the minutes rolled by as people looted a store, and then twice watched the police come and chase them away and arrest nobody. This is...
And then when the police move, 100 yards away to protect firefighters, the same people come back in and start looting all over again.
It's an amazing situation, really. It's been very fluid here. It's been like a tide, ebbing and flowing here. You see people, I don't know if there's people still inside the store. If there are, they're probably being arrested right now. It's a good bet, but I see officers looking a little bit calmer now as they approach the front of the store. They do have one person, it looks like. Let's zoom in. No, I don't think so. No.
I see all uniforms inside.
I see all
there.
uniforms. There was one person without a helmet on, and that kind of threw me a little bit. Figured it wasn't a police officer. At any rate, again, it looks like no one has been arrested. Again, it looks as though people are being allowed to leave, but they're kind of being chased off. You get, I don't know, it looks sort of like cockroaches scattering when you turn the light on, these looters.
It's like Alice in Wonderland or something. It's like we've gone through the looking glass and all the rules have been turned up topsy-turvy.
Well, it gives you an idea of what the police are up against in responding to these kind of things,
Sure
and it
does.
also might explain to us why they were reluctant to respond to them earlier in the evening. It's like putting your hand in sand and trying to capture, 10 grains. You just can't do it.
Yeah, Paul and Ann, I've got a man with me if you've got time.
Yep.
A man by the name of Phil Williams who lives in this area. First of all, how did you come to be here tonight or this morning?
I live right around the corner, and I was lying in bed watching TV, and then all of a sudden I heard them say that the Radio Shack on 18th and Western, which is right across the street from where I live, was on fire, and that J.J. Newberry was on fire, and it was looting fever. And I just jumped up and put my clothes on and came around here to see what was going on, and I couldn't believe it.
These are your stores, aren't they?
Yeah, these are the stores that I shop at every day. Every day, me and my girlfriend, we comes around here every day and shop for breakfast, for food, clothing, and whatnot, And I mean, this is my neighborhood, and I'm seeing it all go up in smoke. I can't believe it.
It must hurt you right now.
It does, man. I mean, this is really hurting because I mean, what's going to happen tomorrow? These places aren't going to be here. So what are we going to do? We're not going to have any place to go. We're going to have to go out of our neighborhood, and that's unnecessary. You have a convenience right here. I mean, why destroy it?
Mark Brown,
makes sense.
Mark Brown, can you hear me?
Paul?
Would you ask him, if this is his neighborhood, if he thinks that the people doing this are basically people from his neighborhood or outsiders?
That's a good question, Paul. Let me ask you, Phil, do you figure these are people from your neighbor, the people who are doing the looting and the burning, do you figure these are your neighbors doing this, or do you think these are people from outside?
No, these are people that's just following the hot spots all around, I think. These are just people that will come in, or wherever the hot spots are, then that's where they show up. Because, I mean, I know most of the people in this neighborhood, and I don't see that many of them that, I don't see the faces of the people that live in this neighborhood. Most of these faces that I see around here now, they're not from this neighborhood. No.
Mark?
Yes, Ann.
Ask Phil if he thinks the police are doing the right thing by just shooing him away and not trying to pick him up.
Okay, we've got another question for you, Phil. Ann Martin wants to know if the police, in your view, are doing the right thing by just chasing people away and not making any arrests right here.
Well, yeah, because all it's going to do is just escalate it. I mean, it's worse enough as it is. The best thing that they could do right now at a time like this, situations popping up all over, is just get the people away. You know, just get them away from the places as far as they can, and just keep the situation down and keep it under control. Yeah, I think they're doing the best thing right now. That's about the best thing, because there's too much happening out here now, you know, and it's easy for, you know, a physical explosion to happen, you know. The guy was going across the street there with a case of beer, you know. The best thing to do is just, you know, let him go, you know. I mean, he dropped the beer and he left, so just let him go, you know, because there's people around here that's waiting to start some physical violence, and how you don't really know who's carrying weapons around here, who's not carrying weapons.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any good that can come of all this suffering and all this anguish and all this destruction?
No. This will not prove anything. This will not bring about anything except a lot of sorrow, as far as I can see. I mean, what else can you get out of this but a lot of remorse from people, you know, and people are already depressed, and what you need now is you need inspiration. You need people to work together, and this is not going to bring them together. This is just going to pull people further apart. That's all I can see this is going to do, Mark. And it's bad. It's bad for the neighborhood, you know. It's really bad for the neighborhood, because we need togetherness now more so than anything else in 1992, you know.
Okay. I mean, Phil, thank you very much. Obviously, he's saddened by what he sees here tonight, saddened by the destruction, by the looting of the stores that he used to shop in. He says he bought 3 aquariums from this pet store just a couple of days ago, the pet store that went up in smoke across the street, the pet store that is no more right now. And he's basically saddened by it, as are a lot of people. There are a lot of people across this city, across this country, that are hurt by what they see here. And it's a pretty sad situation. Reporting live at Western and 18th Street, I'm Mark Brown. Back to you.
Yeah, you know, Mark, you really said it right there. There's people in that neighborhood, such as Phil, they're going to wake up in the morning and not be able to go where they usually get their breakfast, and not be able to go where they usually buy their bread and their milk and their lettuce, and lives are going to be disrupted all over Southern California because of this. And you, Mark, have provided us with an example of that the last hour right there.
You know, the tough thing is, it's not just tomorrow that those stores aren't going to be there. It could be months, it could be years. If history is any lesson to us here, when this happened before in the Watts riots, it took years to rebuild it. In some cases, things didn't get rebuilt.
Those of you who are still with us tonight, we are watching something here in Southern California that we have never seen the likes of before, and we're beginning to see come across our wires now, different people saying, this is worse than 1965. Mm-hmm. This is more widespread than 1965, and in some respects, this is just going to have more devastating effects, economic and otherwise, than the Watts riots of 1965. That remains to be seen, but that feeling is now pretty pervasive.
And earlier this evening, we were reluctant to draw comparisons.
Even mention it.
Because it was so bad in 1965, and we didn't want to be premature and say that this was going to be as bad as what happened in Watts then, and now we're thinking that it's worse. Rick Romero, standing by. Let's go to him and find out what he has to tell us. Rick.
Well, Paul and Ann, about an hour ago, I think I told you, I talked to some neighbors here that are right outside the Los Alamitos Armed Forces Reserve Center, which is also the place where the National Guard has their base, and they told us that they really hadn't seen much in the way of unusual activity. I said, well, maybe in about the last 5 or 10 minutes, again earlier, I said in the last 5 or 10 minutes we noticed a few cars coming in. Well, all of that has changed. I think if we take a look at some tape, we can show you a little bit of what we saw here in the last hour. For example, we have seen a number of vehicles come in here with people in their fatigue-type uniforms. They are coming in wide awake, it seems like, and they're catching up with the security officers here and then going right on in. Besides that, we have seen in excess, I would say in excess of 50 California Highway Patrol cars coming in, and inside those cars are at least a half dozen men in each one of those cars. So what does all of that mean? Well, there are a couple of ideas here, and talking to one of the officials, one of the police officers that was here, they say that it's quite possible that they are here to escort a number of the Armed Forces Reserves and National Guardsmen on up to Los Angeles area. There they will then deploy themselves, the CHP that is, and set up a perimeter, holding those people inside that perimeter and also keeping people outside that perimeter, and also for the safety of the National Guardsmen. There is also the thought that the CHP is also coming here to gear up with riot gear to go on in. That is all speculation at this point, but again, 50 CHP officers, cars have come in here along with their officers. This is Rick Romero reporting live from Los Alamitos. Back to you in the studio, Paul.
Yeah, there were going to be, I think, Ann, what, 750 CHP officers in all that were going to be deployed eventually,
And
I think they said.
2,000 of the National Guardsmen who were supposed to hold secure those areas that finally get tamped down by the local law enforcement. They're supposed to take them over and hold them, help secure perimeters, help take care of buildings. We are now up in Newscopter 7 with a bird's eye view of that Newberry fire where we've been with Mark Brown, and Mark is there. We'll bring you back in, Mark.
Mark Brown, if you can hear us, it looks like that Save-On, looks like that they're so far have been able to save the Save-On drugstore.
I actually wasn't over there, so I don't know how much progress they're making here in fighting the fire. I was over at the Viva store, just kind of taking a look inside to see what's being taken there. But yes, it looks like, I don't know if they're making progress here or not. I haven't been able to actually.
Well, we got you at a disadvantage. We lost it. We had an aerial shot from Newscopter 7, and it looked like it was confined to the Newberry store and hadn't hit the Save-On yet.
Well, that's certainly good news. Newscopter 7. I think I see Newscopter 7 actually up there.
Okay, we got the shot back now. I don't know whether you can see it or not, Mark.
I can't see it. I don't have a monitor up here, but you describe it to me.
Well, what I'm seeing and what Ann is seeing is that the J.J. Newberry is gone. I mean, that's a total loss. The roof is totally gone. And as we pan over now, the Save-On, it looks like that roof is not involved yet. If it is, it certainly isn't involved to that extent, and it looks like they're going to be able to save that building.
I think there's, well, now the other smaller stores, the stores between Newberry's and Save-On, we see smoke coming out of the roof there, so it looks like that one is going up after all.
Okay, that would be the Melody Shops Fashions for Women and the large-size Kids World store, clothing store, apparently, both of them apparently clothing stores.
This at 18th and Western, Mark, right?
Roughly 18th and Western, right near Venice, between Venice and 18th on Western Avenue. The street is closed off, or they're trying to close it off at this point.
Okay, we're back live on the ground with you. What's the situation over at the Viva store, if you were just there?
Well, I was just taking a look to see kind of if I could get a feeling for what the people were taking out of the store. It's just kind of a hodgepodge. There's a whole bunch of candy, a lot of lollipops actually strewn on the ground at the Viva store. It's kind of weird, and there's some chicken on the ground that people have dropped on the way out. I was trying to look inside to see if there's certain shelves or certain things that have been just cleaned out. Police obviously wouldn't let me inside the store, but from what I could see at the front, there is a big beer display up at the front with 12 packs of beer. I'd say about a third of it is gone. You see a lot of milk that's been taken out, a lot of milk from the dairy department in the back of the store. But a lot of the stuff is untouched. You get the feeling that, they're going to be able to recover from this over at the Viva store. That is, if no further looting takes place and if they can keep any arsonists out of the place. So that's actually, I guess that's good news considering the situation and what might have been here.
We're getting to the time of night here where we've been watching these pictures for about 8 hours straight. And you begin to ruminate on what you're seeing, and it strikes me that this night has become something of a cross between a carnival and a guerrilla war.
You hit it absolutely on the head, Ann. I have been all over the city tonight. I have been in places where people threatened us with violence. I have been in places where people threatened me, my cameraman, Bruce, the technician in the truck, told us essentially to get out of here or else we were going to get hurt. I've been in other places where people welcomed us with open arms, they'd say hi to Paul and Ann. You saw the people cheering on the looter as he was being chased by the police. There are both of those things. There is intense anger, and there is also that kind of carnival atmosphere here. It's a very surreal event. I have never seen anything like this in my life.
The carnival atmosphere, to some extent, Mark, might be sort of a, you know what nervous laughter is. It's sort of like things are so tense that I'm going to react this way because it's a good defense mechanism. And you wonder, these people that are enjoying this festive atmosphere tonight, what they're going to be feeling like later on today when they get a chance to realize what they've done and what's happened.
Yeah, you get the feeling nobody's going to be laughing when they realize the Viva store is going to be closed for a while, when they realize J.J. Newberry's is closed and gone, and that nothing may ever return here. Because you've got, after the Watts riot in 1965, a lot of stores were burned that never returned. There are still empty lots on 103rd Street that were once stores that employed people and that served people. And that was because basically, and who can blame them, what business owner is going to want to return to an area where he faces the possibility of getting burned out by somebody.
Okay, it's a very few black businesses on this community, and this is why this is going on. Okay, and we're tired of it, man. We ain't taking it no more, and it's real simple.
Have you yourself taken part in any of the burning or the looting or any of that stuff?
No, sir, I haven't.
You're saying that with a smile. Is that you really haven't? Or?
No, I haven't.
But you support what's going on?
Sure.
What does it gain? What have the people gained by burning up Newburgh?
Let white folks know, man, we tired of this shit. It was real simple. White folk, we tired of this. We ain't taking it no more. It ain't over till we say it's over. Okay? This is just a result of Latasha Harrison, Rodney King, Mike Tyson, the whole thing, man. The whole thing. We're subjected. We're subjected to. I mean, you can't find an Indian from Mexico to Canada. Look at what white folk are gonna get to the Indians. Look at what they done did to the country. They done stole the country, and now this. So you got it.
Mark.
You live with white folk, and it ain't over till we say it's over.
All right.
Mark.
I apologize for the profanity there. That was live on. Yes, he just walked away.
A thought that struck me while you were talking to him. Am I interrupting? I'll go ahead.
Well, I just was wondered from him. I was going to wonder from him. He's talking about the white-owned businesses, and it's okay to burn them down because they're owned by white folks. Where's he going to shop tomorrow?
Good question. I wish we could have asked that from him. He's gone on down the street at this point. I don't know where he's gone.
While you were talking to him, it occurred to me that Watts was 27 years ago.
Right.
Don't we figure that a generation is about 30 years? So we're talking almost a full generation ago. So guys his age don't remember the riots, probably don't remember or don't maybe put two and two together about what happens immediately after the riots. As you said, the businesses that don't come back, the crushing economic damage to a community.
Exactly.
So he's not drawing parallels between then and now.
Exactly. It's kind of a shame. I'm 30 years old. I was 4 years old when the Watts riot happened. This gentleman couldn't have been any older than I am. He probably doesn't have a realization of what happened. People who lived through that, people who understand what that meant, are not the people who are out here doing this sort of thing tonight. I get that feeling. The people who know the suffering that it caused and who know what it ended up doing to the community, and the fact that the poorer areas of the city are no better off. In fact, a lot of people believe they are worse off than they were in 1965. I did a half-hour report about the Watts riot last year, and that was the impression I got from people who've been through it, that this is all, things are a lot worse now than they were then. So you wonder how much worse can it get?
Well, that young man you just talked to, Mark, obviously is very angry, as a good many people are. But as time goes on, after he has a chance to reflect and he sees what happens because of this tonight, I suspect in a few years you go back to that young man and ask him the same questions and have a chat with him, the answers might be a lot different.
Well, that's an interesting point. When I was doing my Watts story a few years back, as we look at the Viva store, which is apparently under control right now, when I did that story, I talked to somebody who rioted. It was about 25 years ago at the time, and he said that he would be in the thick of it doing it again. This man was still unemployed, still basically hanging out on the corner, that he was doing essentially what he was doing at the time he was a rioter in Watts 25 years before. So if this young man who we just spoke to, this angry young man who was feeling the injustice of what this society is causing, if he is in the same situation then, 25 years from now, as he is right now, you may very well get the same response.
You gotta remember, I guess, that an awful lot of the people out there tonight probably figure they got nothing to lose.
Right.
That's the problem.
Exactly. When your life is hard, when your life apparently has no hope and no purpose, or at least you believe that it has no hope or purpose, then you do things that reflect that. And so that's kind of what we're seeing in some respects. And then you also have people who are frankly opportunists. You have people who were criminals before the verdict was announced, and who are criminals now. And those make up a large body of the destruction you're seeing now.
Well, the opportunists and the people that are looking for excuses to go out and incite and rob and loot and pillage, they're always going to do that. But I'm struck by the people on television that are reporting about this. You and Ann and I make a darn good living at what we do. And maybe we don't really totally understand what it's like for some of these people, Mark. And maybe I'm being too kind. I don't know. But let me have your thoughts on that.
Well, that's a good point, Paul. For those of us who are comfortable, who don't have to worry about where our next meal is coming from, who don't have to worry about being hassled by the police, who don't have to worry about gang members driving by and shooting into our home. It's hard for those of us who have a comfortable life to imagine the pain that exists in the community that we see going up in flames around us. And we should all bear that in mind, that this is a different world than the one that we live in. Is my audio still okay? Can you hear me?
You're a little fuzzy. But you're coming back in here.
Well, that was essentially the point I wanted to make. It's a different place. It's a different situation when you're talking not just about South Central Los Angeles, but about East Los Angeles, about certain areas of Wilmington and San Pedro where people don't live as people ought to live in this society. You're going to have despair and hopelessness of a kind that most of us will never know.
That whole thing in Watts was supposed to be a wake-up call on that very subject, wasn't it? We were supposed to look at what was happening there, and that was our barometer for what the rage level was and the hopelessness level in the community. And people made recommendations, and there was going to be change. And here we are. There was, but here we go again.
Maybe we haven't come quite as far as we thought we had. We were talking about not understanding how some people have to live, but you mentioned the word anarchy earlier tonight. That is not going to lead anywhere. It doesn't matter who has what or who wants for what. That doesn't work. What we're seeing tonight doesn't work.
One of the gentlemen that Mark was talking to earlier wanted to know if this sort of thing was going on in other states tonight, if there were protests going on. We have copies from San Francisco indicating that there were numerous protests held up in the Bay Area because of the beating case verdicts, nonviolent rallies in San Francisco, Oakland, and Palo Alto, but demonstrators who marched throughout downtown San Jose early today, that would be this morning, threw rocks and bottles, and at least one store was looted in the San Jose area, too. So...
Okay, we are now going back to Linda Breakstone, who is near USC, the scene of earlier fires and looting tonight. Linda? All right, Linda Breakstone.
Go, Linda.
We keep throwing to these people before they're ready. Linda, can you hear me?
We're here. I'm sorry, I can't hear you right now. We don't have audio. We are here with a student from USC. We're across the street from USC. This big fire had been here at the Sorbonne Market. It is finally being contained. It took them about 2 hours to contain the fire. There was only 2 or 3 trucks on it at one time because, as you know, they just don't have enough trucks to go around, and so it did take quite a long time. They finally, just in the last 10 minutes of filing, started to put this thing out. Through the night, we kept seeing explosions like fireworks, and it was because of all the liquor that was in the store as the bottles kept exploding. Now, we have a gentleman here that was in the store when it all started, and he is with the Daily Trojan, the USC student newspaper. Again, this market is across the street from USC. It's one the students often go to. And let me hear your name, sir, and tell me what happened.
My name is Greg Sandoval. We went in approximately around 10 o'clock this evening, and there was people quickly coming and going, children taking 12 packs of beer out, older gentlemen grabbing all the alcohol they can get. It was helter-skelter. People were taking day-old bread, the discount bread. There was older women, an elderly woman on the ground covering a cash register drawer, picking a loose change out, screaming, "This is mine, this is mine."
So much like we just saw with Mark Brand, down not too far away from here, the looting that was going on there started here.
Exactly. Completely just unafraid of any police. They were running through, and no one was really any violence. There was a lot of that nervous giggling going on in the store, a lot of laughter inside, and people were bringing shopping carts, plastic baggies, and just dumping everything they could.
Now, how did they get in? The store wasn't open.
They tore down the grid or the iron fencing that is used as a safety guard.
Now, were these neighborhood people? This is across the street from USC. This is largely student population, isn't it?
Well, there is a percentage of students that live in this area, but most of the people in here, I would have to say, it appeared to me they were neighborhood people.
The neighborhood people came?
Yes, absolutely.
Did you talk to anybody? Was it because all this going on down at Parker Center that they thought that it was okay to do this?
I asked one lady, I said what her thinking was in here, and she said they made the wrong decision. That's a quote. I asked her what her goal was in doing all of this, and she said she had no goal, that this is the price that we had to pay for the actions taken by the jury in Simi Valley.
Now, tell me, what happened, or how did the fire start that you know of?
I came back here after talking to USC security, and it was around 12:30, 1 o'clock. There was yellow smoke coming. I went to the door again to see if there were looters inside or if anybody was inside, and all I could see
just yellow smoke.
Just yellow smoke and the sprinkler system on. And it appeared to me that any fire that was going was going to be put out. So I went home, and from my house, I don't live too far from here. By the time I got there, flames were shooting out of it. So it caught fast.
So it just took off.
That is a perfect way of saying it. It was just completely enveloped the roof, and you could see it from miles away.
I did notice the firefighters were around this store. We've seen fires that were this bad, and firefighters were not here. I'm wondering if it's because it's across from USC. They didn't want it to spread into the campus or something.
We would like to think that. We would, I mean, not that we're any special than anybody else, but there is a lot of USC property, not, just a few yards away from here, and a lot of USC students. So, but I'd like the people in this area, I'm sure, were just as concerned and would have liked to see the fire department here.
And what happens at USC tomorrow? You said they're closed tomorrow?
Yes, we've gotten reports that there will be no classes tomorrow. I haven't confirmed those, but it is. People are saying that there's definitely no school. So.
You said there are a few little fires starting on campus tonight.
I was present in a building in the middle part of the campus, the Grace Ford Salvatore, and I was involved in putting out a fire that had started in the lobby. It was newspapers on fire, and it wasn't huge, but it was unsettling to see a part of USC on fire.
But it was a similar kind of a mini protest, but nonetheless.
Nonetheless, it caught our attention. A young lady and I were stomping on it and throwing our book bags on it, and yes, it was unsettling. There was a fire inside the campus.
Thank you very much for being
here.
I really appreciate it. Okay, that's it now. We about have this thing out. We have 2 fire trucks still here putting out the last embers, and at least around USC, they seem to have it secured. Now, since I cannot hear you, I will just send it back to you and Paul in the studio.
All right.
We will take it. Thank you very much, Linda.
When she can hear us, we'll congratulate her on a fine job. I think I'm going to congratulate all of our reporters on the
I asked her earlier if it was okay if I called her tough, and she sort of blanched at that, I think, a little bit. But
she knows she's tough.
She is, and all of our people and all the people in the news department and the newsroom upstairs that are trying to keep us awake and keep us informed are doing a great job. One of whom is with us. Yvonne Smith, who is one of our coordinators, which is a fancy way of saying she's one of the people that helps us put these programs on the air day in and day out. Never thought you'd be on TV, did you?
Never thought it.
Yvonne lives in South Central Los Angeles. She was in Watts at 4 o'clock this afternoon and was trying to make her way home by 7 o'clock. Tell us what you went through.
You know, at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, when the verdict was announced about 3:15, there were people out in the streets just shocked and disbelief. Everybody was talking about it. So there wasn't a problem. I left Watts about 7 o'clock yesterday evening, and that's when the problem erupted. Up and down Imperial Highway, people throwing rocks, throwing bottles into check-cashing stores, into gas stations. It was unbelievable trying to get through on the streets. There were cars stopped. There were people running back and forth. When I was on the freeway, I could look over in the Florence area and see about 7 helicopters hovering over the fires man. You know, it's getting darker. You could smell the smoke. As I was trying to get off of the freeway, that's where the problem started. There was a man with a huge rock looking into cars, basically, aiming the rock at different cars, you know, standing in the middle of the street. He looked at me and I looked at him. I looked at the signal, trying to wait for the green light.
So he was in the area where you were waiting.
He was in the area.
Through. You had to sort of try to dodge this man?
Yes, the rock was about bigger than his hand.
Was he waiting until he found who he thought was the right person to follow?
Yes, yes. You know, he kept looking at me. I didn't know what he was looking for. And, you know, I smiled. It was a nervous smile, kind of like begging, you know, please not me. You know, I kept looking at the signal and looked at him. The moment the signal turned green, I know I must have broken some type of speed limit because I was off of the freeway. I was going home. People running in the streets talking about revolution. I was about 4 months old when the Riots started, and if it was anything, what people say was like what I saw yesterday. I don't know if I could even go through anything like that. Just to see people just nonchalantly picking up rocks and throwing them at anything, at anybody. You know, it wasn't like out in the streets, it wasn't a particular target. It was just anything. It was like the aggression just erupting. You know, I was terrified. I was just shaking. I was in the car, but I was shaking.
Sure.
You know, and to see somebody just going from car to car, looking into cars, I don't know what he was looking for. But I know that there was something that totally terrified me.
When you got home, did you talk to friends, family, find out what was going on in other neighborhoods?
You know, when I got home, phone lines disconnected. I could not call out.
Is that right?
I could not talk to anybody. And all the lights were out. Street lights, lights in my home. This morning on my way to work, it was a barricade. I was passing people on the Harbor Freeway. Basically, those people were policemen in riot gear, 4 or 5 to a car on the freeway. That was the passengers who I was seeing.
When you got home, home to your family?
Yes.
And your family being how many people?
One, my mother.
Your mom?
My mom.
Well, did you talk to her about it?
Besides her crying and hugging me the moment I walked in the door. Yes, she was.
I'll bet she was, because was she here during the Watts riots?
She was. She was. She was, as a matter of fact, we talked about it yesterday. She was sitting out on the porch seeing people looting, walking by with televisions in their hands. So she remembers it quite well, and she was so afraid for me yesterday. She knew I was in Watts, and she was just frantic, you know, just sitting basically by the door looking for me. And she was crying, you know, just hugged me when I got in. And, you know, like I said, if there was anything like I've heard from people, what you read in textbooks at school about what the Watts riot was about, that had to come pretty close to what I saw yesterday.
Was she angry at this verdict, your mom?
She was angry. The moment we heard it, she was very angry about it. She said that she was afraid of what could happen. One of her girlfriends told her children to stock up in the supermarkets once the verdict is announced because it's going to be a riot, you know, and I don't think anybody thought it would be to this magnitude. I thought people would be upset, people would protest, but not what I saw yesterday. It was unbelievable. You know, I think the safest place is for people to be in their homes because it is really a war out there on the streets.
Well, you know, they were recommending that people who live in that neighborhood should stay home today. You had some guts to get back in your car and drive back up here this morning.
You know, the moment I came here, my mother said to please call me and let me know that you made it.
Did you do it?
Yes. The moment I walked in, I made everybody here was happy to see me.
Sure.
But she told me, she said, please don't go out. You know, I said, this is my job. I have to come out.
You were lucky to be able to come back here under the cover of darkness, as it were. I suspect a lot of people, when day breaks, are not going to leave their homes, and they shouldn't.
Yeah. I think I'm going to stay here for a while. I think I'll live here.
Well, good. We all may be living here for quite some time, Yvonne, so get used to us, because we're going to be around each other for a while. Yvonne Smith, thank you very much
Thanks for coming down on the set.
taking the time to talk to us. We are going to have to go up now to Newscopter 7, and Mike Moore. Captain Mike's up there orbiting another fire. Mike, can you hear us?
We're live, Heather.
Mike, Paul Moyer, can you hear me?
Yes, Paul.
What are we looking at? Well, we're looking at a fire, obviously, but is this something that's just broken out?
Yes, Paul, we spotted this about a half hour ago, and it built quite rapidly. We're at Martin Luther King Jr. and Van Ness, and it's a TNJ market that is engulfed here, and it has been going heavily for about 10 minutes.
Doors left there at all. It just seems that every time we turn around, there's another store that's either being looted or burned.
Well,
this one's got hoses on it.
Yeah, we got hoses on it. There's one of those ladders.
Yeah, this one has quite a bit of equipment on it, and they have been working on us, like I say, for quite some time now, and just now starting to get it under control.
Well, I'm going to ask you to do it again, Captain Mike. Give us your bird's eye view. Are there fewer fires up there now? And we're hoping you're going to give us some good news.
Well, it seems like there's a, they're putting the larger fires out, but there's still scattered small fires popping up. I would say that the numbers of fires are less, and the intensity of the fires are also down as well.
You want to tilt up a little and give us kind of a pan of the horizon? We can sort of get a feeling that way sometimes if it's...
Okay, as we pass through the smoke from this fire, we'll be looking back towards downtown, and you may be able to see,
I see
on
one.
your screen, you'll see several columns of black smoke where there's fire, as well as if you look straight down Martin Luther King, you'll see some emergency vehicle lights down there.
Well, I can tell you what,
Nobody looks like less, doesn't it?
this is a lot different than what it was, how long have we been here? 3 or 4 hours ago. You can keep panning around, Heather, and we'll get kind of a 360 here, and then we'll let you go.
This is a whole lot different. I mean, when we did this very same thing a few hours back, we could see in any one view 2 or 3, and then you shift a little bit, there'd be a few more. And as you say, Mike, it looks like the big ones are under control at this point.
Yeah, that's what it appears to me. It's the fires are starting to get a little more scattered out, not quite as large or as high of an intensity on the fires.
Well, I think we've been looking for some good news all night, and I think we may have found a little bit of it. Number of fires less, the intensity down, as we look at one that is still going pretty good, although it looks like, Mike, they're getting a handle on this one too.
Yes, they're rapidly bringing this one under control. 10 minutes ago, this one had flames coming probably 50 to 100 feet out of it, and the heat was incredible. We could feel the heat. We're about 500 feet above ground level now, and we could feel the heat, and we're getting turbulence off of the fire.
Ron was telling us the same thing earlier tonight when he was orbiting one of those fires, that the heat just, even at your altitude of, I think you said, Mike, 500 feet, you can really feel it.
Yeah, the heat is really something to deal with as you're flying over these fires, and it creates a lot of turbulence, and if it gets going with the right conditions, it will start creating their own wind.
Can I ask you, before we run away from you and talk to Mark Brown, which we're going to do real quickly here, have you seen any evidence of perimeters being set up on any of the main streets here? Any police lines that have been set up or cars that have been parked to sort of secure the area, keep motorists out?
Well, Ann, we've seen several large convoys of police units moving around, but we haven't really necessarily seen any definite lines set up. There does seem to be quite a bit of movement of emergency vehicles from place to place, as well as escorts of the fire services to different locations.
Okay, Captain Mike, thank you. Stay in orbit, and we're going to go directly now quickly to Mark Brown at 18th and Western. Mark?
Paul, and I have an unusual situation here. Remember the angry young man who spoke earlier? He has returned, and along with him here is a man who had a cleaning business who has lost his business. Kind of people on opposite sides of the coin here. First of all, you, sir, you lost your business.
Yes, I did.
What, were you here when it went up, or what happened?
I received a call from my alarm company, and I came here around 2:30, and everything was gone by then.
Now, sir, we spoke with you earlier. You said that you supported the burning and what was going on as an expression of anger. Do you still support it now?
See, this is a result of black babies being born in disproportionate numbers. This is a result of women on birth control. This is a result of more black men in this country in jail than we have in South Africa. Okay, this is a result of inadequate education. Okay, this is a result of getting beat down in the streets like Rodney King.
Is it his fault? Is it this man's fault?
This is my brother, and I love him, and I'm very sorry that this happened to him. And it's not Rodney King's fault. This is, they kill our babies in the street. They beat black men in the street. There's more black men in jail here than there is in South Africa. Okay, and this is all a result. So black people don't have hate in their heart. We didn't have hate in our heart when we came to this country. Okay.
Okay, sir, what do you think of what he's saying?
I don't want to blame anybody, and I'm not blaming anybody for whatever reasons that it happened. It happened in the country, and if it happened to everybody, and I have to, agree with it, It's not the fault of anybody. It's not the fault of my own community either. I believe it's the fault of the system.
The fault of the system. Can you find some common ground with this man here who says he supports what's going on here? Is there some commonality between you two?
Definitely, yes. Definitely. Definitely. I totally agree with what he says. I totally accept what he says. But
even at the cost of your own livelihood?
It have to be. If it have to be, it have to be.
Okay, Paul, Ann, you heard it right here. We had some people who you would think are on the opposite sides of this issue. Both of them angry at the verdict. Both of them very angry at what they saw earlier, or what they saw yesterday in the courtroom. One man owned a business that lost it. Another supports those who essentially are doing this destruction, as making a point about the way people are treated in this country. And they have some common ground. It's kind of an interesting thing that we're seeing here.
It's interesting, Mark, when you started out with those two, I thought we were going to see a real good argument, and we didn't at all. We saw agreement in the end.
We did see that, but we saw two very different faces. We saw one face absolutely discouraged. In spite of what he said, that was not the face of a happy man, and another face there that was not as discouraged at all.
Well, and you wonder if he really did totally agree with the other fellow 100%, like you said. We are going out now, I believe, to Henry Alfaro at command headquarters. Henry?
Well, once again, Paul, this area is humming with activity. Convoys of cars have been coming in now for the past half hour. A lot of black and whites from within the city. New groups of police officers. I talked to several of them, and they are, you might say, the so-called fresh troops. One of the reasons for cars coming in and out all the time here is that they come in, group, get their instructions, and go out to some of the hot spots. They come back, regroup, and go back out. A lot of cars, not only fire department vehicles as well as paramedic units. Once again, they're going out. It's no longer a matter of paramedic units or fire department trucks going out accompanied by LAPD black and whites. Now it's strictly deployment time. The area right now is they're going into various directions. Some of the motorcycle officers have now gone down Arlington. They're going to establish perimeters. That's one of the reasons why we also have the CHP here. Now, earlier I talked to some of the firefighters, and they said that they were just fighting fires every place, mostly businesses. They really just are short of manpower, and they just can't conceivably be at all of these various locations. The police department saying that they were not making any arrests, at least several of the officers were telling me, because they don't want to risk any of the officers in chasing one or two people. It's too dangerous. So when daybreak comes, though, however, the assault will go on in the various areas in terms of taking care of the people. This entire area looks like a war zone, really. It's so many black and whites, different fire department agencies, and with the addition of the National Guard, they're going to be quite in force out there tomorrow. So right now, again, a lot of activity, and all of a sudden it slows down. That's been the story here this evening, or early this morning. They're going back out to different areas. I'm not really aware, based on what Mark was talking about, there's still some looting, still a lot of activities going on. But right now they are going to establish perimeters to make sure that once daybreak and once people start getting back out there, that they certainly will try and have things under control. So once again, reporting from the command post at 54th in Arlington, I'm Henry Alfaro. Now back to you.
Henry, I don't know if you could see it or not, but an RTD bus just went by. Are they using that bus in the police activities? Or?
Yes, they've used not only the RTD buses, but they've also used some Los Angeles Unified School District buses. Okay. They've brought a number of officers. The buses have been completely filled, and they've been bringing the officers here. So that was a good catch on that, because there have been a number of buses and a number of school buses that have been utilized to bring some of the officers down here at the command post.
While we've got you, we know of the two suspects that were shot at Nickerson Gardens. We know of one firefighter that was shot in the cheek. Do you know of any police officers that have been injured?
I asked that question of Police Chief Daryl Gates, and he said no. That so far, the LAPD has been very fortunate. None of the officers have been injured in any way.
Okay.
But what I might add, that again, talking to some of the officers that were coming in, They say there's a lot of weapons out there. There've been a lot of shots I've heard, but none have been directed to them so far.
Okay.
All right, Henry, thanks for a great job. Newscopter 7 now apparently over the scene of a power outage, and we look at this picture, and boy, is it black there, except for the fire, and I believe that's a light from another helicopter that's going past it there. Is that a car?
That's a car.
Okay, that's a car driving.
It's hard to tell when you're orbiting at that altitude.
It is.
Is Captain Mike with us on this one, or?
Yes, Paul, I'm here. Yeah, that was a car northbound on Vermont, I believe it is. We're approximately Vermont and Slauson. And as we were up at Martin Luther King Jr. and Van Ness, we saw a huge explosion, Heather and I, and then the ensuing power outage after that. We came down to investigate. This is about the only remnants of anything we could find that may have possibly caused it.
Do you think maybe it was one of those transformers that went up, Mike?
This was definitely not a transformer, I don't believe, Paul. It was a major ball of flame. We saw it go up probably 400 or 500 feet in the air.
My goodness.
And that's when the power just went boom.
Yeah, and then we saw this large area with all of a sudden the power just disappeared. And right as we came on scene, there was another area to the east of this that did the same thing as well. And all we can see from that, from here, is just a large dark area to our east.
You know, we've heard through the night that, and seen a couple of times that transformers go up, and then we've heard that the electricity's been out in various neighborhoods, but I don't think we've seen anything as big as that. That's got to be at least a square mile, isn't it? Maybe more?
Yeah, I'd say it's probably a 1.5 mile to 2 mile square area. And it is, I've been seeing transformers blow up all night long, but that was the first time I'd seen an explosion to that extent. All night. It was quite startling to see.
Well, we have had, as Ann said, reports of smaller power outages, but this one is bigger than anything we've seen, and it makes you wonder, you know, how many people don't have power in Southern California right now, and how many people don't have phone service? We heard of phone problems.
See another patch down there?
Yeah? Where are you looking?
I'm looking down midway down the screen. Well, it's been hidden by the live sign right now, but there's another big patch of black there. I don't know if we're just losing it now. Don't know if that's significant or not, but okay, we're going back. That's the right direction. You see that big dark area right there in the middle of the screen now?
Right.
Yeah, that area, Paul and Ann, is just west of the Harbor Freeway, and it continues southbound for probably about 1.5 miles, and probably about 3/4 of a mile wide.
Does that look like another power outage to you?
Yeah, it's definitely another area of power outage. We're right where we're at now. We've got 3 areas that are very close together that have widespread power outages, and just behind us, towards the Baldwin Hills area, there's 2 other large areas of power outages as well.
Another thing you got to consider too, Mike, is all these areas that don't have power, how long it's going to be before the DWP or the agencies that handle this are willing to send their people into the area to get the power restored.
Yeah, that would be a good question to ask. The way the current situation is now, that could be quite some time.
Well, yeah, sure it can. I mean, even at daybreak, it's going to be quite some time before things, I think, are normalized to where they'd be willing to send those people in there.
Yep.
Definitely.
So you're going to have hundreds or thousands of folks without their power for a while.
Yeah, I'd say quite a while. We're still, I've been observing all night. The police is still escorting all the fire units throughout the city. So it's going to be quite some time before it's safe even to bring any type of work crews in.
I don't know how you can describe this night. We have seen the fires, we've heard about the gunshots, we've heard about the people being shot, in a couple of cases people being killed, people being beat up, dozens of cases flooding emergency rooms, the phones have gone out, the lights have gone out, the power's out, looting, absolute chaos throughout this night, beginning really just before 7 in the evening, and we're now looking at 4 o'clock in the morning of Thursday.
We came down here about 6:45. That's when it all started. And I think it's going to be a matter of days before I can sort it out in my head and figure out personally what I make of it all. And I'm sure that those of you still watching us feel the same way. It's been a night of hell in Southern California.
It really has. It really has. We leave you with schools that won't be opening tomorrow, a bus service that's very iffy, power that's out, jobs that a lot of people probably won't be going to tomorrow, in some cases because the job's burned down and it's gone. It's been just a terrible night.
Stores that people aren't going to be able to shop at tomorrow to buy their food and their staples and their diapers and all the other things you need to live your life are gone.
Yes, and it has really dwarfed the impetus to the whole thing, which was the verdict in the beating. We haven't talked about that in several hours. We've been talking about shootings and
I'll
burnings
tell you something, Ann,
all
that's a
of
good
that.
point. One sort of loses the focus of all this, and isn't it ironic that all this started over the trial involving 4 police officers, and here it ends with those of us, all of us looking to the police for help, to help calm the situation and to help restore order. It's come full circle, hasn't it?
That's a good point.
It really has. We see our friend Gene Gleason standing by over there. I'm not sure whether we're going to go to Gene forever or we're going to go to Gene for a few moments, but I'll tell you what, why don't you take it, give us your thoughts and your expertise, and we'll figure out what we're going to do in a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Paul. My thoughts are you have been on a awful long time. You've done an incredibly brilliant job of covering what has to be the most difficult night in Los Angeles, at least since the Watts riots. This is so pervasive and such a huge disaster on such a giant scale that, as you said, it just boggles the mind. I've been watching you, and I've been watching our coverage. Everybody out in the field has been trying to come to grips with what we've been seeing, and what we've been seeing is something that is almost impossible to come to grips with, because this involves the soul and the heart of a city, and the whole soul and the heart of this city right now are being wrenched out, and even people that are not in the areas where all this destruction is taking place and this looting are watching it and wondering about themselves, their feelings, their lives, and what their futures have in store for them right now.
Mr. Gleason, I haven't known you long enough to know where you were in 1965 during the Watts riots. Were you here? Were you working in this business? Do you remember them?
I remember them very vividly. I lived in Riverside, 50 miles east of Los Angeles, and I was 21 in college and spent 3 days watching them on television. And what I saw last night, starting about 7 o'clock, was precisely what I had seen in 1965. A friend of mine and I sat down on Sunday and talked about the possibility of this happening if the verdicts, nobody thought it would be all not guilty, but if the verdicts went in a way that the community did not feel served what everybody had seen on that videotape and expected to be guilty verdicts. And what would happen, and quite frankly, I said I don't think that there could be rioting on any large scale, perhaps on small scale, looting on a small scale, but nothing of the nature that we've seen. I would say just what I've seen in the last few hours, it rivals what happened in 1965, certainly. The difference is that the LAPD seems to have made a conscious effort in this case to back off, and as you saw when Mark Brown was reporting from that shopping center at 18th and Western a little while ago, even when they had looters, they just made them drop the goods and leave, because I think they feel that if they make arrests, that will just provoke the situation. And the neighbor in that area that Mark talked to seemed to feel that that was the case. Remember that what we're watching is not everybody in the community. Certainly everybody in the community feels the rage and the betrayal of these verdicts, but the people that live in those communities, remember, supported the police every time more police were needed, and it went on the ballot in this city by large numbers. Those people down there are served by the police. It is the one tangible service that they feel because they're there every day, the police and the fire units, when so many other services are lacking. And that's where the highest crime rate is, and they are the victims so often. And they are certainly the victims this morning and last night, because people that have jobs can't get to jobs. People that have children and they're trying to get them educated can't get them educated. And now, as Mark Brown so poignantly pointed out, many of these businesses that are being looted and burned are the businesses that after the Watts riots, people said, please come into the community because we are not served well by business, and we need the stores and we need the services that these businesses provide. Maybe they're owned by whites, but they asked for them to come in, and through the efforts of Mayor Bradley and others, over the years, shopping centers were put together at great effort and great expense, and unfortunately we sit here and watch all this work for these 27 years just burned up, and certainly the community is troubled and has been for a long time. There are not enough jobs, there aren't enough services. Black men are incarcerated in larger numbers than anybody else, but nothing gets done when people rob, loot, burn, and pull people out of cars indiscriminately. Keep in mind that the people pulled out of their cars did not beat Rodney King, the people that were beaten up. The people that own those stores did not beat Rodney King. These were just innocent bystanders like everybody else. I'm told we're going to switch to Chopper 7 now. Let's see what they have for us, and we'll get back and talk about this a little later. Chopper 7, Captain Mike is overhead, and also we are seeing one of the points of all this devastation is the lack of electricity. Power is going out all over south central Los Angeles as transformers burn, the power lines come apart, and Captain Mike is overhead with the picture of a darkened south central Los Angeles. Describe it for us, Mike.
Good morning, Gene. The area we were over just recently, where we showed the three large areas of power outages, were pretty much an area, I'd say about 5 miles to the south of us, maybe 6 or 7 miles east to west, from Crenshaw Square all the way to the Harbor Freeway, and south almost to Torrance. Lost the majority of the power other than maybe street lights. And it happened just as we were closing that last segment, and it was a sudden major outage of power. And we've seen them flickering on and off like this all night, but this one has stayed out. And they're definitely down to minimal power down there.
Mike, we're losing your signal to some extent, but is there any way to ascertain whether or not the power is going out through some conscious effort by people that are out causing problems early this morning, or is it simply the fires that are burning the power lines and the poles that are cutting these wires?
I haven't really seen anybody tampering with any type of power lines, but on the other hand, I have seen many electrical lines and power sources going up because of the flames. But with the way the situation has been, I definitely wouldn't rule out the possibility of somebody tampering with something somewhere.
Yeah, a certain amount of sophistication is needed to deal with power lines and things of that nature, but there are substations all over the city, and even though they're not well marked, once somebody identifies it as substation, I guess a Molotov cocktail or whatever thrown in could do the same kind of damage to an electrical substation just as it's doing to some of the stores down there.
Yeah, that could be the case. And as we've seen earlier, some of the power outages have been associated with some explosions. So anything's possible at this point, I would say.
And as Paul and Ann pointed out just a little while ago, it does seem that that the fires seem to be dying out, and we don't see too many new ones. What's your observation on that at the present time?
What new ones we have seen, Gene, have been very small. And the area we're at now, within about a 3-mile radius of us has maybe 7 or 8 small fires, whereas before we were getting almost twice that many, and many were getting larger. What we have on our screen right below us now is about typical of most of the fires in the area. They're both mostly small. A lot of them have almost burnt themselves out, as the fire units are scattered all over on different fires. So it does seem that the fire situation does seem to be relaxing a little bit.
Have you heard any gunfire at all as you've been flying over this area, or is it just the fires and the firemen and the police who are trying to protect them doing their job?
It's been just the fire and police. Earlier we had heard some gunfire, both from when we were out in another helicopter doing some tape, and from the office we had heard quite a bit of weapons fire, but the past 2 hours we haven't heard anything at all.
Okay. I understand Mark Brown is standing by at 18th and Western. Mark and Paul and Ed are just leaving the studio now. Get some sleep. We'll see you soon, I know. We're going to press you into service, and Magnificent job. All right. Thank you. Mark Brown, what can you tell us? What's the scene down there at 18th and Western now?
Well, I just finished speaking with one of the firefighters here at 18th and Western, the J.J. Newberry store, which we watched erupt in flame. It's been, gosh, I guess about 2 hours, maybe 3. I've lost track of time, frankly. We watched it erupt in flame while we were here doing a live report. The fire, as you can see, still going strong here, but according to a firefighter, they think they're going to get the upper hand on this. They'll probably have it out in about an hour. They're not doing it what they call an interior attack on it. In other words, they're not sending firefighters in on foot inside the building to try to do that. For one thing, there are too many structure fires. Every time you do this, there's a great risk of loss of life. And there's just too much going on right now for them to attempt this on every fire. So what they're doing is pouring water on it from the top, standing back, and watching the water slowly put the fire out. No reports of any injuries here. No one killed, but a lot of property damage, as you can see. The J.J. Newberry store is where it started. It extended or spread further to the left there. The Save on Drug store, we're told, will probably be saved. A little more dicey with the Melody shops, Fashions for Women, and this other Kids World store here, these two clothing stores. A little while ago, there's some transformers on the top of the building blew up. It was kind of a spectacular sight. They kind of an electric blue sort of a thing, and it glowed in the sky. Sent some people scurrying here. Been quite a sight here. It's been pretty traumatic. This is probably one of the larger fires that's still remaining in the Southland right now. Gene?
Yeah, how about, Mark, the crowd, the street population that has been going from store to store and looting or just standing by and watching everything going on, as Ann Martin described it, as a carnival atmosphere almost. Are those people dispersing, or are they still around this morning?
Well, having been here for what I guess is about 3 hours now, the crowd has certainly diminished. I think people have gotten tired, gone home, and gone to bed. There are still people out here. There is still an element of a carnival atmosphere. Oh, and look at this now. It looks... that firefighter may have been a little optimistic about being able to get a handle on this anytime soon, as you see the flames really shooting up.
That's the Melody shop. That's Newberry's has already burned pretty much down, I guess, and that's the one next door.
Right, that's the one next door. I talked to the owner of the Melody shops a little bit ago. He is a Korean gentleman. He didn't want to appear on camera, didn't want to come over here, but he says he doesn't feel like as though he was particularly targeted. And of course, the firebomb was actually thrown into the Newberry store. And what he says is that the manager or the folks at the Newberry store were very tough on their employees and very tough on people in the community. Now, he didn't go into too much detail, but he said that they fired a lot of people out of that store, and that they accused a lot of people of shoplifting at that store. Whether they were actually doing it or not, he wouldn't say, but presumably a good number of those people who were accused of it were actually doing that. But there was, perhaps the store was targeted for that reason, because we didn't see anybody looting it. All we saw was the smoke all of a sudden, and then the fire.
Mark, we're going to break away from you just for a minute. Susan Campos has joined me, and we'll be talking to Susan in just a minute, and we'll get you involved in this. But first of all, I understand Linda Breakstone is live down by USC, and she has more to contribute to this story as it unfolds this morning.
Okay, Gene, good morning. We were headed back to the station and saw this fire. This is a gas fire. When we first came by, there was no one here, no officers, no fire department. About 5 minutes later, 2 fire trucks arrived. What it is, it's a big gas fire across the street from Pep Boys, right there at Hoover and the Santa Monica Freeway, that giant Pep Boys store. This is right across the street. The fire officials explained that it is a gas fire, and so they cannot put it out. If they put it out, they said it would just blow up again. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to get the gas department to come and shut off the gas. Now, this was an audio stereo store, and they don't know exactly why a big gas pipe was here, but this thing was a burnt-out shell. We came by, and it was flames all over again. I know the words movie and surreal have been used many times tonight in our reports, but this indeed for me was surreal. Just all of a sudden just sitting there by itself, burning away, no fire department, no police department. It's kind of out of that movie Earthquake, remember that?
I do remember it, and as you say, I mean, we're the movie capital of the world, and this is, unfortunately, the biggest disaster film ever made, and the plot line has been written before 1965 in August in the Watts riots, and unfortunately the set is the entire city of Los Angeles, and it's going to be many, many months, many years for people to sit back and think about what has happened in the last 12 hours or so, and it's only been 12 hours. It seems like 12 days or 12 weeks.
Yeah, Gene, this is amazing. This is like a prop out of Universal Studios or something. You know how they have those backfires, those fake fires, but this is real.
Yeah, and it's the gas. As I said, Susan Campos has joined me here. Thank you very much, Linda Breakstone. We'll get back to you as you cruise the neighborhoods and see what else is going on out there. Susan, since you just joined us, have you been watching this? And what are your reactions?
Watching it all night, and it is so sad to see this. It's just incredible to see these pictures, and especially when you see it from a helicopter, which we're going to go to Air 7 right now. And when you see it from above, it's just amazing to see it. It truly is like a war zone out there. It is just truly so sad.
Well, we heard everybody at the demonstrations. I heard a gentleman yesterday when asked, last night, about 7:30, when asked why he was at the demonstration, he said, "I wanted to be in on the revolution, the beginning of the revolution." Well, if this is a revolution, it's certainly not well organized, it's certainly spotty, and it's certainly sort of self-inflicted, if you will, because unfortunately the community that is burning is the community that has the rage, and I'm not sure what good, if any, ever comes out of anything like this. Mark Brown, talking to us a little while ago, was talking about people he interviewed that were involved in the Watts riots, and many people in those communities say that it was better before the riots, that the aftermath was so difficult, economic activity came to an absolute standstill, and joblessness became actually worse instead of better. And so we've got a lot of work ahead of us and a lot of things to try to come to grips with as a community.
Yeah, that is for sure. Let's go to Mike Moore now, who is live in Air 7, and get the very latest from him.
Okay, Susan, we have this fire. We've just as we left our last shots earlier, a couple of power poles ignited and went up, and what you see there is on the top part of the screen, you'll see that one pole has caught and is burning quite ferociously. Actually, it's amazing how fast they catch and go.
And this would explain, Mike, would it not, why the power is going out in many areas of South Central, because as those poles go up, and most of them run down alleys behind businesses, and the businesses are torched, the business roof and the rest of the structure catches fire, the pole catches fire, and then the wires go.
Yeah, exactly, Gene. That seems to be the case, and this has been happening quite a bit. We'd seen these poles, when they go, a lot of times they almost seem to explode, and we've seen a number of them earlier. And they aren't quite like transformers. When a transformer blows up, it's a very bright white light. When these go, it'll send up a very tall flame, much more of a major explosion than just a bright flash of light.
Yeah, the transformers, most of the big ones are filled with oil, which is a coolant that they use in those transformers. So when the fire hits that, it's like a very small little oil refinery going up for the brief time that it takes for the fuel or the lubricant or whatever, the coolant in those transformers to burn itself out. So that's probably the flash. The white flash is the electric lines parting, but then you have the transformers burning so ferociously.
Yeah, plus those are enclosed, so as the casing heats up, it'll tend to explode a little more, and whereas the poles are coated with some type of oily substance.
Creosote.
And they'll burn a little bit better, but they don't have the pressure to really explode. And this fire that was almost dead is really starting to pick up. It's spreading to the north there, and that looks like it's a residence that it's getting into the backyard of.
And here's the problem with people that you know, say, oh, I'm only burning down a building that's owned by a white person or a Latin or a Korean or something like that. I wouldn't do it to a brother. Well, the problem is that you can't control these things after they get going, and they do get into residential areas. I saw a fire a little while ago that you were taking a picture of, and it looked to me like an apartment building behind it, and the flames are just burning right up to the apartment building. And here we're seeing the same thing where the residential areas are threatened.
How many structures are involved in that? Can you tell from there yet?
Looks like it's on about its third structure, and the damage in this area is incredible. We've got at least a half dozen cars that are burned out on the roadside, and it looks like some type of structure. It's hard to tell. It's just pretty much a foundation work now, so I couldn't tell you whether it was a residence or a business is smoldering. And, this fire that was moving more eastbound looks like it's starting to head northbound into more of the residential area.
Okay, Captain Mike, thank you very much. We'll get back to you in just a moment. We might bring up that map that I understand was available. There is a curfew, in effect, a curfew area of south central Los Angeles. You can see it's bounded by Crenshaw on the west, Alameda on the east, Vernon on the north, and Century on the south. And that curfew is total, although with the police presence being as spotty as it is, many people, of course, ignoring it and have been all evening and all morning long. But curfew in effect from dusk until dawn, and we're probably about an hour away from the sun coming up, so the curfew is still in effect
Curfew
right
set
now.
by Mayor Tom Bradley.
And he's declared a state of emergency here in the city of Los Angeles.
That's right, and we have 700 highway patrol coming down, as well as 2,000 from the National Guard.
The National Guard, of course, brought in 1965 to help quell the Watts rioting. This will be somewhat different because I think we've learned a bit since 1965, and at that time they just turned around an entire division of National Guard troops that were on their way up to Camp Roberts for their summer training and brought them back into the city, and so you had all manner of National Guard troops coming in jeeps and armored personnel carriers. I think the National Guard troops that they are mobilizing now are strictly military police and trained in the police art, and they will be used as backup to the LAPD and any other law enforcement, highway patrolmen and others.
And many of them haven't been used since the Persian Gulf War. They haven't seen action.
Let's turn now to Mark Brown, who's down again at 18th and Western in that shopping center that has been under a siege of fire now for about 3 hours. Mark, what do you have for us?
Well, I just took a look, went up close to the Save-On drugstore to the entrance there. The fire appears to be growing in intensity. The fire appears to be growing and moving. You see it's advanced quite a bit, and it's apparently, it looks from this angle, to be on the roof right above the Save-On drugstore. No fire on the inside of the store as yet, but obviously this is in real danger right now. You were talking about the National Guard a little bit ago. There was a problem with the National Guard getting in the words of some critics, a little overzealous during the Watts riots. There was a report that one of them, not a report, this actually happened, that one of them, a woman ran a blockade. She ran through a blockade, and an officer, a National Guard officer, opened up with a .50 caliber machine gun and basically blew her and the car to bits. Now that happened in 1965. That hasn't happened here. So that's why I believe the National Guard is going to be doing a police function, and you probably won't see some of the heavy artillery that was in Los Angeles in 1965. But what you see here is a Save-On drugstore that at this point appears to be in danger. The firefighter who told me that it was going to be, this fire was going to be knocked down in about an hour, may have been a little overly optimistic.
Mark, can you hear me? How many stores have been affected so far by the fire?
How many stores?
Yeah.
Uncounted numbers of stores. I am not aware. I can tell you, though, that in the area that I am looking at, around 18th and Western, there are 1, 2, 3 stores across the street, 1, 2, 3 stores on this side of the street, all that went up within about an hour and a half of each other. We actually responded when we were driving on our way to another story, saw a fire at what's the name of the store across the street here? I've forgotten already.
Radio Shack.
Radio Shack, thank you. We're at the Radio Shack across the street. It was fully engulfed in flames, and we were actually first responding to that. Then we look across the street, and flames were starting to shoot up out of the Newberry store here, and that became the object of all the attention. The fire at the Radio Shack is pretty much out right now, but what's left is what you see here, and this is shaping up to be a real problem. We're told there were about 70 people or so employed at J.J. Newberry. Don't know how many people were employed at the 2 little shops there. Save-On probably employs another 50 or so people. Those are all jobs that are going to be leaving this community. Those are all jobs that will not be available tomorrow or later today. And that's the real tragedy of what's happening here.
Mark, you were talking to the owner of the Melody shop, the women's wear shop that just burned a moment ago.
Right.
Is he black?
No, he's Korean. I mentioned that he was Korean American.
And he was saying that he thought the target here was the J.J. Newberry store. Is that correct?
That's correct. And there is something to that. What we have noticed in the past is that what happens here is that they loot the stores and then they burn the stores. This one was not looted that we saw. The looters were actually across on the other end of the little shopping center here, going through a supermarket. But they weren't in Newberry's. So, and we looked up, and all of a sudden, it was going up. Whether it was looted before we got here and completely looted out, I don't know. But he seems to believe that that place was targeted because the people there were kind of strict and kind of, he said, perhaps a little bit mean to the people of this community.
Well, tell me this. Did he say anything about whether his plan is to rebuild or what his future is down there? I mean, this is, as you well know, you did the reporting on the anniversary of the Watts riots, and you did that special report. Businesses fled in droves, and they didn't come back. They had to be coaxed back, and many of them never came back.
Right. He doesn't know. He doesn't know at this point what he's going to do. He's not sure if he rebuilds or if he returns to business, whether it will be here or someplace else. And frankly, who can blame him for not knowing at this point what he's going to do?
And I guess that's the way everybody is right now. After a night of all this violence and looting, I guess a lot of people are probably saying, what are we going to do now? The rioters and the looters have their arms full of merchandise and are probably back home sleeping it off and leaving, ironically, the police and the fire department to deal with this. But all the innocent people in between that have to shop and have to send their kids to school and have to have a life that goes on, they're the ones left in the lurch with the big burden facing them this morning.
Right, and we should definitely point out, Gene and Susan, that the people who are involved in this lawlessness are a small proportion of the people who live in these communities. And we are seeing people of all colors. I've seen blacks, I've seen whites, I've seen Hispanics, I've seen Asians taking part in the looting and some of the activity that's been going on here. We have seen people of all colors, but I would stress also that these people who are doing this are a small proportion, a very small number of the people who actually live in these communities, and a lot more people are very upset and angry about what they see.
Thank you so much, Mark. Also, you brought up schools, Gene, and we want to say that in the LA Unified School District, especially in that South Central area, of course, there will be, school has been called off, and you need to call the LA Unified School District if you're wondering if that school that your child goes to has been closed for the day. So we want to remind people of that.
Many people will be leaving their children at home, even the schools that are open, but many of the schools, as Susan mentioned, are closed in South Central, and you want to call your school, the principal, or call the Unified School District and find out whether your individual school is involved. Of course, the match that touched all this off yesterday afternoon, was the verdict from the Simi Valley courtroom where the 4 officers that were charged with assaulting and beating Rodney King were acquitted of all those charges except for one count against Officer Lawrence Powell. We have in the studio with us this morning Michael Stone, who was the defense attorney for Lawrence Powell, who was seen on the videotape to be the most vociferous beater of Rodney King. Mr. Powell, Mr. Stone, I should say, your reaction to what happened and the feeling of what you're feeling this morning, and what is Mr. Powell feeling this morning?
Well, Mr. Powell is sad, and I'm sad because of what's going on in our community. What little period we had to feel good about and optimistic and positive about the jury verdict, of course, is forgotten with what's going on in the community.
Mr. Stone, has he been able to talk to any of the other men involved in the suit?
Has Officer Powell been able
Right.
to? We had some conversations as soon as the verdict came in while we were waiting for the jury to decide whether they wanted to be interviewed or not. And we did have some conversations, and yes.
Have you talked to the jurors? Have you had an opportunity?
The jurors elected not to talk to the media or the lawyers following the verdict. I understand Mr. Koppel talked to one of the jurors for about 20 minutes.
Well, let me bring that up because I think we have that tape available. Maybe we should play it, and you as a defense attorney tell us what you think about this juror's mindset and what it was that convinced that juror that your client was not guilty on all but that one charge. If we have that tape, let's go ahead and play it. This is Ted Koppel on Nightline last night. Okay, they're putting up the tape. Ted Koppel on Nightline managed to talk to one of the jurors under the condition that that juror's identity and gender would be kept anonymous. And the juror explained, as best and I haven't heard the interview yet, that the idea was that they felt that Rodney King, as you presented it as a defense attorney, was a threat to them, and they felt threatened by Rodney King during the entire course of the stop and then the beating and the arrest that followed. And so we have the tape now, maybe we can listen to it.
Very good.
The jury looked at the tape over and over. They looked at it in slow motion. They looked at it frame by frame. They watched that tape more than 30 times. A lot of those blows, said the juror, when you saw them in slow motion, were not connecting. They looked at the evidence of the injuries done to King. Those batons are heavy, the juror told me, but when you looked at King's body 3 days after the incident, not that much damage was done. Rodney King's size and strength obviously weighed heavily with the jury. That and the perception that he seemed out of control, that he'd had a lot to drink, that he appeared to be on PCP. At one point, the juror said, King lunged at and connected with Officer Powell. The cops were simply doing what they'd been instructed to do. They were afraid he was going to run or even attack them. He had not been searched, so they didn't know if he had a weapon. He kept going for his pants, so they thought he might be reaching for a gun. That's all a direct quote from the juror. The defense obviously did an effective job with the jury in undermining the video. Unsteady, out of focus, zooming in and out, and it was shot from 170 feet away from a second story. The fact that King wasn't called as a witness seems to have had an effect. Had King been able to talk to us, the juror told me, the video might have been looked at differently. As for the suggestion that racism was involved in the police action, the juror pointed to the presence of 2 other blacks in King's car. They gave themselves up. They weren't beaten. Final words of our conversation, and this is a quote, "I have no regrets about the verdict. I'll sleep well tonight."
Okay, that's the juror, paraphrased by Ted Koppel on Nightline last night, an anonymous juror. We don't know the name or the gender. Michael Stone, you're Lawrence Powell's attorney. You'll want to talk to that juror, too. What do you make of what the juror told Ted Koppel?
Well, this particular juror's remarks, that's the defense case, in particular in the case of Lawrence Powell.
So they bought the defense case hook, line, and sinker.
Well, they bought the defense case. We succeeded in getting the jurors to look at this case and this evidence through the eyes of the officers at the scene rather than through a video camera.
With that videotape, were you surprised at the outcome of the verdicts?
No.
You weren't?
I wasn't, because I had the confidence that once we were able to show the jury the whole video, which most people had not seen, and also show them what happened through testimony of eyewitnesses the 3 minutes prior to the video starting, that they would begin to see that these officers were not acting out of any motive except to take Mr. King into custody.
Let me bring this in. You say that, and yet on rebuttal, the prosecution brought in a commander who wrote the book on how to deal with resisting subjects, and he pointed out very strenuously that that was excessive force, that there was a point in that arrest and that beating where they should have stopped and they should have cuffed him and they should have taken him into custody. The jury obviously believed you, but they didn't believe him. He is an LAPD commander. How do you answer that?
I think the world of Commander Bostic. I've known him for a long time. I think that the jury had cause to question his objectivity in this case. He is the department's spokesperson on use of force, and obviously was sent to testify in this trial by the police department for a purpose, and that was to express the official position of the Los Angeles Police Department on this case. I think he lost credibility when he told the jury that it didn't matter to him what the officer said, it didn't matter what perceptions they had, when the whole use of force policy of the Los Angeles Police Department, the escalation and de-escalation of force, is based on the officer's reasonable perception of threat. And when a commander says, it doesn't matter what they said because nothing would change my view, I think he loses credibility. All of the other experts who testified were willing to listen to other points of view in forming their opinions. This was not true of Commander Bostic.
But you also heard that the juror said that it did hurt the case that King did not testify.
Correct.
What do you think about that?
Well, I think that, as Mr. White put it in his closing argument, and he challenged the defense, if we had any belief, any reason to call Mr. King for the benefit of the defense, we would have done that. Well, it works the same for the prosecution. If Mr. King could have aided their case, you can bet they would have called him. And the reason they didn't call him is because he couldn't aid their case. He couldn't answer the questions in the right way. When I say questions, I'm not talking about actual questions, but all of the issues that Mr. King could have provided evidence on. He was not in a position to provide the kind of evidence that they wanted, which would have supported their case. I think their case would have suffered even more had he testified.
Now, what about the change of venue? You couldn't have found a better venue for the defense's point of view than Simi Valley. I mean, it's mostly white. It's largely or very heavily populated by police officers. Do you think that was a key element in what happened with the verdicts?
I think the location of the trial outside of LA County was key to the case. Whether Simi Valley or Ventura County was the best or not, I don't know. I think we got a fair trial there, and I would hope that in any further litigation in this state case that we will also have a site that will result in a fair trial.
What about the fact that there weren't any blacks on the jury?
This has been discussed. I personally, in reviewing the juror questionnaires and in listening to the jurors' responses, evaluated jurors not on the basis of their color, but on the basis of their responses to the questions. And that was the sole basis for either exercising a challenge or not exercising a challenge. What these jurors said in this 61-page or 61-question questionnaire to me was much more meaningful than their origins, their race, their creed, their religion.
Well, let me ask you this, and we have pictures from Newscopter 7 overhead, I believe, right now of what's going on in the city. Would your client, given the fact that what started as a routine, or maybe not quite so routine stop of a suspected drunk driver and somebody who's eluding police, and has now turned into probably the worst riot, or at least one of the worst riots in our city's history, and the most traumatic event since the Watts riots in 1965. Would he have done anything differently? Have you talked to him about that? If he had known what started as that routine stop was going to turn into this?
Well, of course, one of the important points that we had to make to the jury during this case was that he didn't have the time for calm reflection and the time for lengthy consideration of alternatives. He had to react to what he was presented with. And given those parameters, given those circumstances, I don't see how he could have done anything different than he did. I'm sure that, I know he regrets the situation that is occurring now. I talked to him just a couple of hours ago before I came to LA, and he's not happy.
What happens to him now? What does he do?
Well, he is still in the same position he's been in for the last year. He will continue to wait for the justice system to have its final day with him. And then I don't know what he's going to do. I don't think he knows at this point. He can't see beyond the final resolution of this case. That's what he's focusing on.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Michael Stone, the defense attorney for Lawrence Powell, who still faces possibility of a charge on the one charge that the jury hung on yesterday, which was abuse of force under the color of authority. Thank you very much for being with us this morning. Let's go up to Chopper 7, if we might, and find out from Captain Mike what the situation is there. It looks like we have a fire that they thought was out a little bit. Now it's back up again. Is that correct?
That's right, Gene. We're at Florence, and I believe it was Normandy. And this, as I recall, this is about the original area that everything started to happen. And this fire that was almost out has now spread to some structures to the north. And it really looks like quite an area of destruction down here, as we still have burned out cars, and several of the buildings have been damaged. And you'll see on the screen now some of the cars that have been burned out in the intersections and parking lots. There's the liquor store that had gone up earlier with the car still sitting there.
Yeah, that's still the automobile accident that we saw, my goodness, seems like a month ago, but about 10 hours ago, when the woman was pulled out of her car and beaten in that car that's in the middle of the intersection right there. And so, as you're right, at Florence and Normandy, that's where it all started, about 7 o'clock this evening.
And there are several buildings here, Gene, that have burned, and this is just the latest. And it, like I say, it was almost out, then it spread and has gone up from there, and it's very close to residential areas now.
Yeah, I was going to ask, is that in residences? If not in it, it's very close. It looks like it's back into an alley or something.
Yeah, it's towards an alley. It looks like there's a multiple unit dwelling that it's gotten into the backyard of. In fact, it looks like we may have some people there in the alley right there, probably checking to see what the situation is as far as the claims approach the housing.
Yeah, it looks, can you see anybody fighting the fire? Are residents out there? I see one gentleman, it looks like, yes, I can see it. He does have, yeah, two people with hoses, and they're trying to keep, it looks like a little trailer or something in the back that's on fire. You can see the windows, the flames coming out of the windows and also out of the roof. So that's a trailer or some type of small building behind his house, and he's attempting to put it out.
Yeah, that's. I've seen two people with hoses, and there are some more people coming out into the streets as this fire grows, and they're having a very difficult time with the garden hose. Those are very hot fire down there.
Yeah, he's probably just trying to keep it away from his house so it doesn't catch fire. Now, do you see any fire engines or any fire department presence out there?
We had some fire units to the north of us, but they never did come this far south and have gone on to something else. We have had a couple of police units and a ambulance come by, but they haven't even really slowed down to look at this.
Mike, how large of an area does that look like? I can't tell from here.
Well, it looks like it's probably about 200 to 300 feet wide as we're looking to it now from the right to the left of the screen. And it's slowly burning to the north, which would be towards the top of our screen there. And it has progressed quite a ways.
So that's Florence Boulevard that we're seeing at the bottom of the screen.
That's correct. That's Florence at the bottom, where you see that red car right there right now. That's Florence. He's facing westbound.
So what we're seeing then is probably a fire that originally had been set in either that liquor store on the corner or the gas station or one of the other businesses that were set earlier. They sort of went out, but probably rekindled sometime in the night, and now we're seeing the same flames moving in on a residential area.
Yeah, that's correct, Gene. They're definitely spreading, and they're starting to get into the residential areas now. Those trees are going to probably catch pretty quick, and that'll probably be hard to stop it from that point.
I think folks are wondering too why the fire department isn't there, and they're just so overwhelmed, we should say, with all the other fires going on throughout the city.
Yeah, they've been hopscotching from place to place, and of course once they get to these are not small fires, folks. These are big, big fires, and what happens in a case like this is they get to a fire and they deploy, and they've got to fight that fire until they get it out, and in the meantime, something like this happens, and there isn't anything that they can do because they don't have the trucks to send. And you can only imagine the terror and the frustration.
We got some fire units coming on scene now, Gene. Excuse me. They're just pulling up in front of the building now. And we've got several. We've got an ambulance and 1, 2, 3, probably looks like 4 units, 4 engines coming on scene. There's 2 police units with them. They're just now approaching this fire.
You can only imagine that these 2 residents out there with their garden hoses trying to fight this enormous fire can have a sense of relief that the fire department has arrived to help them, but the question is whether it's going to be in time or not, because that is a big fire, and with those garden hoses, it doesn't take long before the heat, just the heat itself and the close proximity to those homes starts to set them on fire.
Yeah, it is definitely very hot and burning very fast, and these fire crews are definitely moving into action very quick. You can see them running out hose at the corner down there, and they're definitely moving very fast.
Good. Now they're approaching it, what, on one side, or are they going to be able to get over in a couple of sides on this one? The alley is obviously burning, so they can't go down the alley very easily.
It looks like they're approaching it all from Normandy at this time. The little side street that's on the north side of it, they haven't come that direction yet. They may have a problem with the water supply on that side or something along those lines.
And it looks like it's spreading pretty quickly, little fires. You can see little fires over to the left there on the screen.
That's kind of what was unusual about this earlier. It would break down to little fires, and then it would pick back up again, and then it would die out again, and it would pick back up. And it's getting kind of almost burning up towards some really good fuel here pretty quick. Once it gets to those trees, I think it'll start to pick up again.
And considering the situation, the fire department is doing an incredible job each time they get to one of these fires.
Yes, it seems to me they're doing an outstanding job. Their problem is that these fires are in such unstable areas, and they're so spread out that they're having a very hard time.
Normally, you would have one fire. The fire department might bring in two different truck companies or something from the closest two fire stations. But in a situation like this, they have to coordinate with the police department so that they get their protective convoy of police before they come in. That slows it. And the fact that they're spread so thin. They might be coming not from their fire station, which could be close to this, we don't know for sure, but from another fire that they've just put out.
Yeah, they definitely have their hands full, and I think with what they've got to work with, the fire department has done a good job.
Yeah, I did see on the way in this morning, Captain Mike, that a task force of fire crews from several other outlying counties, so I assume they're bringing in fire trucks from the surrounding counties under mutual aid, and we don't know when those fire trucks would be deployed. Perhaps they're deploying into fire stations in the city of Los Angeles that are not affected by this disturbance and the fires of South Central Los Angeles and other areas, and then they relieve the Los Angeles city crews to come and battle these fires. Obviously, they're more adept if they're coming from a place like Ventura County or Kern County. They're more adept at fighting fires in the middle of a city with multiple structures than people that are out in more rural areas.
Yeah, that's. I've been trying to find out that information from some of the local LAPD pilots. That they don't really have a lot of that information at this time, but I have heard that there are units from several of the outlying areas that are inbound or may be here at this time. I haven't been able to find out.
Mike, when you see from above, and now that the sun's starting to come up, it seems amazing, in addition to that fire, all of the destruction in that area.
Yeah, it is an incredible amount of destruction. It's covering probably about a 2-block area, and there are cars that are burned out and left just where they lie along several areas here, as well as several structures that are already burned out. In some cases, all the way down to the foundations, is what it appears to me.
Can we get? Can you see where those two residents were with their hoses? Whether or not that area is? They're still holding those flames off. There we are. You're in on a close shot. There's that outbuilding or whatever. It looks like it's a burning hulk right now. Are those residents still back there, or have they retreated?
Most of them have retreated. There's been people coming in and out of those alleys as we've been speaking, and the fire units did go down that north street, and they came back around to the front. But the last time I got a good look, there was one person still back in his driveway. They're trying to fight it with the hose.
Yeah, and you can see they're getting water. The fire department is getting water on the flames now because you're getting a lot of smoke, and you're probably right in the middle of it, are you not?
Yeah, we're trying to skirt along the top edge to try to stay out of it as much as we can. But they have moved quite rapidly on this fire, and it's starting to get some water on it.
Can you see if there were any homes involved in that?
It is definitely in the back. It doesn't look like there's any homes that the main structures have been caught by the fire yet, but there are definitely some very close backyard type of structures that have gone up. Well, I think most of them are temporary. Like one of them looks like it may be a mobile home or some type of trailer that went.
Yeah, that's the one we're looking at right now in the center of the screen. That's the one we saw earlier that looked like some kind of a trailer or perhaps an outbuilding, but looks more like a trailer. And it is totally involved.
Yeah, it is burning. It's a very hot fire. We can feel quite a bit of the heat from up here still on this fire, even though it does look like they are starting to get something on it. It does seem there's a lot more smoke on it, which is usually a sign that it's getting extinguished.
Yeah, I understand the heat is so bad and the smoke so bad that the FAA had rerouted many of the arrivals to LAX, which of course the jets fly over that area because it was just too difficult to see and it got too turbulent because of all that heat rising.
That's correct, Gene. It has been a number of hours that LAX went to west departures and arrivals, which would put them out over the ocean. To the east of them, the smoke was so bad. There was, on top of that, there was also so much other air traffic that needed to operate down here that they just went early to their west patterns.
All right, Captain Mike, we're going to let you refuel right now, and we're going to switch gears now, switch to another fire where Mike Mark Brown is right now, and he is standing by live in South Central Los Angeles. Mark.
Susan, I can tell you that the fire units that have been here fighting this fire at Newberry's since pretty much since its inception, they are being relieved right now. You see them lowering their ladders, they're moving out, they're being relieved. Other crews are coming in to take their place. One of those crews is engine number 2 from the Santa Monica Fire Department. So we have a mutual aid situation here where Santa Monica Fire coming out to help LA City Fire, as you've alluded to. It's been quite a night, quite a morning for the LA City Fire Department, and there's no way they can handle all these fires by themselves. As much as as hard as they work and as much as they try to do, there's just no way. One springs up one place, and while they're fighting that, another one springs up literally yards away. That's what happened in this case. We can tell you here, no one was injured. The J.J. Newberry store, a total loss. The large-size Kids World store there you see to the left, and the Melody shops, it appears those are also lost. The Save on Drugs store, we're not sure about yet. I just went over there a little while ago, and didn't appear to be any damage inside, but that was about 15, 20 minutes ago. I'm not sure what the situation is there right now. There are a lot of sightseers here, a lot of people who've come out here basically who want to take a look at some of these fires and the looting and everything that's going on. I would suggest to anyone who's interested in doing this thing to really, really think about what they're thinking about doing, which is that you're coming into a zone where there are angry people, where shots have been fired, where people have been pulled from their cars and beaten. People have had bricks and rocks thrown at their cars and injured. People have been killed in the areas that we are talking about here. This is not a case of innocent sightseeing where you're just gonna. It's not Disneyland, folks. It's a riot zone. There is a riot going on, and people are dying as a result. There have been problems. We know of several news vehicles. One for Channel 9, where there were rocks thrown at it. All the windows were broken in that news vehicle. One of our own news vans, one of our Channel 7 news vans, I've just found out, has been broken into, and some material stolen from there. And we are folks who do it for a living, so we have a sense of what danger is. So I would suggest anybody who's thinking about coming into one of these zones, I got a guy taking my picture right now with a handy cam, stay out. Stay out, and from the safety of your homes, watch it on TV or something, because it's really dangerous out here. Situation right now, as you see, they're backing off a little bit. Fire's still going, but definitely not going as strongly as before, and these other firefighters basically waiting to take their turn at this J.J. Newberry Save on Drugstore fire.
As you said earlier, Mark, that, and we were talking about this, that the J.J. Newberry store seemed to have been the original target, and because of some allegation that they didn't treat their employees right, or they were heavy-handed with shoplifters. But it always seemed to me that if in that kind of situation, that if people were unhappy with a store, they just didn't patronize it anymore, and that's how you affected the change of some particular store that you didn't like, but certainly burning it down is not the way to go.
Well, but when you also think about this, there aren't that many stores in this part of town. There aren't that many places where you can just say, well, I won't shop here anymore, because then you don't have any place else to shop. This part of town has gone a long time without a lot of stores, so people here don't have that many choices. That's not to excuse what happened here, because it's indefensible and inexcusable. But there aren't that many options for people to express their anger.
Well, there are going to be a lot less stores after this night, because, boy, so many of them have been burned for whatever reason. And as we've seen, J.J. Newberry may have been a target, but it spread to all the stores adjacent. We still don't know whether Save on Drugs is going to go. It looks like there's a fire on the roof there. And so, you know, I mean, if they had no choices before, or very few, there are going to be even fewer after this night of burning. And as Mark has pointed out, and it's absolutely true, it's just a small percentage of people that do this. Ira Reiner last night called them thugs, and they would be doing it no matter what the excuse was. There was one guy that Mark interviewed, and I thought it was so poignant, where he was denouncing the violence and the looting, and then Mark says, well, have you been in the store and looted? Well, yes, I did. They get sort of wrapped up in the fever of this sort of thing. And then as kind of an afterthought, he said, oh, yeah, and I really hated what happened to Rodney King, the verdict in the Rodney King trial. So this is kind of a mentality that unfortunately is you know, spreads among people that just get out for the fun of it and the excitement, and it just goes wild. And You don't know where it's going to stop, and in these cases, if there was one target, unfortunately it spread to all kinds of targets, and lots of people are getting hurt.
And what's so sad is that it takes years and years to rebuild in that area, and as Mark said, there weren't stores, and now they get the stores, and they're getting some stores in that community, and now it's going to take years to rebuild.
If ever, that's right.
Sad.
Absolutely. Henry Alfaro is down at the police command post. He's been there all evening checking on the deployment of the LAPD, which has been a difficult job. Obviously, the LAPD, the focus is so much of this rage and anger. They know it, and they've had the problem of trying to deal with and at the same time try to quell what has been going on. Henry, what's the latest down there?
Well, Gene, throughout the night there's been a lot of activity here. It's not only been the Los Angeles Police Department, but it's also been the Los Angeles County as well as the Los Angeles City Fire Department's paramedic units. Throughout the night, while all of the fires have been going on, many of the paramedic units as well as the fire department units would be deployed to go out to different areas. They would be escorted by police. Last night, or this morning, whenever it was, we went down to the Crenshaw Town Center, a big modern center down there on Crenshaw and Slauson. It had to take groups of police officers to accompany the firefighters to go in there and fight this fire. 3/4 of the center burned down. The other part was completely looted. One big boys' market. The looting started. They tried to burn it down. Fortunately, the sprinklers went on and everybody got out, but it was a total disaster. But nevertheless, they've been deploying the police. They come in here, get their instructions, go out to the various sites, come back, regroup. Same thing for the fire department as well as the paramedic units. Later on in the evening, there was about 25 to 30 CHP cars that were brought down here. They are going to be, it's my guess anyway, that they're going to be deployed at the perimeter areas on the freeways. Squads of motorcycle police officers were also here at the scene. Right now, here they go again. The police officers, the CHP. Let me ask them where they're going to be going. Gentlemen, good morning. Where are you going to be going?
To believe, where is it? Rodale Place in off of Crenshaw.
And what are you going to be doing?
Structure fire. We're going to run escort with the fire department to that location.
Good. Thank you very much. Well, they're still running escort with some of the fire department units. Many of the officers here have been deployed. Many of the fresh troops, so to speak, have been brought in this morning. Chief Gates was here at a news conference, and he indicated that this was quite an event. He said it was bigger than he ever anticipated. It spread so much faster and moved so quickly. He said that no arrests were being made during the night simply because the police department were being used, the police officers and the squad cars were being used to ride escort for the various paramedic units as well as the fire units. He said that that the various armories will be used for the National Guard that will be coming down. He also said that there will be a complete sales ban on ammunition and firearms as well as gasoline. Gasoline will only be sold to vehicles. There will be a curfew from dusk till dawn, and that the CHP obviously has been brought in to close off some of the freeway areas. So that's basically been quite a bit of the activity here. So many of the officers are heavily armed. They even brought a couple of those what look like tanks, the ones that go down bust houses. So this has been the entire scene here tonight. This has been the focal point as far as law enforcement agency in the South Central area, Los Angeles, has been. So it's been a long night, a lot of activity. They really don't have a handle on it. As I mentioned before, the police said that they were not really told to make any arrests because they don't want to jeopardize the lives of many officers just running after a couple of people. But as day breaks, I think that will be changing.
Okay, Henry, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Are you getting a sense at all that there is a strategy to what the LAPD and the other law enforcement people are doing here, or is it simply running escorts and reacting to wherever the hot spots are?
Yeah, well, basically, Gene, they have been running escorts because that's priority right now. The chief said that they're also going to provide protection for the good citizens. But as far as going out and really busting on anybody in terms of arresting them right now, they haven't been doing that.
But I'm wondering,
And-
in terms of a
Go ahead.
strategy, are they sealing off the area, blocking off streets, trying to
Yeah,
make
they
it more
have done
difficult?
that, Gene. In fact, there was like a skirmish line, only this time of automobiles. We can see them going down Arlington, down Van Ness, for the purpose of just getting rid of a lot of people that are out in the streets. And one of the main points right now, I guess, is to really take hold of a perimeter. They've outlined that certain area within this area in here, and this is where they're going to really concentrate all of their efforts. There's still so many fires. The fire department has been just overtaxed. They just don't have the manpower to fill all of the fires, so they have to be selective in what they do.
Okay, Henry.
Yeah, and I know you were asking too, because all night I think people were wondering why haven't the police become involved, or when we were seeing people drive through that intersection where that lady was pulled out of the car, why didn't they block off that area? Why were they allowing people to drive through?
Well, I think it was fairly obvious early on that they decided consciously to hold off because they didn't want to provoke anything, and they thought perhaps it would just blow over on its own, and which it didn't do, and it started to spread. But I mean, there was a period there, if we were watching very carefully, of maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours, that the LAPD, it seemed, showed almost no presence on the streets at all, and not until it really spread out of that original area at Normandy and Florence did they start to move in. And then, as I was alluding to in the question of Henry, it seemed to be just reacting to wherever the particular hotspots or to protect the fire units going in. And so far, and it's hard to discern exactly what the strategy is. We'll find out hopefully today and find out what their plans are as the day goes forward.
And Linda Breakstone was, you were at Parker Center last night. We saw you there. In fact, you did such a great job there.
Thank you so much.
You did, and it was just an incredible night. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Well, actually, we didn't think it was going to go a lot further either. Daryl Gates had his news conference, and we went outside, and the demonstrators had started, protesters, and it was about 100. About 200, and it stayed about 200 for about an hour. Then all of a sudden it swelled, and it was 400 and 500. And at first it was I wouldn't say peaceful, but it wasn't, you know, aggressive. We went upstairs to check on LAPD the question about Florence. What are you doing? Are you not sending officers purposely? And as we just luckily were right there, bam! They started throwing things into the glass doors. Parker Center's opening lobby doors are very, very thick. I think they're 2-inch glass, so you can't just throw anything. We started throwing things. In fact, later on we found out one of our eyewitness Channel 7 wireless microphones was stolen from the bag and thrown through the doors at Parker Center.
Did the glass break? It didn't appear to. Is it thick enough? And we're looking at pictures of some of the destruction as it went on overnight.
Here we're looking. This is right between City Hall and City Hall East. These are 2 cars. This is an LAPD black and white that was turned over and burned.
By the crowd.
By the crowd.
And this obviously was after the peaceful period of this demonstration. It started to get very aggressive, and we saw that guard shack turned over and set on fire.
Right. This is after all of that. And the odd thing is, here are 2 a police car, and then there's another Jaguar that was burning. There they are, burning in the middle of the street, and the fire department didn't even bother to put them out.
Now, can you...
Also that guard shack, that was incredible. Is that right in front of Parker Center?
The guard shack is to one side of Parker Center. There's one on each side, you know, for cars coming through for security purposes. And as the crowd rushed over to the guard shack, the officers stayed back, threw a circle around Parker Center, peacefully stayed back and let them do what they would to that guard shack. Now, Commissioner Michael Yamaki later told us they did that on purpose because they ascertained that would just be property damage, whereas if they tried to stop them, people would get hurt. They had a big problem because of us, frankly. The media was mixed in with the protesters, and it was inescapable. You couldn't help it. You had to be. And so they really couldn't move against just the protesters without hitting us.
After that, that's when they went over to City Hall.
They did that, and then they regrouped toward the middle after they burnt the guard shack down. It was like that was their statement. That was their bonfire. They burnt that down. They went and regrouped, and all of a sudden, like that, they vanished and ran across the street over to City Hall, as if that was a plan.
And then started burning the cars and everything. Did you get a sense that there were leaders of this group, or is it
There
just
was a
sort of ad hoc?
definitely.
We'll do it as we go along.
There was one leader. We had him on the air. In fact, first I saw him when there was only about 100 people there. I asked him to come and talk, and he wouldn't give his name. He said he was just angry, but he was definitely the man who was always on top. I think a lot of the group was spontaneous. For example, we interviewed 2 14-year-old girls.
Right, I saw
They came and asked to be interviewed. They said, this is not all about black people. There are white people here, too. And they made that point. And I asked them how they got down there. Their mother brought them
And they were 14-year-old Catholic. They said they went to a Catholic school.
From what part of the city?
Catholic school. I'm sorry, Gina, I forgot.
Okay, well now, you say that there was at first just a relatively small group and then it swelled. Did it swell after television came on down there and people saw it and said, oh, I want to go down and be part of that?
I was told by several people they heard it on the radio on the way home.
Mm-hmm.
They were listening to news reports on the radio and they stopped.
So this is a case of
that.
perhaps people felt the anger, didn't know what to do about it. As soon as they heard it on the radio or saw it on TV, said, oh, I want to go be part of that, and I'll demonstrate.
Parker Center was happening.
How many people were those that were committing the destruction down there, that were burning the guard shack and burning? Was this total amongst the crowd, or was this a small group?
No, there was a group of the larger crowd split off, started jumping on the guard shack, burning it, all of that. There was about 100 people in that melee. The rest of them hung back, and they came run. And I do think it was group dynamics, frankly, because you started off, I think some people were just protesting, and then the group dynamics took over, and then that group leader, I think, took over the rest of them.
And we saw it spread to the rest of downtown Los Angeles, to some of the buildings there where they broke windows.
Right, and Commissioner Yamaki, again, told us their biggest concern were the businesses downtown Los Angeles, a lot of businesses, and of course City Hall. But as they cross that path between, as you know, there's Parker Center, and then City Hall East, and then City Hall. And there's a way to get through those buildings. As they just spread through those buildings, the commissioner said their biggest concern was that the protesters were going to go out into the downtown area. It's only a few blocks. For example, the Los Angeles Times is across the street. There are businesses, the state office building, but then there are a lot of businesses, dress stores, things like that. They were really afraid they were going to go into those businesses.
Start setting those on fire, perhaps. That didn't happen, I guess. Broken windows?
It was all about barricades. The police officers were setting up these barricades and kind of trying to channel them through paths, so that didn't happen.
Okay, now, since you were at Parker Center and since you did talk to Commissioner Yamaki, did he give you a sense that there was a strategy in what the LAPD was doing, either in South Central or around Parker Center?
Initially, yes, and you repeated it, frankly. You had a sense of it. He said that they didn't want to initially have their presence felt because they felt that their presence, of course, would make things worse.
This is the terrible irony and the dilemma that the LAPD faced, and that is that they are the focus of all this rage, because those were 4 LAPD officers that beat Rodney King and were acquitted yesterday, and yet they're the ones that have to be called upon to keep the peace, and so it's an almost impossible job in that situation.
And a sad thing, at one point we were going back to Parker Center, we had to get through a barricade, and so we had to ask some officers if we could, because we weren't supposed to, and they let us in. One officer said, if they would have let Chief Gates deploy his troops like he had planned, it would have been okay, but they won't let us do it. Now, there's a point to follow up on today, in fact, because, as Yamaki said, they kept them out. We wonder if Chief Gates, in fact, had a plan.
You know, in the postscript to the Watts riots and all the other rioting that took place in urban America in the late 60s, the Kerner Commission studied the dynamics of those riots and the social causes. And one of the problems was they felt that the law enforcement overreacted. They came in too hard, too fast, and as Mark Brown pointed out, when they did call in the National Guard, it was untrained in police or urban situation troops, and they were just firing at anybody who happened to go by, and increased the loss of life. So do you sense that perhaps the LAPD not only was worried about the dilemma they faced, but also they were looking at that old script and saying, okay, hold on, we've got Chief Gates, we'll break in and Henry...
Well, I think slowly but surely we're gaining control. We just came from a place not too long ago, and there's still looting going on, and we got some units there, and we starting to make quite a number of arrests. I think that's going to help. And we want people to wake up in the morning and see a lot of police officers out there, and I think they will. I think they'll get a different idea of what they ought to be doing with their time rather than looting and burning.
Chief, what is the game plan today now that you've been able to find out exactly where the areas are hardest hit and so forth? What will the officers be doing now?
Well, we'll be continuing our patrol. We want everyone to see us, and to know we're there, to know that we mean business, that we're not fooling around. We're making arrests, and we're going to make more. That's our game plan. We have, as you know, the National Guard on standby, and we probably will use them once they are available for deployment, and that probably won't be until middle morning, and then we'll pick out locations where we will place them in order to take care of those areas that have not been hit yet.
Do you have enough officers to where you can actually make arrests of looters at this point and a place to put them at this time?
Yeah, we're doing that. We have squads out, 3 and 4 squads working together, working with a van, picking up people and taking them back and booking them.
Chief, throughout the night, Chief,
we saw some police walking squads going off down the street over here. Is that part of a strategy to get some people actually on the street, not in cars?
Well, it's almost impossible to cover the area if they're all on foot, and so we have very few except to conduct sweeps. We're doing some of that, but no, we're not going to put many on them.
Chief, as far as the officers are concerned now, you've been using so many black and whites as escorts. Are you going to continue to do that?
Yes, we're going to continue to use the same number we have now. We will take the officers when we relieve them here. We'll take them by bus back to their stations and bring additional officers in by bus. The cars will remain here.
Any ideas?
It's a lot better now, Chief, than it was 3 or 4 hours ago, even when you came out and talked to us. But we're being told by the fire department that there's still a lot of fires and there's still a lot going on. Can you characterize it?
There's still a large number of fires out there, and still, as I mentioned, looting going on. Surprisingly, at 4:30 in the morning, or 5 o'clock in the morning, there's still a lot of looting.
Chief, you talk about a presence. All right, you've got officers out there. Are you putting them, say, for example, 4 on a street corner and spreading them out a little bit so that there's a visible sign of peace officers there?
Oh, you can see them because we're in tandem. You don't see just 2 officers in one car. As you notice as they go out of here, they're going out in squads. They're going out 2 cars, 4 in each car, so they're in force. And then we're putting squads together. So in some cases we have as many 50 officers going from place to place, conducting sweeps and making arrests.
CHP now is going out there. Are they escorting the fire engines and they're freeing up your people so you can go out there and do your work?
They're doing some of that, but we're still providing protection to
Chiefs, some of the fire officials or some of the firefighters were telling me that they heard a lot of gunfire, not directly aimed at them, but they still heard a lot. Major concern during the break of the day that there will still be a lot of weapons out there?
No question about it. As a matter of fact, they not only have heard the gunfire, they've been fired at. One of the engines back here has AK-47 holes right in the front of it. So they've not just heard it, they've been fired upon.
Do you have any estimate of the number of arrests that have been made so far?
No, I don't have an estimate yet. They're booking them much too fast to make that estimate.
Beyond the Nickerson Gardens incident, do we have any other instances of officer or possible officer-involved shootings, Chief?
No, there are. I think there was a sheriff's case, but no more of ours.
There is some talk about this spreading. That there is some of the people talking about the Fairfax fire and some others. Are you at all concerned about people moving out of this area and trying to bring it to other parts of the city?
Well, one of the things we're doing is sealing off this area, so we're hopeful that we can keep obvious gang members from moving out of this area. But yes, we're concerned about that. We'll be on alert. The entire department, as I said, is mobilized. That increases the size of the department substantially, and we will be alert in all areas.
Chief, do you...
when night falls again tonight, we might see another round of what we saw last night?
Well, I'm hopeful that when they see the numbers of police officers that are out there, they also know that we mean business. You see, when they first began this, they were looting at will, and no one was paying any attention to it. Matter of fact, police officers were standing back because they were not there in force. Now we're out in force, and I think they're going to realize that we mean business, and they're not going to continue this effort. They're going to go to jail.
Chief, there was also the questions, Chief. There was also the question as to why the police department didn't act a lot sooner.
Well, that's always a question, and we wish we had been able to move much more quickly. I've not been happy with the rapidity of our deployment, but as I look at it, we initially the use of our personnel was eaten up by trying to protect the fire department so that they go out and put out some of these fires. That depleted our resources very quickly. Then, as we put officers in squads, we were going to from call to call. That depleted our people very quickly, and it's taken us a long time to get mobilized, but we are now, and I think you'll see that the response to any kind of a need will be much greater.
Do you think the worst is over?
situation, Chief?
I'm going to have to go.
Are you going back inside now?
Chief, do you feel that the worst is over, though?
Well, there's no way to tell that. I went through it in 1965, and I went home one morning and took a shower and came back, and it was worse. It was all calmed down when I went home and came back, and the looting began again, and that happened for 3 days in a row. So I don't think anybody can predict that. I think we're better deployed than we were in 1965. I think we know a lot more about handling riots. I certainly do. So I think that the chances are that we may be able to control this much more quickly.
Chief, before you go briefly, we got here a little late. Could you give us your reaction?
Well, there's Chief Gates saying that before this thing over, that possibly that they will have a pretty good handle on it. So there's at least a tone of optimism. However, as he indicated back in 1965 during the Watts riots, he went home, took a shower thinking that the worst was over, and it continued for 3 days. So the LAPD is being deployed right now. He says they know more about riots. They know more about how to handle them. They are starting to make a lot of arrests now. And so hopefully they do have a handle on this entire disastrous night here in the history in the city of Los Angeles. I'm Henry Alfaro, back to you.
Okay, Henry, thank you very much. Of course, it's very early in the morning, and a lot of people have gone home, so if they're making arrests, it's a lot easier. Joining us here live on the set is John Mack from the LA Urban League, and as counterpoint to Chief Daryl Gates, looking back over what has happened in the past 12 hours and looking at the verdicts in the Rodney King case, which certainly sparked all this, do you think with those verdicts, what happened was inevitable?
I think clearly this was a double tragedy. Those verdicts, the verdicts are still unbelievable. It's absolutely incredible to me that those 12 jurors could just totally ignore and disregard the evidence and the facts as they did. Unfortunately, this action, which cannot be seen in isolation, you have to also consider the fact that this is on the heels of the ruling by Judge George Carlin allowing Mrs. Du, the Korean merchant, to take a walk after shooting the Natasha Hollins in the back. So it increases cynicism, and it really begins to cause most African Americans to wonder where's the justice. But let me just quickly point out that while it may have served as a triggering mechanism, what's happened these past 12 hours on the street can in no way justify the injustice of this jury verdict today. I mean, this kind of wanton kind of burning and looting and destruction is just something that we cannot in any way condone.
Were you surprised? Because African American leaders were saying, be peaceful no matter what, we'll gather, and they gathered at the AME church saying, be peaceful no matter what the outcome.
Well, I guess I'm surprised at the magnitude of what has happened. Quite frankly, we had felt right along that if an acquittal verdict came down on all four of these officers, that there'd probably be some isolated incidents. But really, because we knew that not everybody, even though we would like to have been able to persuade everybody to buy into the peaceful approach, we knew that there's a lot of frustration and anger out there and that not everybody's going to necessarily buy into it, and not everybody would be at the First AME church. So we recognized that, but frankly, this kind of thing, this indiscriminate burning, and now this is a tragic example of integration. I mean, this is not just something that can be laid at the doorsteps of a few African American youth. I mean, they're white youth, and it's not just confined to one part of the city. This is a terrible tragedy.
What happens in the aftermath now? How do, the black community is under such pressure anyway with joblessness and with the troubles of the black community and the lack of jobs and everything. How do you pick up the pieces from this and go forward?
Well, I'll tell you, that's one of the big challenges facing us. I was born black, and I've been black all of my life, and I know a whole lot of other people have too, and we've been accustomed to adversity, and we have known right along that our struggle for justice has been a difficult one, but we have to pick up the pieces. Just looking, for example, at the police business, not all is lost, even though the verdict is in. We're going to push to make sure those other three officers, that the police department takes disciplinary action. We have a new chief coming in. Hopefully he's going to set a different kind of tone. We're going to push hard to get the Christopher Commission ballot recommendations passed, Charter Amendment F. So, you know, we have, and the other thing is that this city has to begin to heal, and I hope that out of this terrible tragedy, that the majority of the residents of this city will understand that we need to come together and really learn how to respect
you know
each other.
if I might, unfortunately, what happens is a lot of the majority population sits and watches that on television, and they say, "My gosh." And instead of coming together, they go the exact opposite direction. I'm getting out of LA, I'm not going to have anything to do with this, businesses leave, joblessness increases, despair gets worse.
I understand that, but I would make this appeal to your viewers and to people who would want to jump to that conclusion. We must resist the tendency to stereotype all over the place, just as I have had so many white people say to me, "Don't hold me responsible for the actions of those 4 police officers," or don't accuse every white person of being a bigot. Well, I would ask that white people give us the same slack. Don't assume that the majority, because the overwhelming majority of African Americans who live in this city are law-abiding, peace-loving people. They want to work together, they want to heal, not divide. And so I think that this is where there has to be some understanding on all sides.
Unfortunately, they're the biggest victims tonight, those law-abiding black people that are sitting there watching their community in Flint.
They're the ones who are terrorized, they're the ones who are having these stores burned. Now they will be inconvenienced because we had such a hard struggle, lost supermarkets, lost other kinds of retail outlets. We fight and we struggle and finally get them back, and now this happens. So the problem compounds itself.
You said there was plan for, you know, peaceful demonstrations, but did anybody really plan to have that outcome of that verdict?
No, well, you know, we talked about all of the different scenarios, but
certainly it wasn't thought that it was that possible.
I would have to tell you, really deep down in my heart of hearts, I figured that the worst case scenario would be maybe a split 2 and 2. I just really did not feel there was any way that Powell and Kuhn would be allowed to take a walk. I mean, the evidence was so overwhelming. There was all kinds of speculation about what may or may not happen with Brazino, or what may or may not happen with Wynn. But for them to make a clean sweep, that was clearly not a scenario that we thought would eventually develop, and it was mind-blowing.
So even though you talked about that scenario, it was like, this will not happen, but
that was the shock. I mean, all I can say is that these folk hit a grand slam home run with their bigotry.
The 4 officers.
I mean, those 12 jurors in Simi Valley who frankly could not get past their Simi Valley hang-ups. Unfortunately, they didn't decide this case based upon the facts and the evidence. They decided it because they said it's all right for 4 officers to brutalize Rodney King and brutalize an African-American male and be able to get away with it. And which points up another danger, and I'll make this point very quickly. One of the other big problems that we face as a city and as a society is that in the process of fighting crime, gangs, we're as concerned about the gang problem, the violence, and the drugs as anybody else. But in the process of fighting this problem, there's a tendency on the part of too many people to say, it's all right if the civil rights and civil liberties of a few people are abused in the process. It's all right, we'll overlook that. And I think that's another tragic message that came out of that verdict.
We want to read you a statement that the president released. He called today for all citizens to be calm and, of course, abide by the law in the aftermath of the verdict in the Los Angeles speeding case. He said the federal government will work with California officials to maintain law and order. He said the verdict in the case has left us all with a deep sense of personal frustration and anguish. The president said in a statement early today, and it is important that we respect the law and the legal process that has been brought to bear in this case.
Well, that's a nice, plausible statement to make, but it's hard. When the law doesn't respect you, it's hard to ask people to respect the law.
You talked about the bigotry of the 12 jurors. I assume that you're thinking that just because he was a black man, just because he was out at night and he didn't stop right away, the jurors in their minds had it figured that this is a big black man, and somehow, no matter what he did or did not do, the police were justified in doing what they did to him.
Yeah, they decided
That's the stereotype you were warning us against.
That was the unfortunate stereotype.
And do you think that that videotape, everybody thought, finally, you know, that's what we heard all the time. Finally, there's a videotape, there's proof that this does happen. Were you shocked that I think everybody felt that videotape alone would be...
The videotape told a story, but in addition to the videotape, I really thought that the testimony of LAPD Commander Michael Bostic was very persuasive testimony when you have the head of training for the department to testify that the actions of these 4 officers were clearly outside of the department's use of force policy. You had the singers from the California Highway Patrol. I mean, these were peers of these officers who were saying that it was wrong. You know,
they had one of their own officers saying
yes,
it was wrong. One
yes.
of the defendants,
yes,
Mr.
Brasino. And, you know, only thing I can say is that the defense attorneys tried to have everybody think that we saw a mirage on that videotape, but we didn't see what we really saw. We didn't buy it, but unfortunately those jurors bought it because they apparently wanted to.
Rodney King not testifying?
Well, I know that there are arguments both ways on that. Quite frankly, I'm not sure that that was the turning point, because I really believe that if Rodney King had been placed on the stand, that he would have been, the defense would have put Rodney King on trial rather than have those 4 police officers on trial. They had the videotape. They had, you know, the testimony of other witnesses. That doesn't cut it. I really think that we have a case here, and we just cannot deny it. We have a case here where these individuals, frankly, voted their prejudices and didn't vote the evidence.
Looking at the political situation in Los Angeles, everybody's making the pitch, and you just did for Proposition F, the police reform package. Does this help or hinder Proposition F and the other things that you're trying to get through?
Well, you know, that's an interesting challenge that's going to face us. Certainly, one of the things that I will be doing, and I'm sure that my colleagues who are active in the African-American community will be doing, will be to really work even more vigorously to mobilize our community, our constituents to, now if people are further angered and outraged, as we said earlier last night when we spoke at the first day of Me Verus Ones, I was made the point that now is the time for us to use this anger, this outrage. For anybody who is angry about the jury verdict, one thing that each individual can do is go to the polls on June 2nd and vote yes to change. Because I think in terms of, as tragic as this is, in terms of long-term reform, true reform within LAPD, our best hope really rests with Charter Amendment F.
And yet, unfortunately, so many people that get agitated at 1 minute, you know, a month later they forget about it and they're off doing something.
Well, frankly, our big problem is, I don't think anger and agitation would be our big problem is to make sure that people don't become so cynical and really have not lost faith.
And you've reached close to that point now, I'm afraid. John Mack of the LA Urban League, thanks for dropping by at this early hour, and good luck.
Good to be with you.
Have a lot of work ahead of you. We should add, we've got some pictures here now that the governor has authorized the use of National Guard forces here in LA. They have been mustered. Some 250 National Guardsmen have arrived at the Burbank Armory in the San Fernando Valley just a short time ago. They're gathering in Burbank to be deployed around the city as needed. Governor Pete Wilson has placed 2,000 National Guard troops on standby along with 750 California Highway Patrol officers in event that they are needed to help bolster the LAPD and the other local law enforcement people that are dealing with the tragedy in the wake of the Rodney King beating trial verdicts that has unfolded here in Los Angeles with all the looting and the fires and all the other problems.
And they were talking about looting. We heard when Henry was talking with Chief Gates, and he was saying looting in other areas besides South Central Los Angeles, in Westwood even. You know, there was windows broken there and other parts of the city.
Yeah, it's been quite a tragedy, quite an incredible night, one that Los Angeles or any city in this country has not experienced in at least 2 decades. Art Rascone is standing by live. He's out in the community right now. Art, why don't you tell us what you've found so far?
Okay, Gene, I'm at Normandy and 39th Street in South Central LA. This fire broke out about an hour and a half ago. It's already consumed 4 stores in a shopping strip that exist here: Frankie's Beauty Salon, an upholstery shop, a liquor store on the corner, as well as one other small business. And as we drive up and down the South Central LA area, it's amazing to see the number of broken glass along the business streets, the debris on the roadway as well, and individuals just simply walking around. And these stores, we understand, were looted at before the fire was set ablaze, and you can see the fire is still continuing to burn, although we have a couple of dozen firefighters here. These firefighters, I spoke with, the captain in particular. He said something that I think is an indication of the way the rest of the fire department feels. We're tired of this. All we're doing is putting out a fire, then we're going to the next one. We're putting out a fire, we're going to the next one. So it's a tiring and a tireless effort by the firefighters, and they've been consumed by this all evening, as you know. And at this point, the fire continues to burn, and I'm sure it's going to continue to burn and consume this Frankie's Beauty Salon, along with the other businesses along the strip. Live from Normandy and 39th, I'm Art Rascon. Gene?
Yeah, Normandy seems to be the center of all this. It all, of course, started about 7 o'clock last night, the disturbances at Normandy and Florence, when people started pelting passing cars with rocks and bottles, causing accidents, and then pulling the drivers out of the cars and beating them, and in some cases beating them unmercifully. I think there was one driver who was actually beaten to death down at that location. We certainly saw the pictures of the truck driver being pulled out and beaten. These are the pictures right now from last night around 7 o'clock. And if you watch it, it's as this woman was pulled out and beaten, and then you'll see somebody go over and grab her colleague out of the car and start beating on him or her. And the only thing these people did is drive by, and suddenly they are targets, unknowing targets, innocent people. They certainly didn't have anything to do with Rodney King or the beating of Rodney King a year ago. And yet they became the targets, and they're the unfortunate victims of this this mindless kind of violence that we've been seeing.
But as we saw people drive by last night watching it live, it was incredible. You know, just rocks, and as they kept going down the street, rocks and bottles being thrown, and you just felt sorry for anybody who had to get stuck going down there because the area was not closed off, so they didn't know what they were going into.
Well, it's hard to close an area off that a minute before nothing is happening, then suddenly the rocks and bottles start flying, and we heard from Yvonne Smith a little while ago, our coordinator here, who was driving home to the house that she shares with her mother down in Watts, and she was confronted by a man, she said, with a rock bigger than his hand, and he was standing in the middle of the intersection, basically checking on cars, looking for a target, but what exactly was going to be his target, he couldn't quite make up his mind, and Yvonne said she was absolutely terrified and didn't know quite how to react other than she waited for the light, and when it turned green, she took off through the intersection and got away. But she said the look on that man's face of absolute anger just terrified her, and she was still shaking this morning. Made it back to work, we're happy to say that.
Yeah, and it is so sad, so many people living in that area, families with children, and they don't know what to do. They must be terrified. And
you can imagine the trauma of those kids. We might point out at this point that schools, many of the schools in the areas affected by the curfew, and let's bring up the curfew map quickly, and it'll give you a good sense of where most of those schools that are going to be closed today. The curfew area in south central Los Angeles is bounded by Vernon on the north, Century on the south, Alameda on the east, and Crenshaw on the west. Many of the schools in that area, if not all of them, are closed today. We have a telephone number, if we could bring that up at some point, that you should call and check with the Los Angeles Unified School District to find out if the school your child attends is going to be closed today or not. But we can safely say that the schools in the curfew area are going to be closed.
And I think USC, I heard that classes were going to be canceled at USC as well.
Yeah, that's right. USC, which had many businesses around USC, burned and looted in the hours just past. USC will be closed today. There's the number on your screen, 213, the area code 293-6251. Leave it up for a little while so everybody can copy it down. I assume, and it's safe to say, that people that have not been involved in the looting or just the sort of carnival, weird and very violent carnival atmosphere that took place are in their homes now, wondering what the day will bring today, as we all are. And this is a number that if your telephone still works, and many of the phone services in the south central area are out because of the fires that burned the telephone lines, and also power is out. But if you're able to use the phone, you might give that a call if you're worried about your child. But most of you would probably just say, I'm going to keep them home anyway.
Right, and Gene, you were saying what's going to happen today. Nobody knows what's going to happen. When Daryl Gates was asked what will happen today, he said during the Watts riots, I went home, I took a shower, I thought the worst was over, but it wasn't, so nobody knows what's going to happen.
It's certainly a time today to reflect on what has happened in the last 12 hours. Los Angeles went through this 27 years ago in the Watts riots, and it took years, if not up until this period, to try to heal the wounds that took place, and now it's happened all over again. So the city has a lot of soul searching to do. Certainly the people that thought that the officers who beat on Rodney King would be found guilty, those people are hoping that from all the ashes and the debris and the death and destruction we've seen in the last 12 hours, John Mack 1 that we just talked to a minute ago will lead to the passage of Proposition F. And of course, Daryl Gates, who is the police chief, the outgoing police chief, has been campaigning against it. That would be the reform suggested by the Christopher Commission. But people who supported Rodney King and the prosecution of those 4 officers are hoping that Proposition F is passed.
And speaking of the police department, I think we have some video right now I think this is from Parker Center. Yes, that is the booth that we saw last night that protesters put on fire. And what was amazing, I thought, during that time is that the police were just standing around doing nothing. And I think it was incredible that here we were at Parker Center. Obviously, they didn't want to incite anything. They didn't want to fuel the fire.
Well, Linda Breakstone was there and joined us a little while ago, and she explained that the strategy there, they actually weren't doing nothing. They had a perimeter around Parker Center, but they felt that if they moved into the crowd, that they would get hurt, and the crowd would get hurt, and perhaps would disperse the crowd out into the community where more destruction would be caused. And as Linda explained, one of the police commission members said that the strategy basically was to let them have their bonfire. If it had to be made out of a patrol shack that leads into the parking lot at Parker Center, so be it, but at least this way they could get some of their frustration out, and the police and the members of the crowd would not be hurt in a melee that would take place, certainly if the police tried to break this up.
And you can see there in the crowd that you see people really of all color. And Linda had said earlier, too, that there were two 14-year-old girls two white 14-year-old girls from a Catholic school, and they said they just wanted to come down to show their support, that they did not agree with the verdict. And their mother had actually brought them down there, which is very interesting.
Well, and I'm sure a lot of people were like that. A lot of people were angry and frustrated, not just blacks, but people all over the community. The outrage, you'll have to remember back 13 months ago at the first viewing of the Rodney King tape that was shot by the apartment dweller across the street, was almost total. People couldn't believe it. I know great supporters of the police department. Many police officers that I know personally, it upset their stomachs. They were outraged themselves by it because they said that's not the way you deal with people. You cannot deal with people as a police officer that way, and they were outraged, police officers and people who support them. So once the verdicts came down as not guilty, many people thought it was a done deal, that just because of the videotape, the verdict would be guilty. And when it turned out not to be guilty, or not even close, then of course the outrage was felt deeply all over the community by people of all races and backgrounds and ages, and so they wanted to demonstrate. Unfortunately, demonstration is one thing. Destruction and harming people, as we've seen over the last 12 hours, is another thing, and it certainly can't be tolerated or even excused. Or even explained. It's so mindless. But that is what we have been seeing, unfortunately, in the reaction to the Rodney King beating verdicts. Stephen Noe is standing by at police headquarters in South Central Los Angeles, and he has the very latest from there on what the police plan to do as the sun begins to come up here over Southern California. Stephen?
Good morning, Gene and Susan. We're here at the corner of 54th and Arlington, and you can see behind me the command post that they've set up. A number of LAPD officers just arrived here on scene. They have been escorting members of the Los Angeles City Fire Department as well as the Los Angeles County Fire Department. These gentlemen here are just returned from a mission and obviously on their way back. I talked to an LA County fire captain just a little while ago. He's a big, heavy-set man, and the first thing that you notice when you look at this man is that he is extremely tired. He has been fighting fires along with his men all night here in this area. There are a number of fire departments represented here. Beverly Hills, Santa Monica just drove away just a little while ago. Again, the string of fire trucks and paramedics coming by. Take a look at this broken window here on this ambulance right there going in. They are doing their best to escape that kind of damage despite the escort here provided by LAPD and CHP. Now, Henry Alfaro was out here all night, and I spoke to him just a little while ago, and he said it has sort of slowed down a little bit. It is not as frenetic as it had been overnight, and it is sort of slowing down. We have not seen this many fire trucks return to the base here in a very long time. A number of them are parked now inside this RTD lot, which is, again, a makeshift command post, standing by just in case there are more fires. I want to tell you, this is my very first time in this area here in South Central Los Angeles, and the very first thing that you notice here in this area is the smell of smoke. It is so pervasive, it is as if the entire city of Los Angeles is burning. Of course, that is not true, just parts of it are burning. But the smoke here in this area is so thick that it is very hard to miss, but after a while you sort of get used to it. That's the status right here for now, as more ambulances and CHP cars roll in here to the command post. Reporting live, I'm Stephen Nunn. I'm back to you in Hollywood.
Stephen, you talk about the smoke, and we can see right now from...
Well, these are live pictures now from Air 7. Captain Mike is back up. He had to leave us for a while to refuel. Captain Mike, explain to us what you're seeing. Okay, this, I could just see the sign there a moment ago, is the J.J. Newberry store in the shopping center at 18th and Western, where Mark Brown has been on the ground. Okay, and the J.J. Newberry store was gutted. We saw the fires earlier. Now the adjacent stores are on fire. Captain Steve Ruda of the L.A. Fire Department is on the phone with us now, and we've been seen from our aerial pictures that some of these fires are beginning to be contained, and the outbreak of the fires has been slowing. Is that what you're seeing, Captain Ruda?
Well, in this picture, we see that we have one knockdown, but we still have quite a lot of fire, as you see, in that one structure, and they're trying to protect the Save on Drugs next door. One of the messages that we want to get out extremely important for us this morning is that the oncoming B platoon for the LA City Fire Department for Battalions 13 and Battalion 3, for relief, you will not go to your fire stations. You will report to the Dodger Stadium parking lot on Stadium Way, south of Elysian Park, by the Naval Marine Corps Reserve Center, and you will be met there by LAPD buses, and you will be escorted into the South Central area of your battalions. All other fire department members not in those battalions are to meet at their respective fire stations and be guided by their battalion commanders and or operations control division. So we are very, very busy this morning trying to get relief in here this morning by 6:30 to relieve these firefighters who have been on the line almost 12 hours now. They've been doing an incredible job firefighting from the very beginning of dispatchers taking hundreds of calls in this last 12-hour period to dispatching to getting the units to the scene, and almost sometimes a hail of bullets and rocks and bottles that were thrown at firefighters as they responded to the fires throughout the night.
Captain Ruda, what has been the toll on your men besides the exhaustion? Anybody hit by the gunfire? Any of your equipment hit? We heard Daryl Gates talking a while ago about an AK-47 round or series of rounds through the front of one of your fire trucks.
Yes, many of our apparatus have been the recipients of targets of damage by rocks, bottles. The most serious was one of our truck companies who was responding to a structure fire, and one of the members who was riding on the apparatus was struck in the face by a bullet which lodged into his neck, piercing his carotid artery. He was transported to Cedars-Sinai Hospital, where he underwent vascular repair surgery, and he is listed in critical condition right now, so we hope and pray for the best for him. But as you see, firefighters here are doing their best to put heavy amounts of water and to protect the structures nearby. Our main concern here is to hit and run. There is so much activity. There are about, as this fire burns, I've been told that there are almost like 7 to 8 fires that are left unattended because there are not enough resources to fight those fires, and they're still burning at that rate.
Do you have a handle at all yet on the total number of fires that your men have had to respond, men and women have had to respond to in the last 12 hours?
I'm going to have to say, in the last, since 0200, at that particular time, we had over 132 active incidences going. And we all have over 30 structure fires at that particular time, and that's been the average all night long. So we've been tremendously busy, and I'm sure the firefighters are doing their best to handle the situation. And the individual acts of violence that have been against the firefighters, we know are not the feelings of the community as a whole, but just individual hoodlums who have just made a bad situation worse. And we just hope and pray that calm returns as morning breaks across the city of Los Angeles, and that we can get the city back to some normalcy.
Okay, Captain Ruta, thank you very much. What we're going to do now is go live to Charmaine Wilkerson, who is on the ground there in front of the fire. Charmaine.
Well, you can certainly see from behind me what you've already seen from the air, the fire continuing. Not clear what condition the building is in, obviously not very good. It continues to burn, but we just don't know if the front of this building is going to also give way, the interior completely engulfed. Just as you were introducing me, in fact, a new fire engine just pulled up, so they continue to bring people in to work this blaze. Otherwise, though, if you take a look over here, I don't know if Chuck can pan over towards the Viva market over here. I know that when Mark Brown was here earlier a few moments ago, he pointed out that there had been looting. There are a couple of cars blocking your view, but you can see that it's fairly quiet over there. There had been looting all evening throughout the night, and there are a couple of people hanging around in the front of the building, but of course daylight is approaching. There are more people on the street. There are cars going by on Western, and it's hard to tell whether after a long, difficult, horrific night, what is going through people's minds and whether people have sort of lost their energy, whether it be to come out here and rummage through the stores or to express their anger. But clearly things are going on. I know there are a couple of young people here who, in their own words, have been riding, as it were. They've been to a number of spots. What's your name?
Russell.
Russell, you say you were riding. What does riding mean?
What I said was I was there at the time of the riding. We was, just frustrated, mad, angry, wanting somebody to understand, what the situation is. You have a lot of people giving opinions, but unless you live in the neighborhood, unless you deal with the brutality, unless you deal with the police on a day-to-day basis, you cannot really say what's right and what's wrong. It's not right to hurt innocent people. It's not right to burn down the buildings. But if that's what it takes to get, for somebody to listen and understand us, then that's what we have to do.
So you're saying you want people to listen and understand. At the same time, you're saying you don't think it was right for people to burn down buildings and to hit people, innocent people?
No, I don't think that was right. I mean, but when you have a ride, there's going to be innocent people hurt. There's going to be innocent people hurt. There's going to be probably life, people killed, buildings burned, the whole scene. But when something like this happens, everybody pays. Everybody pays.
A lot of people have been raising questions about the age of a lot of the people who are out there. You're both very young men, and you and your friend here, and people wonder whether you are aware of what the consequences might be of everything that's going on, the burning of the buildings, the businesses, the loss of business in this neighborhood. I want to talk to your friend here. What's your name?
I care to remain anonymous right now.
Okay, well, we can talk. You've been around the city. You've seen what's going on.
Yes.
You see the Newberries burning down. You see the Viva looted.
I saw a lot of buildings. I say over 50 buildings get burned down tonight. I mean, it's basically upon getting respect, earning respect as far as the black community. We didn't get the respect at the courthouse, the justice and stuff with Rodney King, so I guess it's about the only way we could get it.
But what does burning businesses in the area